underneath the neon. In them jackets you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one. On the rig, you know I need that. On my neck, your name is ink black. Got your hand up on your hip like a pin up in that fit. I be lying through my lips, say anything to see a dip.
Drop it low, let it show. Do your thing out on the floor. I'ma count to 1, 2, 3, chorus on the phone.
I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Bump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking woke pink. Might take it slow back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, they somebody. Twerk it like a ratty, I'ma eat it like a zombie. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Bump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking woke pink. Might take it slow back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, they somebody. All I want is
Underneath the neon. In them jackets you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one.
I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Bump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Body like somebody gon' be missing, they somebody. Twerk it like a ratty, I'ma eat it like a zombie.
Summer night, sipping up the vibe, here to make you dance now. Feel the heat, taste of something sweet. Wanna take a chance now. We don't care if it's a weekday. We're getting on it like we've nothing to lose. Out there soaking up the sun rays and feel the rhythm of our favorite tunes. Underneath the stars and neon lights, something in the water drives me wild. We got the game, cool champagne, light it up tonight. Our fire won't stop, don't stop. Give me the getting down, funky sound, cherry sugar high. Now raise your glass up, hands up. Give me the summer feels. Got no plans, honey golden sands. We're California dreaming. It's a euphoric bliss. We want it just like this. We're trying
I can feel the walls closing in. Yeah, the hardest part is trying to get over them. If you could see, would you do it all again? Yeah. To take my time, I haven't decided yet. Yeah. It's just a Saturday night, I don't know if I should call you. Deep in my mind, I'll find it's always all you. Waiting in line, I wish that I could walk through. To tell you the truth, involved, not this time. There you go, telling a lie again. Messed up my mind, you want me to try again. The next Saturday night, I knew I didn't want you. Deep in your mind, I hope I always sought you. Waiting in line, I wish that I could walk through. To tell you the truth, there's still ways to go, and I don't wanna get too far. Now it's too late for us, 'cause I don't wanna get involved. Not this time. Ways to go, and I don't wanna get too far. Now it's too late for us, 'cause I don't wanna get involved. Not this time.
Every day think about you, every night dream of you, night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Doesn't really matter if the stars don't shine. Who can love you better? Doesn't really matter if the stars don't shine. Who can love you better? All I want now is you. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you.
Frustrations keep swelling, I'm spiraling out. My mind's overthinking, I can't hear a sound. Stop looking past me, putting me down. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll was drowning in a sea of my thoughts, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. Resenting is easy, but anger gets old. Have trouble believing the things that I'm told, and I wish I could go back to the person I know. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in a sea of my thoughts, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was drowning, now I'm shouting. I was falling, now I'm shouting. I was drowning in a sea of my thoughts, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out.
I've been trying to find the words to say you mean the world to me. When I'm fighting and you see me hurt, don't walk away. I've been holding on for days, hoping just to see your face. Let me know you're coming back, and I can't wait. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't let go or let me fade. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Hoping that I found the words to say you mean the world to me.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Blitz Society. I'm very happy to be joined now by Pierre and Theo. My first question to the two of you is, how long have you been playing chess? And between the two of you, if you don't mind me or mind sharing, who would you say is the superior player?
There is no debate because I started 4 months ago, I would say.
4 months?
Yeah.
And you, how long ago?
It's been a while. I learned when I was a child, and it's been like 4 or 5 years I played more seriously.
Well, so I would imagine, based on the amount of time, are you the stronger player?
Maybe in a few months. I don't know.
You're very humble, very humble. Well, naturally, we are here for the Freestyle chess event happening in Paris. Are either of you familiar with the format? You're very new to chess, but have you dabbled in Freestyle?
No, I never played, but I looked the former competition, and I enjoyed it, so it was really fun.
Have you played?
I played once or twice, but never formally. So.
What about freestyle chess is do you find it to be kind of intimidating as compared to classical chess, or?
I think I'm a bit afraid to be very bad at it. So I don't know, but it's interesting.
Is that not also something very intriguing? Even when you watch like the Grandmasters, right? How it levels the playing field in a way.
Yeah, in a certain way, everyone is kind of equal in terms of theory. So yeah, it's interesting.
Now, since you're only 4 months into your chess career, I'm going to ask this more for you. Chess is a game that so many people get introduced to at a young age. I'm curious for you if you have like a specific chess memory, just from your own personal, either a triumph at a certain event or a specific learning, or even something that stuck with you as maybe a...
Not really. I think the first time I beat my dad, which introduced me to chess, it was very kind of memory for me. He never wanted to play with me again after that.
That's tough, right? Yeah, I remember the same moment for myself and my father, because he's who taught me chess. When it comes to the events, are you guys familiar with at least some of the 12 players who will be playing?
Yeah.
Do you have a feeling of who you would pick as your front runner? I know most people have a certain name. Who you're saying?
Alireza.
Oh, you're thinking Alireza. I have some news. Unfortunately, Alireza has backed out of this tournament, and he's going to be replaced by Richard Rapport.
Okay.
So with that in mind, we still have another French player in MLV, Maxime, playing. Obviously, Magnus is another big name. And then Vincent Keimer. I'm wondering if I'm waiting for somebody to have confidence in him after his incredible performance at the last event.
Yeah. He did very well, but we are French, so...
That's fair, that's fair. So rooting for the French.
Yeah.
All right, well, I very much appreciate you both joining me for this interview. You guys have a lovely day.
Oh, wow.
I don't know why everyone thinks I calculate well.
Because you actually calculate.
Yeah,
That's the difference.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just quitting the interview, okay, sorry. Minute of silence.
It's about time we had some player cards in chess. I've created some numbers featuring the players' key chess attributes based on the 2024 season across all time formats, classical, rapid, and blitz. What do the players think? Have I been too harsh?
Everything is harsh, come on.
Too generous?
I mean, this was the best picture.
Let's find out.
What is cal?
Calories.
That's 90 calories?
Yeah. Daily dose of calories.
What does strength mean?
Strength, right?
Yeah, but what does it mean? Like, it's just the overall
strategy,
stat?
no?
Oh, that's strategy.
I mean, strategy is way too high.
But at stands for attitude, or what?
Yeah, I mean, it should be.
Because it's only thing I can understand, like why it's so low.
I think, overall it's okay. I think we're going to round out to about 95, which I think is reasonable. Or 94, 93.
I feel like time is low,
94.
isn't it? Like time management is low.
Time management should be higher. Yeah, that's probably too low.
And strategy, like I don't know how can you.
I mean,
be
99
perfect?
is bullshit. Like, obviously nobody can be close to perfect on anything.
But the attitude, is it's correct.
Bad.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be 94.
Probably, I'd say like 96.
97.
Oh, that's high.
So should I reveal?
Oh, it is. It was 94. Yeah, I'm quite happy.
If it's based on the previous year, I think any score for me more than 80, I would be happy. I would be absolutely happy.
Attack is 87?
They all think we suck at attacking.
Time management, wow. Okay.
Yeah, 89 feels low. Like, why is attack and time management always the lowest by far?
Yeah, time management is strange. Defense is probably too high also.
Nah.
No, defense is fine. Defense is quite fine, yeah. Resourcefulness, yeah?
Yeah, okay, resourcefulness, true.
Time management feels oddly low.
Yeah, because you play so well with little time.
Yeah, that's true.
So then it obviously should be higher. Calculation should be
Closer.
a bit higher, I think.
Probably, yeah.
So you still calculate, yeah? Like,
I didn't think so, but
So then yours should be like really high based on.
I don't think I calculate so well these days.
Yeah, but I mean, based on the way they're grading us, they should grade you much higher on this. Yeah. Time management probably not
Yeah.
great, but that's fine. Overall, I'd be disappointed if it was below 90. Anything over 90 is good.
it's gonna be 92.
Yeah, it's fine. It's completely fine. Yeah, I think 92 probably.
92.
I mean, it can't be 94. I mean, it can't be 94 or higher, so it has to be like 92.
91.
Oh wow.
Gonna go
91,
out with
yeah.
Yeah, that was.
We should take
remove it all.
Oh, right, yeah.
Still 91.
The second one is harder to get off. There we go.
It's a bit harsh.
Yeah, I think it should have been 92 or 93.
That's fine. I also am confused where the picture is from. The picture is very strange. The shirt is weird. I feel like it's like almost AI or something. It really looks weird.
It is. Next up, it is
Wow.
Ian.
Well, everything that.
Moving fast means time management is very good, basically.
Okay, at this point, I'm just quitting the interview. Okay, sorry. Yeah, sad but true. Yeah.
I think strategy should be a lot higher.
My strategy is like 84. It's the only thing I'm doing. Yeah, like
I think strategy is harsh.
everything is harsh.
I mean,
Come on,
calculation is.
it's very harsh, I guess. Evaluate time management, like whatever, like
No, but
surely
time
below 90
management-
because
But time management is not just being fast, it's also
it's
like,
also knowing when to think, when to spend time.
If it was about being fast, it would be 99.
Yeah, that's true.
Perhaps.
and nobody attacks very well still.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, everybody.
Attack.
Yeah.
Well, minute of silence.
Yeah.
It's like a memorial.
Well, I think it's pretty good though, actually. I would guess 90.
90?
No, surely below 80. Yeah, below 90. Maybe below 80 as well, by the way. Yeah. But hopefully still. I mean, okay, it's David's opinion, so we'll know.
Oh wow.
David, thank you. As I said, like in the very beginning, anything more than 80, I'm grateful.
I mean, this was the best picture.
Yeah,
so
this
far.
is the best one, by far.
Yeah.
So trying to compensate the worst score, yeah? With the best picture, right? And now we get the last player. I think it's gonna be MVL.
Try and guess before, right? On some
Okay,
of these.
yeah,
Let's
we
try
should.
and just guess.
Mine?
Yeah,
But
on
it's
yours.
probably also going in descending order, so I guess mine are going to be.
At least guess.
Calculation should be very high.
Yeah, I would say like your calculation is going to give you like 9. I think they're going to put
Attack-
you in like
attack
94,
as well.
94 for calculation. I'm guessing.
So intuition shouldn't be too high, I guess, yeah? The guy who likes to calculate.
Yeah.
I feel like strategy should go lower than intuition. I don't really know what strategy means.
You see? I also don't know what does intuition means.
Yeah.
Okay, so low
okay.
90s for attack.
Calculation.
Calculation
97?
was-
okay.
Okay, so strategy around 90 was correct.
David, do you have the card of yours, David?
You should be higher for time management because it's really annoying for the opponent as well.
I think it's 90 though. I think
Yeah,
you're
I think
90,
this is
that's my
90.
guess.
I mean, calculation is kind of saving me, I guess. I don't know why everyone thinks I calculate well.
Because you actually calculate. That's the difference.
Yeah, exactly.
Like-
All right, let's see. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe 90 or 89 is fair.
And
Oh wow.
89, of course.
89. I think it should have been 89.
nobody's
90.
happy.
I think David had a really bad day. David just like went through like games from the last 15 years and like, I don't like any of these guys.
Finally, someone is in a good mood at the picture. Unlike other three.
None of us were.
Where do you think you're most disappointed?
Time management should have been better.
Like the score or his time management?
But who gave this?
He's leaving.
There are a lot of stones, you know. Now.
David, run! Run for your life, David, run!
Hello, everybody. I'm very happy to be standing outside the Blitz Society here in Paris, France, and joined by none other than Caesar, a fan of chess. First question to you is, how familiar are you with freestyle chess?
I mean, it's really new for me because we started like not a long time ago. So I think it's changed a lot of the normal chess. So it's pretty nice. And yeah, it's a big change, so it's pretty good. I love it.
Are you aware of all 12 players who are competing in this event, or at least a fair number of them?
I mean, of course, yes, because there is a lot of string player. But there's also the fact that with freestyle chess, we don't really know which way we're going. So I think it's fine. Yeah.
So I'm curious for you though, when you kind of think of those 12 players,
Yeah.
I'm sure there are some names that are naturally going to float to the top of your brain.
Of
but
course.
Who would you pick as the number one, the person you're most confident is going to come out on top?
Of course, Magnus.
Really? Even
Yeah.
after Vincent Keimer took it last time?
No, I mean, for me, in my opinion, I would say Magnus. of course,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. And I guess my final question for you,
Yeah.
outside of Magnus being a superstar, when you
Yeah.
think of two top players that you want to see compete in this format,
Of
you
course,
know?
I mean, there is some French player, so of course I will see that French player and I will support the French player.
Yeah, MLV?
Exactly.
Okay, who do you want to see a matchup against?
And MLV and like this.
There it is.
It will be probably insane, I think.
Well, simple as that. Well, I appreciate you
Thank you
joining
so
me.
much. Yeah,
and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Paris, the city of art, culture, and now freestyle chess. Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. I'm your host, James Dash, and over the next 8 days, we will watch 12 of the world's top-rated grandmasters will compete at the highest level. Freestyle chess is unlike anything the world has ever seen. And who better to bring in this fantastic event than my incredible friends, David Howell and Tanya Sachdev.
James, it's great to be back with you boys. Paris is the perfect city for the second leg of the Grand Slam Tour. Of course, Paris has emblematic architecture and incredible art. But the city is also home to iconic chess history, from casual matches in Jardin de Luxembourg to 3 global chess tournaments in the 19th century, to chess cafes that have attracted the likes of Voltaire, Rousseau, Ben Franklin, and even a young Napoleon.
You're absolutely right, Tanya. Paris has been the setting for some thrilling chess tournaments throughout history, from famous artists like Eugene Delacroix to legendary chess players like La Bourdonnaise and Alexander Alekhine. Freestyle chess is now going to write the next chapter in Paris's chess legacy. What makes freestyle so unique is how we play chess. The players will compete in Chess 960, which randomizes the pieces on the back rank to level the playing field. Before each game, we will pull one of 960 positions, which the players will then have 10 minutes to discuss.
Which forces players to rely on their intuition and adaptability. Every move is crucial. And as we know from the Weissenhaus Slam, drama is guaranteed.
With the best players, creators, and commentators in the world, get ready for the second leg of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, live in Paris. It's another beautiful day here in Paris, France, and no better way to spend it than with the conclusion of our semifinals here in the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in Paris, France. I'm James Dash, as always, joined by Tanya Sachdev and David Howell to bring you all the action. And before we talk about what happened yesterday, preview what is to come today, I thought no better place to start than with some of the incredible announcements that cropped up on the broadcast just near the end of the day yesterday. Jan-Henrik Buettner joining us in the studio, Tanya, with a slate of announcements, not just a switch in the next venue and location, still remaining in the USA, but now instead going to Vegas. It talked about format change on top of that. There's so much at play here.
I love it. And I love how everything that's breaking out to the world, like we have no idea before it happens. And we find out with everyone else, you know, with Jan, he comes in and he's got this big news for everyone to tell. And we were so surprised with all of it. It's Vegas, baby, for all of us. What happens in Vegas, that's going to be a big one as well. But I think the key announcement was the change in the format as well. From a 90-minute long classical, we go down to that 45-minute classical game time control. And it's going to be so exciting to see how the players adapt to that.
Yeah, this is freestyle chess after all, and we're freestyling with the format, and yeah, very excited. Firstly for Vegas, but also I genuinely think a faster format will push the players even more. I think it'll be even more exciting for the fans, and it's a win-win for everyone.
Yeah, for those of you who might have missed all of the announcements just yesterday, as we just mentioned, we're going to Vegas. The tournament is reducing from 8 days down to 5 as a result of those classical time controls being halved to 45 minutes in terms of your starting bank, but also only a 10-second increment, so 1/3 of what they're currently working with when it comes to the increment. On top of that, there was another format change that was discussed. Now, when it comes to players falling out of the round robin, there's essentially a very inventive kind of approach to what would normally feel like a double elimination bracket, where those bottom 4 who get knocked out will fight for 9th, but the one person who manages to get 9th will reinsert themselves into a new round robin playing for 5th. And at the end of the day, you can climb your way all the way back up to 3rd place. It's important to note you cannot fall out and get back to that final table. So our winner is really still going to have to be the person who performs the entire way. But I think that's going to make for a very interesting dynamic for all of the players. Give them a little bit more to play for, right? You get knocked out early. Well, hey, there's still a lot that you can make up. I mean, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars still if you're making up all the way to 3rd place. So I think it's an incredibly interesting shift here when it comes to the overall dynamics of the tournament and the circuit itself.
Yeah, I think, yes, it is complicated. Yes, it will take some time to get used to, but ultimately it is fair and it will incentivize the players. Anything that the players enjoy, anything that kind of increases this kind of meritocracy, that's only a good thing.
And the whole approach, I think, for freestyle chess has been so democratic, right? Involving the players in every single decision that has been made. Even if it's Magnus suggesting it, I don't think they go ahead with anything unless everybody's on board with it. And that's kind of really nice to see. We've seen changes happen during the technical meeting with how comfortable the players are with it. And I think that's something so new and fresh to the chess world, you know, because it just means so much for the players to actually be involved with the rules going forward in a season-long tour.
And one thing as well that we've been doing all circuit long is increasing fan engagement, right? From Weissenhaus to here, we don't have any fans on site just yet, but we do have fans taking part in a viewing party over at the Blitz Society Cafe. There it is. We're taking a peek in now. Love to see you all. Hello, everybody. Hopefully you can hear us. We love to see your beautiful faces as they prepare for a day of chess action, both here and at the Blitz Society Cafe itself, getting an opportunity to be exposed to freestyle chess. I wonder if they play the same position that the players draw at the beginning of the day, throughout the day.
I hope so. I'm trying to look in now at the chess pieces next to all these young fans. Some set up a bit randomly, those back lines, I think.
Did you spot a big grandmaster there? I saw Lev there. He was right behind them, you know, letting the kids get the spotlight. Classic Lev. Love it. I mean, Blitz Society is such an awesome place with so much history, and there's so much action going on there. I feel like one day I want a chess club like that in Delhi.
Oh, there they are. Now we're getting a good look at all of them. Look at the excitement. As you mentioned, Levon Aronian making his appearance known there. He was there yesterday alongside Julian Song as well. Everybody getting an opportunity to maybe test their mettle against some of the world's best. You love to see it. And then, again, that would have been the final announcement that Jan Henrik shared with us just yesterday, that when we get to Vegas, yeah, sure, viewing parties as well, but fans on site, that's another step up when it comes to the way that fans can interact with all the chess action here on the freestyle circuit.
Yeah, I love the idea. In the Champions Chess Tour, we did it in Oslo, Tanya, in December. It was very popular. We had a few hundred fans there, but everything's going to be bigger in Vegas. Everything's going to be better in Vegas. And I can't wait to see how the fans interact with the players. The players, hopefully, they'll embrace that too.
But you know what can't be better? I mean, I can't imagine at least, is having the kind of semi-final bracket that we have here. I mean, today is going to be awesome.
Yeah, exactly right. We have plenty to look forward to throughout the year, but we've got tons to look forward to when it comes to today. Here's a look at our tournament tree, and the upper bracket in particular. You can see our semi-final bouts are all currently locked at half a point apiece. It's Vincent Keimer up against Hikaru Nakamura. It's Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana. Down there just below them, fighting for a share of 5th place, or not a share of 5th place, sole possession of
fifth place would be Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Arjun Erigaisi. He exited the day yesterday with a 1-point lead, so Arjun's going to have to strike back. And then on the other side as well, a decisive result. Nurdirbek Abdusatorov rebounding quite well after taking the loss to Magnus Carlsen in taking down MVL. Still plenty to be said for today. I had asked you guys the question earlier today, how many tiebreakers we think we're going to get and where they might come from. I think we'll wait to have that discussion a bit later on the show ourselves. Here's your battle for ninth. It's half a point apiece between Praggnanandhaa and Richard Rapport.
And meanwhile, Vidit and Gukesh have departed from the competition, both sharing 11th place.
And I can confirm Gukesh has left Paris while Vidit still hanging on. So we might actually be lucky to have him on the show with us.
Well, that would be lovely because we got Gukesh just yesterday. And actually, those would be two of the players who would benefit from that new format, right? They would have had the opportunity to fight in a 9th place round robin and get all the way up to 3rd place. So weren't the beneficiaries of that this time around, perhaps the beneficiaries of it in future tournaments. Let's start talking, I think, about some of what we saw yesterday. And actually, before we talk about it, I think we should do nothing more than go through the highlights first, get a quick recap of the day, the way the games broke down. We'll come back and give you all of our beautiful insights.
The semi-finals are underway here in Paris, and after game 1, both big matches are still wide open. Let's start with Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana, a classic match between two eternal rivals. Fabi gave a pawn for positional domination. However, it remained a balanced affair. When everyone expected a draw, Fabi decided to push. He broke in the center, tried to create chances, but perhaps overpressed a little. Magnus defended calmly, and while Fabiano was never really in danger, the game fizzled out into a draw. Over on the other board, Hikaru Nakamura versus Vincent Keimer was a completely different story. What started as a slow strategic battle suddenly turned sharp. The position exploded.
Yeah, it's odd. I like Vincent's position as black. I hate his clock time, but Hikaru's getting excited. Hikaru's pacing around. He's getting a bit twitchy. He's sensing something. He knows that the critical moments are coming.
Vincent was down on the clock, Hikaru pacing around the board, sensing his chance, but Vincent stayed solid, held everything together. After time control, it was Hikaru who offered a draw, which Vincent accepted. Everything is still in play for tomorrow. In the 5th place bracket, Jan Nepomniachtchi took the lead against Arjun Erigaisi, building what David called the most beautiful pawn chain ever.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, though, used a motif that is so instructive in chess. He already had the connect tree, a very nice foundation here. He built a wall of pawns by sacrificing his rook.
Nurdirbek Abdusatorov also scored a win with a strong attack against MVL's king. In the match for 9th place, the first game between Richard Rapport and Praggnanandhaa ended in a draw. On the next day, all eyes will be on the top bracket. It's Carlsen versus Caruana, Keimer against Nakamura. 4 players, only 2 spots in the finals. You stay tuned with us.
So that's a quick recap of everything that happened on the boards just yesterday. Important to note, of course, that it's our 2 top bracket bouts that ended in a draw. But I think both of those draws, one of the things we continued to talk about yesterday was they both looked very different in the way that they ultimately came to that similar conclusion.
Yeah, and I mean, we have to start with the Magnus Fabi one because that was the big clash, right? 2 of the biggest chess players of our generation, generational talents, both of these players. And it had some sizzle in the opening, but then it fizzled out in the end game, as we saw with Fabi going in for this solid hold. Very balanced game throughout, David, but Hikaru was a completely different story that we saw against Vincent.
Yeah, Hikaru Nakamura, Vincent Keimer. There was some intrigue. In the early middle game, it looked like Keimer actually had the advantage with the black pieces. There was an opportunity, though, for him to bail out with an early draw. He could have repeated the position. First, Keimer said no. Later, Nakamura said no. It felt like they both wanted to go at each other. The clock ticked down. Ultimately, Nakamura had a big time advantage, let that one slip, And from there, everything leveled out. But the one thing the two semi-finals had in common, both incredibly high level, just almost perfect chess from all of them. And that's why, in the end, a draw is a natural result in chess. That's why they cancelled each other out.
Yeah, super high accuracy right there, right? And if you're me, you can't say Vincent without saying win. And I think the biggest question for everyone would be, is he going to score another huge upset today? Because yes, the scores are level. 4 players are tied. Only 2 make it through. No second chances in this. This is a big one. I mean, today is worth $40,000 minimum for these players. That's a lot on the line. Are we expecting Vincent Keimer to do the unthinkable?
I am. It's not unthinkable for me.
You've been saying it from the start. We saw those interviews. You know, you were telling everyone, the local fans, that guys, you got to pick Vincent for this.
I don't know what it is about him, but he seems so unbothered. In a way, in a good way is what I mean, right? About his own success, but also anytime anybody questions him about his success, right? He's just here to do the work, and he just keeps delivering every step of the way. And the more people ask questions about him, the more I have confidence in him.
Yeah, he looks happy, he looks healthy. We were talking about it earlier. He has a bit of a glow to him these days, Vincent Keimer. It's that glow of confidence as he keeps winning games. My one worry is that the moment we start to expect it, that's when he falls. We haven't expected anything from him, and he keeps...
Yeah, so keep that up. I want all of y'all to keep doubting him, all right? Y'all keep doubting him, and I'll be the one guy in his corner.
Well, and the one guy who's always on Vincent's corner is Peter Lecco right there, his longtime trainer, longtime coach, his longtime mentor. And you can see so much of the reflection of Peter's style in Vincent's play. I think Hikaru mentioned as well, and I found this really interesting because in his interview, Hikaru said, yes, Vincent, he's playing well, he's strong in this freestyle chess. But at the end of it, he's still human. We'll see. So I think Hikaru is also feeling confident about the chess that he's showing, his level of play here.
Yeah, and again, I would be a little bit more concerned for Keimer's situation if we do end up in that tie-break scenario, which is why I think maybe he will be feeling a little bit of a pressure to get it done in the classical portion, this time getting to play the white side of the board. Of course, as is very typical here in Chess 960 and freestyle chess, we await starting position, and it's impossible to know what that can deliver. I mean, Hikaru himself has said, we could just end up in a situation where black is super ugly from the beginning, maybe white, even in some cases, while advantage from the beginning makes one improper move and the entire evaluation bar flips. So, You know
what was the most impressive for me in that game was that with the black pieces, some of the moves that Keimer found in that were just superhuman moves, things that were not even on our radar. And that just goes on to show the form that he's in, how he just feels he's positioned, exactly what Gukesh mentioned when he joined us in the studio, that perhaps Vincent's classical feel of chess, his principal play is what makes him so incredibly strong in this format.
Exactly, his strategic understanding, his general calmness these days. He feels like he's much more confident under pressure. Here are some player stats in cooperation with Take that I've compiled for 2024. But Tanya, I will admit that those numbers are going to shoot through the roof for Vincent.
What? Let's do that right now. Or maybe just the overall. Like, I'm not going to make you reevaluate all 6 individuals, but where is Vincent Keimer at this point? Just as kind of an overall...
He's much closer to Hikaru than the overall numbers.
We up to 88, 89 at this point.
Yeah, I don't think we can give him in the 90s.
That's what I'm saying. I think we stay just outside the 90s, but...
I would almost think in freestyle chess, he crosses over the 90 mark,
Freestyle, oof.
He's been an absolute beast. I mean, what we have, the data that we have, and again, it's not just about winning the tournament. It's not just about beating these absolute giants of chess, but his feel, his understanding of when it comes to this extreme format of the sport is just at another level. I would put it actually over a 90 for him.
For freestyle, I would be inclined to agree. Calculation, I think, for Vincent has certainly improved over the last 12 months. We've seen that in the Confessional box appearances. In the meantime, beautiful touch here from Hikaru Nakamura, actually leaving the complex here, leaving the playing venue just to go out, especially to chat with fans.
Brings a smile to my face every single time to see the players interacting with the fans who, they'll wait for hours on end here until those vans come rolling in. So lovely to see the players take that opportunity to go out and maybe inspire some young chess minds. Who knows, in 10 years' time, we could be talking about a few of them.
Yeah, there's so many pictures throughout sporting history, not just chess, of young fans meeting their heroes, and 10 years later, they're beating their heroes.
Who is your chess hero?
Oof.
Easy one.
A young Gary
Kasparov. Michael Adams as well for me, who was the English #1 for a long, long time. Eventually, I got to play both of them, got to meet both of them. Yeah, you have to meet your heroes. You have to be inspired somehow. Tanya, how about you?
100% with Shianand. I mean, it was the moment. I think I was around 10 or 11 years old, and we had this simul, and I got the opportunity to play against him.
Wow.
And just, of course, I got crushed. But I will say I was the one to survive that simul the longest.
Okay.
But I got crushed, of course, eventually. But just seeing him walk around and sort of stand opposite me, I was like, when I grow up, this is what I want to be like. Never got anywhere close, but whatever I think I've achieved in my space, he's been a huge inspiration.
Well, that's one of our semi-final bouts. Of course, we can pull up the schedule. It's not going to surprise anybody because it's just the second day of play. So all of our players who faced off yesterday are facing off against the same opponent today. It's Keimer versus Nakamura, Carlsen versus Caruana, Arjun Erigaisi versus Jan Nepomniachtchi, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave up against Abdul Satorov, and then Praggnanandhaa versus Richard Rapport.
How many tie breaks are we expecting?
I'm expecting one.
Overall or in the semifinals bracket?
Overall.
And which one?
I actually think it's going to be Maxime Vachier-Lagrave versus Nodirbek Abdul Satorov.
Really? So you think Maxime makes a comeback in that one? That's a bold prediction because I thought that Nodirbek, right, after letting that win against Magnus slip, he didn't come on the board yesterday as a dejected, not motivated Noddy. He was the Abdul Satorov on the board. You know, once he got that winning position, once he got that attack going against Maxime, he never let the Frenchman escape. And that just showed immense class. So that's a bold prediction by James right there.
Yeah, we're in France, so I'll say deja vu for Abdul Satorov. It was the same in Weissenhaus, lost the quarterfinals, won his kind of first kind of playoff match after that very convincingly, and got to the 5th, 6th place battle. So Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who we see now very happy, in good spirits, arriving from home in Paris, he definitely has an uphill struggle. I'm going to stick my neck out and say one tiebreak as well. I think it's going to be between Pragg and Rapport at the bottom there.
Really?
In the meantime, these two extremely close on paper.
Well, I'm going to say one tiebreak as well, and I think it's going to be Magnus versus Fabi. That one goes down to
So
the
they were
wire.
the picture of stability yesterday, and they'll just continue on with that today?
I would think so. I think it was just such a balanced match, and I think Fabi's really found his shape, his form, going into the knockout stages, going into the classical format. We were talking about players arriving in good spirits. That's the biggest smile I've seen on Nodirbek's face in a long time. Jan Nepomniachtchi as well. What a game he had yesterday. That incredible Connect 5, you know, the famous 5-pawn chain that he got going against Arjun Erigaisi. Beautiful stuff.
Beautiful stuff. Abdul Satorov smiling with his coach, Rustam Kazimjanov. Very funny guy, Tanya, so no surprises that he was looking in good spirits there.
Yeah, I think the only reason why I'm curious how that matchup in particular plays out is that Nodirbek will flip to the black side of the board, right? And so I like to think that, especially with his style of chess being a little bit more aggressive, white can typically lend itself to that a bit more. Maybe he has some more difficulty playing a defensive style until he finds an opening for a counterpunch or something like that.
Yeah, and that's true. And again, I'll bring it up to the top because Vincent Keimer's success in Weissenhaus was mostly based on his white victories against Magnus and Fabiano. One of those in the final against Fabiano, he got very lucky with the position draw. He had a very favorable position from move one, Vincent Keimer. So today, the position lottery, it could favor the players with the white pieces. Of course, the probability is that it's going to be a very balanced position as usual, but chances for both sides, but you never know.
On the Keimer-Hikaru board especially, I think so much of it will also come down to, you know, the 17th piece that we've been talking so much for Vincent, which is his clock time management. And I've actually come to learn that you can't put much weight on it, perhaps, when it comes to the German Grandmaster, because yes, he takes his time, but he knows exactly when to spend those extra minutes. He knows that this is a critical moment, so that understanding that this is where you need to spend that time and kind of keep everything under control. I think Keimer's shown incredible stuff in that, and then when he's down to the minutes, also showing incredible nerves. We've seen him defend those positions yesterday against Hikaru, where tactics are on the board, and he's just incredibly sharp. So I wonder if that time management, which superficially looks incredibly bad for Keimer, if there's a deeper sort of depth to that.
Yeah, time management kind of historically for Keimer hasn't been his strongest anyway. But I think just knowing when to pause and spend time is even more important in freestyle than it is for kind of traditional chess. Traditional chess, you can blitz out the first 20 moves in the opening. Getting in time trouble later, that's on you.
I was going to say, we're starting to get into that territory where we can talk about time trouble as much as we want for Vincent Keimer, but until it actually has an effect on one of his results or matches, maybe it's not as big a point as we seem to make it out to be.
And it's not only the effect, as you're saying, of holding positions, but also, you know, it's not as if he messed up a winning position because of the clock.
Right.
It hasn't really come to bite him. He still kept everything in the balance. So that's been a very interesting sort of element to his gameplay. And I feel he almost does it better than the rest.
Exactly. So it's one thing to be 40 minutes down on the clock, but if it's ultimately not affecting the result of the game, or not by some, you know, extreme degree, so far, then perhaps it's not a big of an issue than we make it out to be. We've talked a bit about Vincent Keimer versus Hikaru. You said that one of the draws you're calling for the day would be Magnus up against Fabiano. That's our other semi-final bout. These two players have plenty of experience both against each other in classical standard chess, but also in freestyle. I'm curious where Fabi's head is at coming off of the game yesterday, though, because we talked about that being a 2-result game at one point. Fabi win or draw, and then made a peculiar pawn break attempt very late in the game yesterday, Tanya, that you were just on the verge of saying you couldn't really see any top player being willing to make. And I don't know what that says about his mental state, or if he felt that that was the day where he had to win. Maybe he felt he had to win with the white pieces on day one, as opposed to going into day two even against the world number one.
I mean, look at him on the screen. He looks like he's in good spirits. He's having a good time in Paris here. You know, he's always got that smile. He's doing those game nights in the evening with his friends, keeping his spirits high. I think yesterday, Fabi should be happy with the way things went, would be my takeaway, David. In the opening, he navigated those complications. You know, he navigated those strategic points in the position rather well. He kept the time management, the clock under control against Magnus as well. That endgame moment, it was perhaps Fabi just wanting to force or go into a position where he realized he would be on the defense, but nothing out of control. That this is a 100% draw. He knows how to do it, and he did it. He delivered. So perhaps not the way that many of us would have chosen to deal with that position, but maybe he just wanted to shut it down there and then.
Yeah, perhaps. I think for Fabi, 90% of the game, 95% of the game, he would have been very happy yesterday. Just some nervy moments towards the end here. Again, player cards, I would say if he gets a position where he can attack, Fabiano has great chances. But Magnus is the GOAT for a reason. He's going to be hard to get past. He's going to be hard to beat. If this one goes to tie breaks, I think Magnus's advantages increase.
In the pre-show, we were playing some of those videos where the players themselves are reacting to the scorecards. And just one of more of the general realizations that they all made is that attacking scores in general lower than in other places. I'm curious if you felt that same way, if that was something that was consciously done. Yeah. Why is it? Is it just that attacking is something that's hard to really quantify in chess?
It is hard to quantify, and maybe I was too harsh on the attacking stats, but in general, there has been a trend, especially the older players. I hate saying they're old, they're still early mid-30s, but I think they would rather have a strategic battle that they're in full control of these days rather than go all-out attack. If they see that the attack comes with risk, they tend not to go for them, especially Magnus these days. He would far rather have a small middle game advantage where he can build and build and build. For Fabi, he does occasionally go all out. I think the younger players like Arjun Erigaisi, Abdu Sattarov, they are the more attacking players these days, first in tendency, but also in success.
Which is perhaps exactly why you have to aim at getting those messy, chaotic positions against Magnus if you're Fabi right now. A lot of it, of course, depends on what gets pulled out, the position lottery as it is. But trying to outplay a player like Magnus, who you gave 99, surprisingly, Magnus thought that was too high. Yeah. I thought it should have been 100, honestly. But you just cannot expect to outplay this guy with a positional approach. And I wonder if Fabi creates chances. You said it could be a generational thing. Mm-hmm. You know, these older players, they've gone more towards a positional approach. And we also saw at the end of that video that there's another version coming out with the Indian kids. And I wonder if the attack, when it goes younger, perhaps they score more in that department.
Yeah, if you asked me Hikaru Nakamura circa 2010, I would have given 98 attack.
Oh, wow.
And likewise, Fabiano, maybe around 2014, I would have given 97, 98 attack. But they just attack a bit less than they used to, just partly because it's an age thing, partly because they've become very skilled in other parts of their game. They don't have to rely on pure all-out kind of chaos as much as they used to.
And to your point about Magnus even saying perhaps the 99 in strategy was a bit too generous, to me that speaks to kind of a humility that the best players in the world kind of need to have, to realize that there is still room for their game to improve, right? It would be a dangerous thing, I think, for a player to step up and say, no, I'm perfect in that. There's nothing left for me to learn or to figure out in that way. And so for him to continue to have that kind of perspective, you know, that nobody's perfect. I'm not an engine, as much as it appears like I am sometimes.
And chess is infinite like that, right, David? And that's what keeps these players so incredibly motivated. I mean, Magnus has done it all, achieved it all, but he keeps going in the game because he's looking to improve these aspects all the time. You can just never be perfect at chess.
Yeah, from my experience, that's the one thing that holds you back as a player coming through the ranks. As soon as you stop searching for more, searching for perfection, I know a lot of players who are like, yeah, I'm an amazing attacker even. You can tell I'm not an amazing attacker. I've never said that sentence before, but anyone who thinks they're fantastic in one area but stops working on it, that's where the stagnation begins.
All right, well, as the players file into the arena, we're doing our best to snag them for a quick word ahead of each of their matchups. Fabiano was the first one that we managed to get as he dives into day 2 against Magnus Carlsen. Let's take a look.
Fab, it's an important day today. How do you feel in general about your play and your physical condition now?
I think things are looking up in terms of my play, at least. The result is definitely improved from the first day of Rapid especially, and also from the second day of Rapid. And yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a very tough day, of course, no matter what happens. Whether in the classical game, it'll be very tough for sure. And if it's a draw, then the tiebreak obviously will be extremely tough, as they usually are. But I do usually have a tiebreak in the second match, at least traditionally in these events. So I won't complain too much if it goes in that direction. And hopefully I'll be playing well in Rapid this time around.
You were feeling a little bit under the weather in the beginning of the tournament. How hard is it to play chess, really, if you're not 100%?
I'm still not feeling so great physically, but I've been in that position before sometimes. You know, what can you do? It's out of your control sometimes that if you're traveling around a lot, you can be exposed to something. And it's not the worst illness, just a bit of a cold. So, of course, I would rather not be sick. It's not ideal, but I've never noticed that it kills your chest unless you're really sick and you just can't. I've had that sometimes. Like in the World Cup in 2017, I had tonsillitis. I basically couldn't speak. I couldn't swallow. It was a nightmare, and I was on like very heavy medication during that tournament, and it killed my play. But outside of something like that, some minor illness is usually not the worst thing.
The version of Magnus that you're playing here in freestyle compared to classical chess, is there a great difference, or is it the same Magnus Carlsen that shows up, you think?
Basically the same. The only difference is that maybe the likelihood of a draw in classical is a bit lower in freestyle, I would say, just because you have that additional randomness. And in classical chess between two top players, usually you can expect a draw. It's not always the case, but it's very often. And especially, he might not want to take so many risks in like classical chess because, you know, you don't have so many. Like he might try something kind of safe and just test me a bit in the opening. That might be like a different strategy. Here you can't really have a strategy because you just have to play the position that you get and you've seen for the first time 10 minutes ago. And you hope that it's a good position, but you can't control, of course, which position you get.
This is a battle we really look forward to. Good luck to you today, Fabi.
Thank you. Thanks.
Well, of course, wishing Fabiano the best there and very happy that at the very least it's just a minor cold, in which he says hopefully won't affect his play too much up against Magnus Carlsen, because you know you're generally going to have to put up your best against the world number 1.
There's no other way to do it. I mean, it's every aspect of the game. You have to be incredibly sharp and alert. Any kind of position, you have to be ready to play it out. And I think Fabi knows it better than anyone. He's done it in these matches before in standard chess, where he's managed to get Fabi in these Magnus in these messy situations and kind of make the most of that. And I think that's what he'll be aiming for today as well. So much depends on what gets pulled out.
Yeah, these two, they know each other so well. It's going to be hard to pinpoint those weaknesses when they've kind of been able to cover them up throughout so many years of rivalry. Either way,
Bobby kind of expecting that tiebreak as well, but the lottery can give us any kind of wonkiness. Let's dive in and learn our starting position for the day.
Paris leg of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony. I'm delighted to be your host today. It's game 2 of the semi-finals. Tonight we will know who will be fighting for the title over the next couple of days. Before we get to that, let's take a look at some highlights from yesterday.
Welcome to the world of freestyle chess, also known as Chess 960. No opening theory, no prepared moves. Instead, 960 possible starting positions drawn at random just before the game, and every game begins in the unknown.
I think it's possible to learn 960 starting positions, but it's impossible to then learn the different variations that could happen, because it's already difficult in chess in just one position to learn all the different openings. It's close to impossible as it is, so if you multiply that by 960, I think it's going to be impossible.
I think it would defeat a little bit of the purpose of freestyle to try and learn the intricacies of every position. I think what is more realistic is that you group certain positions together, that there are certain patterns that will emerge where you can learn if certain pieces are on certain squares, if there are certain configurations, then these rules may sometimes apply and so on. I think that can be done a lot faster. To actually remember preparation for every position, I think is very hard.
Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen played to a draw, but what else can you expect when two of the world's best players face off?
Well, I was suffering from a risk-free position, so of course I never went outside of the bounds of a draw, but I can't really make progress. That was also what I felt, and then at some point I just started to get worse, so I was trying to already shut the game down at that point.
Hikaru Nakamura offered a draw to Vincent Keimer, and the two agreed to split the point.
My sense is that I was much better in the opening. I suspect that I had some chances, but it was very complicated and probably came down to like 1 or 2 moves. And then at some point, once that moment had passed, I kind of should have just made the draw. It wasn't a great game, but I think a draw is always good in a match format.
In the match for 5th or 7th place, Nodibek Abdusattorov scored a win against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, showcasing sharp play and strong technique. Meanwhile, Jan Nepomniachtchi concluded his game with a commanding victory as Arjun Erigaisi was forced to resign under mounting pressure. The draws today keep the tension high heading into the second day of the semi-finals. Stay tuned.
So we heard it there yesterday. Both games in the semi-finals ended in draws today. A high chance for a playoff. We'll see if we get our first Armageddon. But first off, it is time to draw the first position. And in order to help me, I would like to welcome to the stage Louis from Wallauer. Give him a round of applause. Louis. As always, the players will have 10 minutes now to prepare. So to the players, best of luck, and to our audience, please have fun.
H4 probably is playable. B4, A4.
E4 wouldn't be
Okay, actually no, yeah. C4, C5 probably. I mean, the square is probably nothing.
Maybe
Right?
B4 here. B4
Yeah,
would be
no, C4 is probably not a move. Let's start with B4.
I don't think it should be taken.
Well, it should be T7.
Wait, so which move here?
I mean, like, we grab the center.
This is definitely critical because
Yeah, also.
maybe B6 here.
In B5 you go A4.
Yeah, B5, A4, right?
I don't think it should go.
Yeah, B5 looks wrong. So this is very critical.
You can't. Everything is defended. Could also be boring.
Yeah, this is probably just boring with C5 max board. No center really. C4, C5.
What about B5?
B5, D5.
Or even A6 maybe.
Yeah, I mean A6, D5, even E6, D5 probably is not. No, this is probably very boring. So B4, okay. A4, whatever.
E4, B5, I think, yeah.
So E4, E4.
Yeah, but B5.
B5.
What about C5? What about C5?
Also,
Because you have B6, bishop A6, or bishop B7 very quickly.
Yeah,
No, this one I think is
D4.
Yeah, D4. Okay, now two options. D5. I mean, also B5 maybe, but okay, let's just say D5, just solid.
Actually, I like. Or B5, B4. That's a question.
Yeah, B5, A4 also. Knight D3, A5, bishop A6. Yeah, that's probably okay.
Also, yeah.
Yeah, A5. But even this, I mean.
I mean, if we want to be
Yeah,
solid. But like, none of us mind being solid.
Yeah. I'm happy to be solid, of course. No, but somehow this just looks wrong with the queen on A1. It wouldn't make
93 and C4 is coming.
93? Ah, okay, you're very fast.
Okay, let's see D4, D5, C4.
Yeah. D4.
D4.
Oh,
Yeah, but again,
Or you know, actually B6 because
D4.
anytime you know that this is going to be a problem. Anytime you have B3.
and then C5, E6.
Maybe such a
I think black is just better.
Yeah,
it could be, no, it could be like I go like knight C3. I mean, depends on how much can I do on risk.
But I'm, yeah.
Get B3, 96.
93. This makes no sense, yeah.
96 doesn't look like a
Yeah, I mean, I don't like 96.
So I prefer like to F6 probably.
It's like B6 here, C4.
Yeah, like, is C4 really such a big threat?
You can't really play.
And if you go like C6.
You want to play this one?
It's queen, yeah.
Yeah, but okay, I play like regularly like bishop whatever or something there.
This is probably not bad. Like
But
bishop
C6,
C7,
bishop,
knight F6.
okay, bishop F5 doesn't play bishop knight F3.
Knight F6, bishop 7, queen D8.
Yes. I mean, or maybe bishop C7 with bishop.
Yeah, it feels a little bit. But I don't know. But if white's not getting E4, I don't know. Like bishop C7.
Also bishop.
Bishop G4. Yeah, bishop G4 and the knight. Yeah. This makes sense.
Bishop, yeah, to G6, maybe bishop to G6 later on.
But bishop G5 is.
No, this is probably okay.
Bishop G5, maybe knight E6.
But it's still.
Yeah, take also. EF6.
But I mean, is there really nothing
Take,
else in
and then attack with D5.
D4?
How do you take it twice?
Like, let's go with B5. I mean, is there something?
I mean, the structure is a bit concerning.
I still want to go B3 like this.
But this B5 is really good because we don't really want to put bishop B7 better because of narrative there is always a 3-4.
Yeah, I mean, that's.
It looks also like a weak
Like queen's in it also. B6, bishop B7.
And C5?
Bishop B7?
Yeah, D5, yeah.
Yeah, I think D5. D5 looks right. D5, B3.
In general, A5 is probably not the way, no? Like in a moment, yeah? Because white's knight goes to C3.
Yeah, with knight D3, knight C3 very fast.
It's already B6, because C4 I have bishop A6. Could be.
Bishop D3?
Yeah, just.
Or knight D3, yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's.
So let's say
No,
E6?
no, bishop A3.
Ah, okay, so okay, knight F6 now. Also knight bishop F3.
Yeah, it feels artificial.
Bishop A3. I mean, this looks very scary.
Okay.
Just thinking about it too.
You get quite a lot of time, right?
What about 1B3?
After C5 for B6.
And C5. Or or c4? I mean,
c4, c5, b3.
Yes. But here, knight c6 maybe.
Yeah, but then you're messing up the queen a little bit, no? What are we gonna say?
f4.
F4, e3.
Also, do we want to include h4, h5?
Yeah, this is a question at any moment.
Yeah. I mean, in general, casting will be kind of tricky. Yeah, we probably don't want to cast something. Or maybe I guess after. Yeah, we'll push it. But I guess if you want to get this done, it makes sense to start first with c4, right?
I'm not sure we need to meet h5 with h4. It's like we got...
Yeah. Especially with queen in the corner, time can... Yeah. Also h5, there might be some like f4 setup, right? Like f4, e3, and then g5, h4, and these squares.
This is what I mentioned. No. Yeah, but it looks very nice. No? Yeah. At least somewhat.
d5 maybe is too much. I really need to scale maybe. Actually, we
Why? Never mind. d5.
Yeah, just d5.
Queen b2. This is an extremely harmonious setup, no? Bishops are perfect.
Yes.
And knights are really good. Yeah.
It's always.
We're not worried about like some setup where black goes, I don't know, takes, like black will set up e6, f5, and kind of blunt this.
At e6 we can even go e4.
Like now we can start.
Yeah, also. But e6 bishop e3 already have to play d6.
Yeah. Black doesn't have time. I think black.
c4, b6, like black tries to do what?
Yeah, this is maybe. Yeah, this is the thing, because I kind of wanted b3, b6, and then d4. Just to sort of trick black out of. Maybe b3, b5, yeah. c4. Okay, we're assuming b5, cba 6 is not that great.
It doesn't feel like that down.
So b6, like b6, b3. Is there really a better move here? Yeah. What's the setup like? See, let's say here black goes f5. Okay. I mean, we're either winning or worse, right? I mean, guess you want to take or 93?
Players 30 seconds to start.
Yeah, you do.
We're taking a trip down to the single digits with our starting position, just number 4. And while the players were taking an opportunity to discuss, we were passed a little bit of information around the similarity this position has to a position that we actually saw back at Weisenhaus in 2025, just a couple months ago. It came actually in a similar round, in this kind of semi-final day round, in a tie-break situation between Fabiano and Sindarov, and Gukesh and Hikaru. Both of those games ending in a draw, they were playing position number 5. And so if we can maybe get the position up on the screen, David can help us share with the viewers what those small differences are between our position that we have here today and the position that was played back at Weisenhaus. Because while there is one distinct difference, we have some questions as to whether or not that really is going to result in any different strategic approach. As you can see here, David has already highlighted the 2 pieces that would have essentially swapped places back in position 5. So that light squared bishop jumping over to where the knight is, and the knight taking the light squared bishop's position. Tanya, what do you make of it?
It's a small difference, but I think in freestyle chess, every one such switch really matters a lot. We can see in this situation, for example, a lot what the players were analyzing was to open the diagonals. You know, long-range pieces, we've spoken about this. When you've got your queens and bishops in the corner, you look for moves that get those pieces rolling up. And in that other 5 position, the bishop would still take some time to come into this big diagonal. But here you can immediately sort of start lining up against the right side of the board. What we do have, first I'm going to say, I just love it when we see these players analyzing together. We don't have a 0-0-7, we have a 0-0-4, but they're still bonding with each other. I just want to say that. But right now, one pawn undefended. It's the central pawn, and it can't be targeted. So instead, you need to look for ways to activate your pieces. And I think there were 2 moves, David, that the players eventually came to: central controlling squares, opening up those diagonals. And I'm expecting to see one of those 2 center pawns moving forward, either the one in front of the knight or the bishop.
Yeah, very logical here. I can't wait to see what the players have in store for us.
Yeah, hopefully you were listening closely. Yesterday was the first day on the broadcast where we played the prediction game with the viewers at home, either on Instagram or in Twitch. You can follow the pinned information to get a part of that giveaway opportunity. You do have to correctly predict the first 2 moves on every single one of the boards, so it's not an easy task. And I'll be honest, I didn't know, or rather believe, that anybody might get it done. But yesterday we have our first winner. It's Atomake. Coming away with the victory, correctly predicting across all 5 boards. They're going to win some signed cards from each of the players. Make sure you're locked in on your DMs there, because we'll be reaching out directly to you to get those prizes all sorted out. And here we go to the 5 board to see who will be the first to make a move. And it looks like it will be Maxime Vachier-Lagrave there in the bottom left, electing for the C4 push. One of those 2 pawn pushes that we believe most, if not all, players with white will open the game with.
Or the one next to that, the one in front of the knight, could also move 2 steps forward, opening the other bishop right next to it. Really fascinating how none of the other boards have made a decision so far. So unclear how they want to start with, and I think everyone's learned that it's absolutely wise, no matter how sure you are of your core analysis, to actually take some time and make the decision for yourself. I'm expecting a mix-up, David, a few boards going for what we're seeing played by Maxime, and a few other boards going with a different approach of the knight pawn moving forward.
Yeah, we await a decision. The players were discussing 4 or 5 different moves with white. So, yeah, Maxime the first to decide.
Whoa, and Hikaru not on his chair, as usual. I mean, yesterday, I think he spent more time not being there than he was there. He was walking, pacing around, while Keimer, of course, burning the clock. We're going to see more of that today, just a Keimer versus chair match.
I think Hikaru is just showing us that he's the most efficient human in the building. He's both getting his steps in and playing a semi-final at the same time.
Yeah, and okay, predictions. Oh, Magnus does the same, copies Maxime. Arjun does the same, copies Maxime. We see 2 moves there. Jan Nepomniachtchi also making his move. So any predictions? I wonder whether they included that symmetry.
I love how, no matter what, Jan Nepomniachtchi is not going to get beaten on the clock. That'll never be the case for him. Just blitzes out the response, while still plenty of players are considering their first move of the game.
And no matter that Maxime has it on the board, Magnus has it on the board, Arjun's played the same move, Vincent still thinking. You know, not just going blindly and following the ideas that he sees around him, but he wants to make his own decision. And we're seeing a bit of copycat play across the boards. So the first, well, I want to say the first move and then what white followed up with, similar patterns occurring all along. Opening up the bishop and then the queen on the left side of the board, aiming
to break the symmetry with the pawn in front of the knight, eventually moving 2 steps forward, now defended by that corner queen.
Wow, Vincent, the first, the only one still going here. 4 of the 5 boards have started with that c-pawn, the pawn in front of the dark square bishop.
I need one player to go with the pawn in front of the knight.
He's not going to do the same. I think he's going to go his own way. He always does it, right? He has quite a leading voice in the player discussions, Vincent. He's always quite strong there, always quite outspoken, but when it comes to making the actual decisions over the board, far more calculated.
Right, but if his patterns hold true, it could be another 15 minutes before we see a move made on that board in the top left of your screens. Real quickly, I just want to zoom out, take stock of the heart rate, see if anybody's feeling the pressure early on here on our second day of the semifinals. For many of our players, as Tanya mentioned earlier, there's a lot of money at stake here. Just pushing yourself either into that contention for 5th place as opposed to 7th, or for the top table as opposed to 3rd. Getting it done here and now would do wonders for them.
Yeah, Arjun down where we expect him in the lower range there, heart rates. Everyone else quite excited.
Yeah.
Big day, of course. A lot will be decided today. And I'm pretty sure we'll see those heart rates only rise throughout the course of the action.
Huge day today, right? For the 2 spots, especially into the finals, with the money on the line, the tour points on the line, glory on the line, and just the championship. Something that Magnus doesn't have. He doesn't have Islam. He knows how important this one is. He's hungry for it. He's playing against Fabi. Never going to be easy. By the way, also, Kayma, still no first move. I really want him to prove my prediction right, David. I need a switch up from what we're seeing across the boards.
Which one do you think he's going to push, Vincent Kayma, top left?
It's got to be the knight, the pawn in front of that center knight. There are 2 center knights. I mean the one closer to the bishop, the one right next to the bishop. Push that pawn 2 steps forward. I got to get at least one prediction right in Paris.
How about another prediction? How long will it take Vincent to make his first move?
Let's see, he's down. I think it'll be 10 more minutes.
10 more minutes, wow. That's a lot. I'd go with max 5.
Oof. I'll go with...
Don't say 7.5.
2 minutes.
Okay.
He'll move in 2 minutes' time.
And can we decide the closest wins?
The closest wins?
The closest to the time that he actually takes.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, let's do it.
Exactly that. So, we'll keep an eye on Vincent Kayma's board. Top left right now. A lot of symmetry, though, elsewhere. All the c-pawns pushing forward. Normally in traditional chess, we'd call this the symmetrical English opening. I'm not sure this is the English opening here, but either way, logical move, opening up some bishops.
Yeah, so far all the players going the same way. Our most advanced board would be that top right, where still the symmetry holds between both players, just making 2 moves apiece. Opening up those queens and bishops for their long diagonals.
I wonder, James, if what's holding Kayma back from making that move that we see across the board is an interesting idea that could be a follow-up to it. We've seen the symmetry all across. But in fact, things can get pretty spicy if instead of following that, Hikaru decides to sacrifice one of his flank pawns if Vincent was to go with the identical idea. And maybe that's what he's trying to calculate. We've seen that pattern occur before in freestyle chess, where a player gives up a pawn for activity.
Yeah, well, maybe we can use the Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Arjun board to kind of explore some of those ideas while they've already committed to these early 2 moves. I don't know if the idea is still available in this board here, Tanya.
I think David's got this. He'll show what I'm talking about. What we're seeing on our live board was perfect symmetry. But perhaps what's holding Kayma back from making his first move is another idea. And we've seen this pattern across happen so many times in freestyle chess, where you kind of pull your opponent's center pawn towards the side of the board for the sake of fast piece development. So the pawn in front of the bishop would move 2 steps forward, a kind of a Benko gambit, sort of an approach from a standard chess position. You give up that pawn, and I don't think it's great. I see the bar rising up, but you can eventually see the bishop and the queen lining up on that long diagonal, the black knights moving forward towards the center of the board. Is it just something that could be on a player's radar, especially when you're playing a guy like Hikaru?
Yeah, we were eavesdropping in on the players' conversations, and Magnus, who is part of the white team today, when he was endorsing this first move, I think the players eventually came to the same consensus. We see that on the other boards. He did say, oh, but we are assuming that b5 takes, and a6 is nothing, right? And the other players were like, oh yeah. And then the time ran out just before the games began. So this is definitely on their radar, Tanya. I think they all kind of believed it was nothing. After all, white is going to be a pawn up. But look at the danger here. If you already take, black suddenly has an advantage. Black is doing well because this pawn is undefended.
Wow.
And we call it the Benko Gambit because you get 2 open lines here as black. You get a bit more central control compared to your opponent's army. Black actually has 1 nice pawn island, we call it. All the pawns connected. White has 2 pawn islands, 1 larger one and 1 very small island on the edge. So the pawn number is less important than the piece development. So this would be very interesting.
Breaking news, we've got move 1 on Keimer's board, and he does switch it up. He decides not to allow any of this chaos. And finally, my first prediction comes true in Paris.
Nice. Vincent Keimer opening, I was going to say with the queen's pawn, with the knight's pawn this time in the center.
And while it is the smallest of differences, as has been so true for Vincent Keimer throughout his entire freestyle chess career, as short as it might be up to this point, he finds the slightly more accurate move, as according to the engine, from the get-go.
How does he do it every time? There's literally 20 possible first moves for white, and 90% of the time he chooses the best move according to the computers. I think he's done some secret studying. I think he's been playing it down how much he's worked on freestyle chess, because you don't get lucky like this just on instinct, intuition alone.
But I'll say this is peculiar because typically, again, when we see these bishops, queens tucked into corners and stuff like that, I would think unlocking the line of sight of one of the bishops that can actually threaten a pawn from the get-go would be the wiser choice. And instead, goes for the dark squared bishop that doesn't have an immediate threat delivered to the other side of the board.
Yeah, I must admit this is kind of puzzling to me as well, very mysterious. Although the players, the white team, they did have this on the board very early on. It was kind of their first thought, their first instinct. To me, it's odd because the pawn is also undefended, so you might lose a bit of time defending it later. And also the white queen not as happy because I thought this diagonal might be a nice kind of a nice hunting ground for the white queen. Instead, that diagonal has been blocked. It's going to be harder to bring her out into the future. This is aimed, though, at breaking the symmetry. If black copies, the players were discussing what happens next if white pushes this pawn, followed by a Queen's Gambit-esque type of pawn structure.
I was going to say, for you know, all of the hubbub that we're making about this first move, there's still the opportunity that this board finds itself going to the same position as the other boards, just in a different move order overall. Because just taking a look, Arjun has made that d4 push as well more recently, and so has Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So most of the players with white still finding time to get this pawn in front of the knight there, pushed a little bit forward to match what Keimer has done.
Okay, interesting here. I think we're going to see Hikaru spend 5-10 minutes on the clock as well. He has an abundance of choice. Meanwhile, as you mentioned there, James, Vachier-Lagrave, and it looks like Carlsen and Arjun all of the same mindset. Maybe Pragnananda as well, if given the opportunity, trying to break open the center, get the white queen out into the game as early as possible.
This has been so much of a pattern, right, where we see players choose the first move, calculating just a little ahead to ensure that they're the ones who strike first, who break that symmetry first. And often in freestyle, it's the player who breaks it, gets the early, well, slight edge to play for something. Your queen is going to come out earlier. You know, eventually the bishop can line up with it. You've got the open diagonals, more control over the central squares as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how Fabi responds to it. We already have one response and no surprises. It's, of course, Jan Nepomniachtchi. You know, he's just blitzing out his moves. He's already up in that match, needs only a draw for the victory, and a trade in the center has happened.
Well, as we make our way over to the Magnus versus Caruana board, I want to touch base with Vincent Keimer, who as well took a moment to stop by and give us a word ahead of his matchup here today.
Vincent, how are you feeling before this rather important day?
Yeah, quite good and also surprisingly calm. Maybe it's, yeah, because things have been going quite well, and also, you know, the feeling is clear that I can't do much to prepare for the game. So yeah, I just came here as fresh as possible and will now give my very best to play as good as I can.
Interesting to say that, because I was going to follow up with a question within that. can it sometimes be almost a little frustrating to not be able to do more in advance? You want to do something to prepare, but it's hard to know what?
It could be, but here I'm just enjoying it. So the games themselves are very tough, and also, we have to play from move one, and we can't really rely on experience or structures we know. So for every move, we really need to spend quite a lot of time thinking, and we can't. Every imprecision will be punished on that level. So that's kind of tough. It's good to have some time left to refresh instead of having to prepare.
And you feel good today?
Yes.
I look forward to it. Thank you, Vincent.
Thank you.
As Keimer stays true to his word and spends that time to think before he makes the first move of the day. We're going to take a look at Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana. It's the world number 1 against the world number 5. And this is what I mean when I say, for all of the talk we have about that first move made by Keimer, we could very much see his game develop in a similar way to the rest of our other boards. Because here you see, while that c4 pawn push was gone for first, we had the symmetry. Now there's the opportunity to break that symmetry with the d4 pawn as well.
I don't know, guys. I feel we did a little dirty to Fabi there. Those hero shots for each of the players have so much incredible swag. They come on, they're looking cool, they give you the stare on, and then you got Fabi there coming on and adjusting his glasses. I'd almost say Harry Potter-esque of Fabi, almost, but I just feel like that demanded a little bit more.
You saying like a glasses readjust is not an intimidating thing to your two co-commentators who are currently wearing glasses? Look, I'm sorry that God didn't give us perfect vision. Okay.
I'm far from it as well, James. But that felt more, less like an intimidating glass adjust. Not the roll-on glass falls from the top of your head over to your eyes, but more like, hey, I can't see this properly. What's going on? I just feel we could have got a better hero shot from Fabi.
All right.
He deserves it.
All right, notes for future events.
And talking of Harry Potter, do you think Fabiano's going to be scarred by all of the results he's had against Magnus in freestyle in recent times? Magnus having the upper hand in a lot of big clashes over the last couple of years.
And that always plays such a big role, right? Where you've got a player you find it so incredibly hard to fight against, especially based on the results, the performances that you've had in recent past. Freestyle itself, whether it was in Singapore or in Weissenhaus 24, Magnus getting the win in that. But I just feel the incredible experience that they have between each other, they don't let that get to the head. Magnus already lives rent-free pretty much in the heads of all his colleagues. But to let the fact that, yes, you've had a couple of losses would only come in your way. I think Fabi, with his experience, knows he needs to leave that behind, has to focus on the job at hand. I'd love to see a scar, though, appear out of nowhere.
Lightning fast.
Might convince you guys then.
And let's just break down the last few moves very quickly. Let's go for a very quick action replay. We did see symmetry on the first few moves, and Magnus now break the symmetry by getting his pawn into the center first. Black could try and copy, we should mention, but copycat chess here would leave black most likely with an isolated pawn, unless you want to continue the take situation here. But if you just recapture it in the center, the big difference here is that black is left with a very big weakness long term, and a weakness that can be targeted by pieces. There's a nice outpost as well for the white knight in front of that pawn, eternal outpost. So Fabiano decided, okay, I have to break the symmetry finally. Magnus's queen comes out, and normally the queen coming out before any of her pieces isn't a great idea because she can be booted around the board. She's the most valuable piece, so anytime she's hit by a lower value piece, she has to flee, has to retreat. But the idea is just to get a better pawn structure. Here Fabiano can bring his knight out, the queen will retreat. But white here with the connect 3 does control a lot of squares, and the white knight has a nice outpost coming into the game. The black queen, very passive.
Yeah, early queen activity, a bit of a rarity in standard chess. It's kind of a commonality in freestyle chess.
Mm-hmm.
And a really important one, because especially when your queen's in the corner and you don't manage to get it out into the game early on, we've seen that queen, which is worth a 9 point in the point system, be completely worthless and turn out to be a decisive factor. So whenever you've got it at the very, at the very corner, the first move, you want to get it out. It's in the center of the board, and it will find itself in a safe spot. And then finally, the bishop landing on that beautiful diagonal that you pointed out.
Yeah, to be honest, like first glance, this looks very, very good for white. And again, pattern recognition that we sometimes try and use from traditional chess to borrow ideas. This pawn structure arises from the English opening, from the Reti opening, from some Sicilians if white pushes this pawn forward. So Magnus is bringing the position back towards waters that he knows very well. And black here with this pawn structure, maybe he'll put pawns all on the 6th rank and set up in what we normally call the hedgehog structure, because it is a bit prickly, but black is very cramped in those structures. Doesn't have a great reputation at the top level necessarily. I don't think Fabiano is going to be happy with the early outcome here of the opening.
He looks a bit stressed as well on camera, right? Where he's trying to figure out, of course, early days, and there are no big weaknesses, but it's this feeling that you will end up in a slightly more passive middle game, in something where you will have to be on the defense and not so easy to find your own counterplay. You know, you want to line up your own bishop and the queen, but if Fabi was to do that, the queen does get stuck pretty much for a long time there. And if not, then where are you developing your bishop? If you move the pawn in front of the knight one step ahead, then the other bishop, it comes in the way of the bishop next to that. So just no easy way for black to find harmony in development.
Yeah, what do you think the moves Fabi is debating between here? I'm trying to connect the ideas that you guys were explaining just a moment ago, where the dark squared bishop for white slides up, creating that battery with the queen along that long diagonal. If that's going to be the attack plan here for white, I'm thinking we can tie that in with another idea, which is bringing pressure towards the queen early on, punish her for coming out early. I think I see a way to do that by jumping one of our knights forward. Actually, I was looking at the other light square exactly, because that both defends the pawn in front of the king while simultaneously hitting the queen.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, that was the choice of Nodibek Abdusattorov. He also reached this position. And in that game, the black knight did jump forward to hit the white queen. Just to mention, Jan Nepomniachtchi went a different direction. He chose to develop the other knight first, maybe keeping his options open with the other knight. But okay, copycat and good call. Prediction game on point, James. Attacking the queen here.
Some predictions are easier to make than others, I think, and feels like a fairly logical move. I think I understand the knight move made by Jan as well, because while it doesn't attack the queen, it still, in effect, guards that pawn by positioning the knight out in front of it.
Mm-hmm. And the square I'm expecting Magnus to use is this one. And that is, again, by analogy. There's a variation of the Sicilian defense called the Carlsen variation, and that involves the white queen coming out as early as move 4 and dropping itself back to this square on the next turn. So that's something that Magnus has kind of pioneered in normal chess, so why not borrow that idea here and now? Tanya, what do you make of this middle game that we're about to see?
I like what you're suggesting, but another move that comes to mind is to get more aggressive. And I do think Magnus will go with the idea, but I'm just wondering if you could be thinking about swooping the queen to that corner square, the flank square, and just attacking another weakness on the board, an undefended pawn, lining itself up with the bishop as well for maybe some potential future attacks. One way that Fabi can handle it is to bring the other knight forward. Again, a multi-purpose move. You know, you develop, but you also defend your weaknesses, both of them in this case, blocking the attack on the center pawn as well as guarding the pawn next to the black king. But wondering if this is a choice to be considered to maybe go more aggressive with the queen on the rook file.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I like that one as well. I probably would have suggested it if I'd seen it, but I just forgot this pawn was loose. This pawn was undefended. Does gain a bit of time. Very attractive move there.
I tell you one way we can maybe get some answers to the questions that we're asking. It's the confessional booth, and as has been the case all tournament long, Magnus Carlsen was the first of the players to dive into it and share some of his thoughts on the position that they drew today, position 4. Let's take a look at what Magnus had to say.
I think we gotta find a new chess variant. This game has become so dominated by preparation, so monotonous. You see, three of the games are in the same position. To be fair, those moves are kind of so blindingly obvious and natural that it's hard not to make them. And as we analyzed earlier on, like, it's a very, very superficial look, but it seemed to me that white would have quite a pleasant game after gaining a little bit of space in the center and bringing the queen into the game. Of course, I lose a little bit of time, but unless he can successfully execute d5 without the queen being super active, then I should have some initiative. It's interesting to see that Vincent has gone his own way, though. I'm sure he had his reasons, but yeah, I kind of like the way things are going.
Yeah, a bit of good humor as well, the sarcasm in his voice. You got to come up with a new chess variant because too many of the boards are going the same way today.
Or you could just cut out all the screens and not have the option to look at what your teammates have gone with.
Yeah, how about that? No screens until a bit later in the games when the players have gone their own way, and you're not allowed to leave the board for the first 5 moves, so you can't go peek at other players and their working. But yeah, interesting that there's a lot of kind of mirroring going on on the other boards. But okay, stopped to think now, Magnus Carlsen with his queen hit.
Which makes me think that he is perhaps considering alternatives to the Carlsen opening, as you were pointing out. And we might see either the queen retreat or move to a more aggressive square on the board.
Magnus thinking in this position, Vasil Graf also thinking in this exact same position. Prag and Rapport, they've gone slightly their own way, but could be heading in similar directions a bit later. Meanwhile, Hikaru Nakamura spent 11 minutes on his first move and has finally pushed a pawn in the center. So total symmetry there, Vincent Keimer.
Ooh.
Now just replying.
Actually, as you say that, Vincent Keimer responds. So why don't we just go ahead and hop over to that board, just so our viewers at home don't have to try and paint the mental picture for themselves. And instead, we can do the work for them. Like I said, I think we're fast moving into basically the same board state in a number of ways. The major difference is going to be what Hikaru responded with.
And he responded initially with symmetry. And here, a pawn push. The players were initially debating just to backtrack and show an action replay. This central pawn met by black central pawn. The players were discussing this move, which is the queen's gambit in traditional chess. But then they said, oh, the queen's gambit here should be accepted because the white queen looks a bit silly in the corner and this pawn can't be regained anytime soon. Black will actually defend this pawn and open up the black queen on the diagonal. They decided this was not a fruitful sacrifice, so preparing it now, Vincent Keimer. This pawn had to push in order to slightly open up the white queen, and next move he's going to try and break open in the center. So as you said there, White's first 3 moves are likely to be the same as on every other board.
Exactly. But that's important to note that no other player with the black pieces has committed their d-pawn to any kind of movement just yet.
Which changes a very key point about the position, right? That the queen still remains blocked. There's no queen in the center, no open diagonal just yet. We talk about how to activate one of the majors, the biggest one, but there's another major on the right side of the board, right? And you come to the idea, what are you going to do with your king in the rook position? Now, whenever there is a corner rook, we often see the idea of development depends on moving the pawn in front of the rook forward and then going for the rook lift. You know, you want to get that battery going, maybe a potential attack, but with the bigger idea, David, to get that rook into the game.
Exactly. I'm pretty sure on some of the boards, I'm going to say at least half of the boards, that at some point we'll see these 2 pawn pushes. Essentially, once, let's say, black copies, I'm pretty sure Vincent Keimer wants to push this pawn, but let's say he starts by pushing the h-pawn. I'm very confident that Hikaru is going to stop this pawn advancing. If you ignore it, say just develop, then White's rook has so much scope now to shift up the board, as you mentioned, rook lift, swing across, maybe go for the black king. Meanwhile, the black rook in the corner, that is the main problem, and it's unlikely to move for the rest of this game. In terms of castling, Tanya, probably neither side is going to castle just because they already have that castling formation. They already have their king and rook here as they would normally end up in traditional chess.
It's already done for them. There's no need to think about it. All you have to think is how to activate those rooks, right? And I actually think that the concept, you know, the tactical motive, the idea, the plan of a rook lift is one of the more underrated concepts in chess. It's an incredibly powerful way of bringing out your major pieces. We often think, and correctly so, that rooks belong on open files. But it doesn't always have to be associated with a pawn break. You know, you've got this really interesting concept of moving ahead, frontal and then laterally across the board. You can decide you want to place it against your opponent's king, which file you want to bring it to gives you a lot of flexibility. And in freestyle chess, I think it's extremely important, especially when one of the rooks is on the corner square.
Yeah, AI has taught us a lot, but AlphaZero, the first real AI neural network engine in chess, that one did teach us that pushing the corner pawns forward can be very, very productive, not only to act as a battering ram against the opponent, just to kind of put the pawn as far forward as possible to gain space to open up the rooks in the corner. And this is one of those freestyle starting positions where the rook's in the corner. They very much want to be activated there. The only other way that this rook gets into the game is if the other rook moves out the way and then kind of it hops over to castle, but that is so time-consuming, so convoluted. I think we're going to see those H-pawns push up the board. And probably quite soon in some of the games.
Probably quite soon, but probably not this one, because this looks to be the slowest game of the day. And interestingly enough, again, it's a tiny disparity, but for the first time in all of Classical, Vincent's actually the one up on the clock.
Not on my 25 bingo card at all, and that also especially against a player like Hikaru. But one thing's become clear to everyone watching, us commentators, all the players, that just how incredibly strong Vincent Keymer is. So I think the players, even the top one, even the absolute best, they're taking every single move against this guy so seriously and putting so much weight on the opening phase of the game. Perhaps a page that they've taken out of Vincent's book himself.
Yeah, my biggest regret this year in 2025 so far is agreeing to play in the German league when I found out I was likely to play Vincent Keymer. I thought it would be a fun challenge, but probably the most one-sided game I've lost in recent times. He's leveled up. He was not as feared an opponent.
What are you talking about? That's a privilege, my friend.
It was a privilege losing 5 rating points, 6 rating points.
It's about the experience.
Yeah, I'm not
Don't
sure.
get hung up on the points.
I'm not sure it was worth it.
Oh,
But this has to make you feel better. I mean, just looking at the class
It makes me feel better that he's crushing the top guys.
Will it be worth it if he wins Paris?
Yes, then I'll take some credit. I'll be like, yeah, you warmed up against me.
There it is. There it is.
But no, Vincent, I mean, just to be more serious about it, like his classical rating of, what is it, around 27, 20, it's too low. It's just, it surprises me to see him at 27, 20, some of the other guys now, the younger guys, closing in on the 2,800 mark, because there doesn't feel like there's much between them. We see it in freestyle chess. His openings are also strong in classical. So
that was the question I was going to ask, because that is the major difference.
Watch out, guys.
Hikaru heard us.
Says, you know what, enough talking about Keymer. Hey, look at me. I am one of the best in this one. And he really is. But David, coming back to what you said, I think a lot of it is also just about the kind of training that Keymer has had in classical play, right? His principled understanding. He studied so much of the games, of the greats of the past, with Peter Lecko's influence as well, that positional strategic aspect. And we see that played out so well.
But why isn't he as high rated as Gukesh? Why isn't he as high rated as Erigaisi, as Prague,
Has
as
there been
Firouzja?
Has there been a sort of a strong emphasis on a certain style of play, perhaps? And in classical chess, maybe when it comes to these aggressive, like how Arjun plays, like how Alireza plays, when it comes to these tactical positions, is that something that perhaps Vincent can further improve on?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, when I was preparing for him, when I played him back at the end of February after Weissenhaus, I was looking at his openings, and they were very positional, like very positional. He has very small ideas here and there, but nothing to immediately go on the attack, knock the opponents out. Unfortunately, he did find a way to attack against me, which didn't work out to my benefit. But maybe that's the one thing I would pinpoint. I would say that he should feel the courage now to be more aggressive.
Exactly.
To be more kind of direct in the openings.
I think if Vincent is able to get that more universal play, you know, the strength that he has in the feel and the understanding of where the pieces belong, the right plans in a position to execute, the strategic concepts, the long-term aspects of a position. If he gets to that strength when it comes to these tactical, aggressive positions as well, the ability to take that risk intuitively, perhaps when you have to make a choice between a risky option and a more cautious approach, you know, if he's able to find that balance, I think that rating would go absolutely skyrocketing for him in standard chess.
Well, Hikaru is really feeling forced to think here in his response to the early moves made by Keimer. Again, the only board going their own way straight out the gate. Let's go back over to our other semifinal bout between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana, just because we did see a couple of moves come out. The response to the Queen, which was the last time we had left it, with the first of the two Black Knights jumping out. Magnus would just go for a retreating move there with the Queen, dropping her back to the second rank. And now the other knight develops as well here for the side of Fabiano.
Yeah, and suddenly the bar rises slightly in White's favor. I think the only explanation I can come up with, Tanya, for not sliding the White Queen across to the square you wanted to use is maybe that other motif we mentioned, that the White Pawn wants to actually step forward. So maybe he wants to push this pawn forward at some point soon and then bring his rook up. The White Queen might have got in the way of that. But yeah, it's yet to be seen. Probably no kind of concrete right or wrong answer here. In the meantime, Black does have a small threat, at least in terms of equalizing the position. If Black gets to break out in the center, kind of trade off for the head of White's pawn chain, then we will see total symmetry and total equality. So Magnus will want to stop this move from being enacted.
And maybe the way to do that is to develop your knight towards the center of the board and then take that square under control with three forces. You've got the queen defending it, the pawn and the knight, at least for the time being, to stop it. And I wonder if Fabi is going to sort of reinforce that idea with a developing move of his own, you know, get the bishop out. Because once Black gets that pawn break at the center, line up the rook against the queen and strike in the center, one has the feeling that the position will open up, perhaps to favor Fabi in this case.
Yeah, it looks like Fabi's very much ready. Actually, Fabiano is ahead in development, we should mention. The two Black Knights have come out. White has spent 2 moves with the Queen. That's the one thing Magnus highlighted in his confessional. He said it costs time, but he does have a better pawn structure now. So if he can make sure that no kind of openings of the position ever occur, then the time usage with his Queen, the 2 tempi, we would say in chess, the 2 tempi that have been lost, they won't be so relevant.
You know, early on you had mentioned a pawn formation that we see in 5-1-8 a lot, the hedgehog. And one of the classic thematic ideas for the player playing with Black in those positions is to actually strike in the center with that deep pawn moving 2 steps forward. And once you're able to achieve that successfully, in a sense, you end up neutralizing White's opening edge. So I think a lot of this game will be played around Magnus stopping that key idea and Fabi insisting on it.
Well, so some ideas at play here for Fabiano. But how about let's get treated to yet another confessional visit from Magnus Carlsen himself, already jumping in for a second time today. Let's hear what he had to say.
I was actually considering to retreat the queen not to d2 but to b2. The kind of cheapo you might find after d5, knight e3. For instance, let's say d takes c4, knight f5, and Black is already busted because of the dual matrix of queen takes g7 and knight takes e7. Yeah, ultimately I decided it wasn't that great, but I think by now most of the players are probably, or all of the players have probably spotted that trick, and it's kind of you know, the smothered mate is so kind of irresistible that I think we're all looking for it in every position, which is probably not very healthy.
Yeah, I love that he calls out that by this point in time he expects most of the other players have found it. But I very much, in my position, appreciate him stepping in to make the rest of us mere mortals aware of some of the tricks at play. That smothered mate that everybody is always hoping to be able to find.
That's a stunning idea, by the way, that Magnus pointed out, and totally understandable why he was tempted by it and perhaps took his time to come back. And it just shows how his brain works, right? The mind of a genius here. Finding the concept with your knight still on the first rank, that it comes to a square where it delivers checkmate to Fabiano Caruana. But he knows that Fabi is an extremely strong player, would have seen that, would have stopped that. But very tempting to try it out. Yesterday we had Magnus in the confession throwing out over a 20-move checkmate pattern. You know, he had calculated that entire line through. And today, here he is finding another mate in 4, mate in 5 early on. A very unconventional way to deliver that smothered checkmate.
beautiful.
And to your point, if you at home missed that incredible line that Magnus worked out for us in the confessional booth, it's a good opportunity for you to go find all of the Freestyle Chess social handles on Instagram, Twitter, and the likes, where you can still find content like that delivered to you in a very clean way.
Yeah, I'm a bit ashamed I didn't spot that before Magnus, actually, because I was playing some freestyle chess online after Weissenhaus. I was very much inspired, and I managed to land a 6-move checkmate in that game using the exact same motif. And again, just action replay for those of you who didn't hear Magnus's confessional or wanted to see it in slow motion. Bring the white queen back this diagonal, and then bringing the knight forward. A knight on f5 will thrive, as they say, checkmate here threatened, and if that's defended, this idea, the idea I managed to use as well in that game, a queen sacrifice and a smothered mate, the black king trapped behind its own army. Really beautiful.
Yeah, that's some stunning stuff right there. And speaking of playing Freestyle Fridays, for Magnus, no such thing as too much freestyle chess. Yesterday, after his first semi-final game, he was there. He was playing in the Freestyle Friday.
Really?
Wow.
I'm remiss to say I didn't check in on the results. Did he end up coming away with the Freestyle Friday victory? Or?
He didn't win it, but he had a good time. I think he enjoyed himself. But it just shows how much the players enjoy this format.
Heck yeah. Although, again, he's already starting to push for maybe another variant, saying too many people are agreeing on the openings here.
Chess 3000 we need next. Chess 5 billion, where they find different ways to...
That's where they start lining up the pieces on the left and right side.
Side
or vertically.
You can choose any starting square on the 64 squares to begin. Okay, he's going for something similar, though. Big threat, potentially. This undefended pawn could get hit in the near future, and more importantly, it does prevent that idea we've been talking about, the break in the center, which was also on Magnus's radar, as he mentioned in the confessional. Pushing forward in the center has been prevented, covered 3 times now.
One move, many grooves, comes with a defensive idea and an attacking threat. And I think this is the reason why I would be more tempted for black to actually reinforce that threat with the bishop rather than the rook, because the rook perhaps needs to be used to defend that central pawn that Magnus is intending on targeting once the knight jumps closer towards the black king. So it might be more important to use that as a defensive piece. I wonder if Fabi is going to just continue bringing that bishop up. You know, it's not just a battery, but more importantly, creates a big idea for him.
Yeah, I think the most natural move in the position right now. You might ask what happens if Fabi brings his knight forward. And just to mention as well, Magnus here should not take his eye off the ball. He spotted it for white, but we shouldn't forget that black has the same idea. For example, if the white knight jumps forward to threaten mate himself, whoops, queen takes pawn check, and suddenly white gets smothered mated, if that's a phrase.
Yeah, why not?
Exactly.
Now it is.
And now it is. So yeah, you don't have to just see ideas of your own in chess. When it comes to attacking, you also have to worry about your opponent's ideas. So I wouldn't be shocked if Fabi does bring his knight forward, but white could cut across that idea in a multitude of ways. For example, one move we've mentioned in the past, pushing this pawn forward. Now it actually opens up the rook to cover any checking squares for the knight. Maybe this is something Magnus wants anyway.
Still very tempting though, right, to get your knight there, because it is a beautiful square. You still need time to kick it out, especially spotting this checkmate idea. It's screaming that, you know, you try to at least make it happen on the board. And sure, you can escape it, but the knight looks pretty there. I mean, then you can bring your bishop out next. Optically, it almost looks better for black to me.
Okay, but I am going to zoom us out here real quick just to take stock of the heart rates across the field once again, and then we're going to look in on the accuracies of each of the players to see if anybody is really approaching this position with more of a savant-like energy than anybody else. So as we check in here, I'd say everybody is holding stable to how they started the day. We can look at the accuracies, and this is where, in particular, I'm looking to see if anybody's dropped below, let's say, maybe the 90 percentile threshold. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru is the one. So, okay, that's the board we have to go to. Now down to 88%. That indicates to me, David, that perhaps he's made a mistake here in the most recent moves, because we left the board in what felt like a stable position. Now it's fairly advanced. I think we should roll it back first to the last place we saw it and work our way forward.
Yeah, we last saw it as early as move 2. Here, Vincent Keimer pushing his pawn forward in order to support a challenge of the center of black's central pawn. Very logical move. Instead of playing copycat, though, and here Hikaru brought his knight forward. seemingly controlling the square. The square has been covered twice now by one black pawn, by the knight as well. So here, Vincent Keimer had to, again, prepare that move, this time with gain of time against the black pawn. Hikaru opened up the black queen as a defender, and now a challenge of the center. And I must admit, I'm very shocked that Hikaru has captured this pawn. I'm very much expecting Vincent to retake now, and this just looks like a beautiful pawn center, very flexible. Both pawns have the ability to step forward in the near future. Black has no presence in the middle of the board.
Oh, yeah, and we talk about queens getting stuck in the corner, right? You mentioned if one of those pawns steps forward, that d pawn, boom, just completely shuts that angle off.
Yeah, for example, if Black tries to challenge in the middle now, Vincent will happily step forward, and a very one-sided attack looks like on this diagonal, whereas the black queen not a happy bunny at all.
And then move that h-pawn ahead, get the rook to join the party, and you're already looking at checkmating threats on the right side of the board. I am as surprised as you are, but we saw Hikaru on the screen. It looks like he's pretty chill and calm about the position. And the line we're looking at is in fact a very natural one, right? Where Keimer recaptures and just plays for this beautiful flexibility and space and the open diagonals that the bishop and the queen have. So I'm slightly surprised. We often talk about Hikaru's one of his biggest skill being, even if he's not objectively the most accurate, you know, that 88% accuracy that we're seeing, he poses the biggest problems, the most practically difficult questions to answer over the board. But I don't think he's been successful in doing that. I think he's just giving Vincent very easy play over the next few moves.
Yeah, and if we do end up making freestyle player cards, maybe one of the stats could be the opening stages. And Vincent, I think just by far the most accurate. In the first half dozen moves, in the first dozen moves, Vincent always seems to find the way forward. And he's found a way to break the symmetry, first of all, which is a big success in freestyle. And he's found a way to get the pawn center. Just a bit of a bonus there. Yeah, I'm struggling to see what Hikaru has in mind. This black bishop as well is especially unhappy about developments. The black knight looks quite nice placed on this square, but the bishop behind it is saying, why did you just stand in my way like that? You blocked me, you cut the queue. And yeah, this just looks great for white. I don't want to overstate it. It's not winning. It's not like a decisive advantage or anything. Right. But certainly an opening success for white.
Surprising decision by Hikaru to take. I'm also wondering what Keimer has in mind, that he hasn't immediately blitzed out the most natural move, but that's just Vincent, right? He never blitzes anything out. But apart from that, I'm wondering, because you really don't want to capture that pawn with your own knight in these positions. You want the pawns to be connected at the center of the board. If he was to do that, that would allow Hikaru to break open, and then you don't have that push that you were pointing out with the D pawn moving ahead. You know, now Hikaru can go ahead with the C pawn, and notice how the queen controls the square where you actually wanted your center pawn to go one step ahead too. But without that option, this is not a very attractive recapture for white. So Keimer not immediately grabbing the pawn with his own. What else could he be thinking about here?
I've found this to be an intriguing thing with top-level chess players, where it does seem at times like, yeah, they don't blitz out what is the obvious move or maybe even the only move in the situation. But then it's more about taking that time to explore the second move afterwards, right? What's the follow-up from here? Regardless of whether or not I know this is the right move, it's where do we go from here?
Yeah, and that's one thing that sets Jan Nepomniachtchi apart. We talk about his clock handling, but he's happy to always play the most obvious move or the move that comes to his mind first, because he trusts himself to work it out later. He trusts himself to work it out on his opponent's time. The likes of Vincent Keimer, I mean, players like myself, we like to look as far into the future as possible. So even spending 2-3 minutes on an obvious recapture like that, at least he might feel more confident.
Well, look at that. I mean, so there was Hikaru's idea, right? He's not surprised, I don't think, by the move that Vincent made. He sits down, immediately has his response.
And this is where we said stepping forward was very attractive. White doesn't necessarily need to immediately push forward. He can also capture and go for a symmetrical pawn structure. And, I mean, he could prioritize piece development and ask what, the black here, the black side, to invite the white queen into the game, just as Magnus did. Options for Vincent Keimer. I guess stepping forward would make the black pawn breaks, like stepping forward here, more attractive. Although I really do start to believe in white's attacking chances on this diagonal. Just instinctively, it feels wrong for black. But here, Hikaru. He's probably worked out the concrete details, though.
Absolutely, and I think critical positions, right, in chess are not just where you have to sit and calculate tactics, but where you need to take such big decisions, especially around pawn move decisions. It's also stylistically important because for some players, keeping the tension might be something that they're more attracted towards, just keep the pawn where it is. For others, they want to trade, you know, sort of ease off the position and then play for a long-term weakness once the pawn is recaptured. And then some might like to push the pawn for, again, a more imbalanced approach in the position. You gain more space, you invite a pawn break by black, but you're saying you're playing for the attack. And I think as commentators, we speak so much and spotlight pawn moves all the time, simply because they're sort of like the architects of chess, right? I think it was Philidor who said pawns are the souls of chess. And a huge classic in the chess world is Nimzowitz's My System, which dedicates so many chapters to the concept of how pawns actually dictate how a game develops, you know? Any questions that you have, which side to attack? Look at the pawns. Are you on the defense? Look at the pawns. Do you have more space or less space? Look for weaknesses. That will guide you towards the next move. So I think every time a pawn move is made by any of these players, everyone watching needs to pay attention because that will give them an insight into the strategy of the mind of the player.
Yeah, pawns definitely guide the pieces afterwards. I like to call them the infantry. They go first, they go forward often, and only later do you see where the pieces should head into, which holes are left behind, or which pawn weaknesses in your opponent's camp. Here, I do think Vincent Keimer is going to spend at least another 5-10 minutes because it is a huge decision. Two totally different types of positions could arise. If he captures on this square, we'll see total symmetry, just to put it on the board. We'll see a symmetrical pawn structure, and then it's just a race. Who can attack first? Maybe who will push there? H-pawn down the board, whose knights will spring into the center first. Maybe white here with a nice way to attack this lone pawn. This is a totally different type of position to, for example, stepping forward, relying on your space when actually your backward pawn here might become weak. The head of your pawn chain might be challenged. Yeah, advancing forward like this gains a lot of space, but as Spider-Man once said, with great space comes great responsibility.
That's exactly what he said.
What he said, yeah. Yes. Don't check us on that one. But while Vincent has managed to garner himself just the slightest advantage here through the early moves of the game, let's see if anyone else has done the same or better as we take a look at all of our eval bars across the boards. And actually, the other man that you mentioned just a bit ago who's willing to make moves early because he trusts himself to work it out a bit later on, that's Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Arjun Erigaisi. He, with the white pieces as well, has moved himself into a slightly bettered position. We can check in with that board because it doesn't look exactly the same.
Similar to Magnus's game, though, Tanya.
Very similar, right? The ideas that we were talking about, with the one big difference that Jan's knight has moved to the left side of the board, while in Fabi's case, that knight was more towards the center, also hinting at further jumps. But this is the pawn formation that you were earlier alluding to, the sort of the hedgehog structure that black can get. A lot of the play will be determined if Jan is once again able to break in that center, pushing that d pawn, not one, but 2 steps ahead. You know, you still need development to get through. But David, to me, this, apart from the fact that we've got a pair of rooks on, you know, the corners of the board, that H line, it starts resembling a standard 5-1-8 position.
Yeah, if these rooks could teleport, if these rooks could talk, then we would say that, yeah, putting them both in the central square, and this is just a very standard position. Pieces could actually land on these squares very realistically in traditional chess. The way to do that would actually be, for example, for Jan to move his rook across now. Maybe Arjun would do the same, and then we would see both sides castle their kings, and we say, okay, it's just normal chess. And we see a chess fan poke his head through the door here in the commentary room. Who was that intruder? Anish Giri. And in the meantime, yeah, I think the only other ways these rook get into the game, Tanya, something we alluded to earlier, the H-pawns pushing.
Very tempting attack that can start appearing on the board very quickly, especially because once the white bishop lines itself on the diagonal and then you start targeting the pawn that's a defender of that knight with your battering ram of the H-pawn moving forward might be something that will be a bit of a distraction for Jan and big threats and big opportunities for Arjun to try to equalize this match.
I think this is a perfect position in a must-win situation like Arjun Erigaisi finds himself in. This is full of tension. It looks like full of potential. And Jan Nepomniachtchi not looking too comfortable.
Can we just talk about a wild Anish just appearing out of nowhere in our studio? I mean, what's going on here? Anish is in the building? He's in Paris right now?
Yeah, he wanted front row tickets. He was feeling left out, FOMO. And yeah, not playing in the tournament, but he'll be a big presence here in Paris, I'm sure.
Well, front row tickets he gets then, as he's arrived at the venue. But you mentioned the similarity of this position to the position that we've seen on Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano. So we should go back over there to one of our semifinals, because similar but different. So a little same but different kind of situation going on here. And maybe we can check that one out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just the placement of two pieces, pretty much. And Tanya mentioned it. It's mainly the black knight in the center. We talked about how it has great potential, but it also gets in the way slightly for Fabiano. He might have to move it out the way. And he shuffled his rook across as well.
Okay, but I'm going to need you to justify that rook move, because we've just stacked a rook behind a pawn that can't move because there's a knight sitting in front of it.
He's preempting an attack, right, by Magnus's knight jumping forward and eventually targeting it. So he's just getting ready for that. He's keeping his options flexible about where he wants to place which miner next. But this is a move that would be required. You know, when I was growing up, getting into competitive play, one of the advices that my coach gave was that when you're not sure of where to place your pieces in development, but you're 100% sure that you need to make a move, that is something that will be required. A piece needs to be there. But for the rest of them, you don't know exactly where to place them. Keep that flexible. So I think perhaps that's an advice that's true for a lot of levels. Fabi, very aware that that tender spot has to be kept under control. That needs to be done. Whether the light squared bishop moves next, the dark squared bishop moves next. Or maybe the knight jumps forward, keeping the queen, that checkmating threat, still an option. He keeps those, you know, those cards still in his hands.
Yeah, and we talk about prophylaxis in chess. Often that is seeing your opponent's threats and stopping them before they become realistic, before they actually do land on the board. They used to talk about world champions like Tigran Petrosian, and they used to say, yeah, he sees your threats coming before you've even thought of them yourself. So this one is maybe more of an obvious threat from Magnus Carlsen, bringing the knight forward, hitting an undefended pawn with a check, smothered mate idea. But Fabi has at least said that knight jump now isn't really something you want to do. I defended against it.
Normally here at Freestyle Chess, all of the action happens over the board, but I just received word that some action took place off of the board. Fabiano Caruana tripping just a moment ago in the playing hall. I guess he gets up to leave.
Whoa, what happened?
Slow-mo. Off the platform, almost took out one of our cameras. Bagged us with the head shake. Luckily, he is okay. We did check in with him to make sure that no one is worse for wear.
They're feeling each other. Look at that, 80 on the heart rate, you know. Magnus with a little bit of concern when Fabi made a little trip.
We thought those were heart rate monitors. No, those are part of their player cards. 80 for love. And yeah, Fabi, I'm glad he's okay. No broken bones.
I will double confirm for everybody that we made sure to check with him. He is all right. And back to the board he goes.
Magnus looked a bit annoyed. He was like, oh, don't disturb me.
Yeah, how dare you?
How dare you fall over? How dare you bump
Or at least actually fall over, you know, make it worth it.
No, how dare you fall victim to gravity?
That was actually the exact same Magnus Carlsen face as when you play sport with him and you're one of his teammates and you mess up. He just shakes his head, just disappointingly.
How is Magnus as a team player, having perhaps played different sports with him, David?
He's better these days. He's mellowed out
That's
slightly.
very competitive.
Yeah, I used to play a lot of paddle with Magnus, and if you didn't make a shot, if you messed up, if you missed, if you hit the net, you'd get a stern telling off. These days, it's just a smile and you tried your best.
That's almost worse.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure which is better, but either way, Magnus, he's been spending a bit of time, it's got to be said, over the last couple of moves. White does have a lot of tempting options here, Tanya. A lot of tempting moves. Will it just be developing moves with the knight? Will it still be an attack? Will it be that pawn push on the corner of the board we've been talking about for a long time now? Will it just be improving his bishop? Magnus has so many candidate moves here.
I think it's going to be one of those, and then all of them. But the move order that he chooses to employ it is the big question. Does he start with activating the rook, or does he start with the bishop, or perhaps the knight coming? But I think in some sort of a shuffle up of the sequence, we're going to see all of this. Bishop, in front of the other bishop. The knight jumping towards the center of the board. The pawn moving forward, vacating some squares to come for the rook to come ahead.
And I gotta wonder if a number of the players have identified both the starting position but also their current positions as, you know, opportunities for white to win and get it done in the classical portion. Again, there is that randomness element to every day of play where the starting position can offer you some serious winning chances and others will push themselves more towards a drawish pattern. But here's where I would wonder, okay, with that time to think for Carlsen, if he's saying, yeah, this is a position I can win. I could get it done here and not allow us to go to a tiebreak scenario, but I just got to make sure I play precise.
I think he definitely feels it, that there is something in this position that he perhaps likes. It's easier as white to play. You know, you've got more space. Your pieces are sort of, the harmony is still there without having to do anything super drastic. I completely agree with you. It's too early, but Magnus senses that this is one of those freestyle positions, and especially the one that he's landed up in, where white's got something to play for, something to push, to put pressure on his opponent. Whether it will be enough or not is to be seen, depending on Fabi's defense, how Fabi creates counterplay. But looking at how locked in Magnus is, you know, with all that hair covering half of our screen right there, I think Magnus senses that this position gives him something to play for, David.
Yeah, fully agree. And if we compare it to yesterday, Fabiano Caruana having the white pieces, the position lottery there, yes, there were some chances. Yes, it was quite imbalanced, but that fizzled out very quickly. We saw some very early piece exchanges. Fabiano won a pawn temporarily, but we ended up in a level-looking endgame as early as move 15. And here, we're only 6 moves in, so still early days, but it feels like the tension here is going to prolong. There's definite attacking chances, as we saw with Magnus and those smothered mate ideas. I think this is a dream for Magnus. Fabi maybe got slightly unlucky with the position draw.
That's a key point, right? There's no clear way to force trades on the board, to get a lot of open lines where the majors can be off the board, where a lot of pawns come off. I mean, right now, you've got just a very rich position developing into a complex middle game.
Mm-hmm. Complexity guaranteed in the near future. And actually looking across the 5 boards right now, it looks like pretty nice positions on at least 4 of the 5 for white in the early stages. Not necessarily winning, no massive advantages, but just very, very pleasant. Difficult positions for black to handle, while white's moves just look natural.
Yeah, the major similarity so far between the majority of the boards, of course, is that most of the focus and the action has taken place on the left-hand side. Still waiting to see which of our players will be the first to launch that H-pawn forward, the one in front of the rook, to maybe begin an attack.
And if you look at the bottom left board, Maxime Vacher-Lagrave against Nordebek, very similar concept as what we've just visited in the Magnus Fabi board. But notice how Fabi had actually placed the rook behind the other pawn rather than the one that Nordebek has chosen. And I wonder if that would allow Maxime, you know, give him that inspiration to bring his knight forward and start targeting the pawn that's undefended. Let's remind everyone, Maxime is in a must-win game.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, I guess for me, the difference is that the white knights haven't developed yet. So you have an extra tempo with which to ultimately defend that pawn if Maxime begins the march across the board with one of those knights to threaten that pawn.
Yeah, interesting that Maxime chose to deviate from Magnus's game. He must have seen it on the screen. He must have seen Magnus's move, and he went slightly his own direction. So I don't know whether that's just a code of honor. You want to do something different. You don't want to copy forever. But yeah, those positions now have diverged. And I should mention Maxime has a very tempting move at his disposal. I'm not sure if it's a strong one. Maybe we jump in there just very briefly.
Yeah, let's head to that board just so David can show us what he's got at the top of his mind here as a possible opportunity for Maxime Vacher-Lagrave up against Nordebek Abdusattorov. And, you know, he'll need every trick in the book because he comes into the day down 0-1. So, again, it's a win or nothing here for MVL.
And one of the games you flagged is a potential tiebreaker if Maxime here can get back to his best, can score the victory. Just to backtrack 1 move per piece, per side here. This was the position where Magnus decided to bring his knight forward, and Fabiano Caruana reacted by bringing his rook across 1 square. Look how this central square totally locked down, so black has no immediate counterplay by blowing open the center. Just the fact that here Maxime chose to prioritize his bishop moving instead allowed the black rook to use a more active square, threatening the immediate pawn break in the center, and this is incredibly hard to stop. The one move, the tempting move I mentioned that he could choose now is to take this knight. This would totally change the nature of the position, less symmetrical now, and here this would leave Nodebek with the dilemma. If he takes with this pawn, the black king might well be open. I would be looking for example, maybe after a knight jump to stop any central breaks. Now, stepping forward with the white pawn, putting it on a square like this, and all sorts of mating attacks in the air against the black king. And instead, if he captures the other way, Nodebek, then the central square could well be a beautiful sitting post for the white knight for the rest of the game. It looks like a nice outpost here. And of course, the game goes on. Black has the two bishops. There's great compensation for the shattered pawn structure. Isolated pawn, though. And I think in terms of winning chances, this might be Maxime's best bet, Tanya, just to change the nature of the structure.
It's absolutely essential he does it at this moment, right? Because give Nodebek just one move, and he's going to execute the idea that he's set up with that rook slide. That d-pawn's moving one step forward, the rook lined up with the queen, and you'll never have the opportunity to destroy the pawn formation on the right side of the board for black here. So really essential that Maxime does this double-edged idea where you give up your bishop pair, but then you're playing for sort of this imbalanced dynamics of getting Nodebek with a less desirable pawn formation, bring your knight forward, play for the attack that you were pointing out, and that's exactly what Maxime needs in this match right now.
Yeah, I think he just needs to take this knight. He said A, he moved his bishop to this diagonal, he needs to say B, and Nodebek will have some questions to answer there, but I do know that Maxime prefers his bishops. I know that most of the top players prefer their bishops, especially in open positions like this, so a slightly counterintuitive decision perhaps here for white.
Speaking about intuitive and counterintuitive decisions, you know, we had a discussion on the Keimer Hikaru board where there was a big pawn tension in the center, and maybe that's the one that we should go to next, as there have been some moves. And again, this brings to that point what we were talking about, the universal style of play that's so incredibly important. And maybe for Vincent, these kind of decisions are more based on positional strategic aspects of the game. Because David, if you just back up, as we're being joined by a superstar right now in our studio, I'm of course talking about Jan Butner, but also Anish Giri right here with us, and maybe a good moment, James, to bring him on as we try to break down all the action in front of us.
Yeah, well, we dive into this game, but we'd be remiss not to get the thoughts of the strongest player in the studio now, as Anish Giri has joined us, the #1 ranked Dutch player. My friend, it's a pleasure to meet you, first of all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Vincent Keimer, I don't know how familiar you've been with his entire freestyle chess run from Weisenhaus to this tournament here, but I'm curious from your perspective, maybe as a viewer on the outside, do you have any sense as to why this guy seems to get freestyle chess better than anybody else?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I think he's a deep thinker, and the time control and the fact that there's no theory, he just thinks from the start, probably helps him. You know, at first you could think that maybe one tournament, not a fluke as such, but maybe, you know, there's some randomization there. 2 is already more than 1, so he seems to be doing well again, and there's probably something to it for sure.
But then do you think this plan that going forward Freestyle has, as of reducing the time control going into Vegas, it would be something that Vincent might not be too happy about?
Yeah, there are always rumors, you know, there's always haters, and already you see some comments, yes, Magnus, you know, is Magnus plotting against his opponents? He wants to gain advantage over Vincent now. He saw him as a threat, make the time control shorter. No, but Vincent's doing all right. I think even in the rapid portion, although he struggled a little in both the rapid qualifiers, he made it, you know. He's probably got that, not only the sort of the depth and the knowledge, but he's got that mental resilience, that will and the skill to push it to the end when it matters.
What do you personally think? Do you think Magnus is in fact plotting against the younger generation?
Obviously, not only younger, the older as well. I've been a victim of this for years. He's been plotting. Yeah, no, Jan is helping him. Jan is like, you know, is the godfather. So no, for sure. But it's been exciting. I think Magnus has, you know, struggled a little compared to his goatness over the classical chess. Here in Fischer Random in the freestyle chess, I think it's been a bit of a bumpy ride for him to an extent, and for his standards, obviously. Also, when you see these online events, these Freestyle Fridays, I don't think he dominates them by no means. He plays a lot of them. He does obviously well, but there's no domination there. So I think it's a challenge for him. And there are other great contenders, and Vincent is certainly one of them.
And perhaps that's what Magnus likes about this format, that there is no clear answer to whether he is the absolute best or not.
Absolutely, and I think that's why he loves it, that's why he pushes for it, because everybody looks for a new challenge, right? And in some sense, in classical chess, in regular chess, even Rapid and Blitz, he's basically reached a point where there's much more for him to lose than to win, and that's a situation you don't want to be at. Like, I'm never been anywhere close, but I have been sort of like a goat of that chess, for sort of a while. So I could sort of get the feeling of what it's like, maybe, because my last Dutch championships also felt like, going through the motions, and just, it's not going to be like a single article if I'm going to win the tournament, because it's so obvious that I should win it, and it's not easy by no means. And if the fear of failure starts to dawn on you, and you're looking for some challenge which is bigger than yourself. And I think for Magnus, the freestyle chess is that thing.
But this Paris Slam, I mean, Magnus, we've been sort of just really impressed in the studio with, feels like it's some of the best chess that we've seen by him. Do you have a similar feeling compared to especially what we saw in Weissenhaus and maybe some of the Freestyle Fridays, that this is Magnus on beast mode?
Hard for me to tell, really. When I look at sort of a regular game, I can tell apart more. Here, I sort of judge by results. I think his results have been very good, obviously. His previous leg has also been really good. But of course, the format of only 2 games, it plays against him a little bit. This might be one of the reasons why he likes it also, because he could be dominating, over like 20 games. Could be scoring, in theory, like 18.5 points out of 20. But if on that day he lost half by 1.5, he's knocked out, and he's not going to play in the final. And basically today, he's played a great event so far, but if he's losing today, it's over, right, for him.
Yeah, and Jan's here with us. Jan, when are we getting this guy into the tour? I mean, everyone wants to see Anish playing up there.
Yeah, I'm not mic'd up, so you have to translate.
We could have passed on, but anyway, Anish, like, would
he
you...
He said he doesn't like me, so, but I understand. Nobody likes me.
Don't do that to him.
First of all, I don't know whether I'm not sure, but he has to qualify. He didn't take qualifications, So he had the chance. He declined to take the chance, so maybe not.
Yeah,
I'm a bad boy.
You're the bad boy of Twitter, the bad boy of freestyle.
And Anish, can we ask your experiences with Freestyle Chess 960? Do you play a lot? Do you study a bit?
Not much, but I think played like one serious event. It was before this organization began, so there was like a world championship of Chess 960. And I think there was a qualifier for that, some online qualifier. And I played in that qualifier, and I won a few matches, and I lost the final to Nonderbeck. It was actually a very exciting match. And the winner of that match would eventually go to the live final for championship. But that was before I think it was like 2020, maybe something like that, before Freestyle Chess organization. So it was one of those very few FIDE World Championships of Freestyle of 960. So I played there. I liked the game. It was a little different though, because we had different rules online. Like for a few minutes, you could use the engine, for example, to prepare. And I think I was really good at that. Like I was like really good at. I remember one game. We got the position, and I inquired in advance, can I use the engine for that? They said, yeah, you can, but you have like 2 minutes. So there was some position, I just checked if I play e4, and I played Richard, and I saw there's rook on d8. I thought, okay, he'll probably want to go d5. And he had knights, like, basically, I could just push my pawn forward and dominate both the knights. And the engine said it's +1. And so I input these 2 moves, and I went my e4, he went his d5, I put e5, and I got this +1 from like this engine that I checked for 1 minute, and I converted the game quite smoothly. And that happened like more than once in that event. So I had like a very good feel so this 1 minute of prep helped me very much, and here I don't think you have that, so it's different.
That's really interesting, because back then they could use the engine to check the moves before, but here we've got the players analyzing with each other. Which one do you think is...
I think I'm absolutely horrible at that. Like, I've never, ever done that. At the very beginning of my chess career, the engines were weak, but I was still using them already. So I just, the notion of sitting at the board in the opening and trying to think, like, with my own head, knowing, like, it's not that I can't think, but just, I just know that I'm up against a task which is so monumentous, like, and like so huge. I mean, I can tell you like a lot of stuff about any position. I can sort of tell some nonsense about it and make all kinds of observations that sound relevant about the knights and the bishops and the kings and the rooks and the queens, and I can tell you all of that, but I know that I might be so off. And just sort of that whole idea demotivates me to the core. Like, I know, like, why would I sit there for 5 minutes and look at it and like, why not just make a move? You know, if I anyway can't ask for the right answer. So, in some sense, I think it's hard for me. It's easier for older generation people. I don't know if they're here though. I mean, the real old school people, like the Boris Gelfands, the Ivanchuks, like the Vicious, like all these people, they're really good at sitting at the board analyzing. And like Kramnik or Gelfand, if they would be here.
Who do you think out of them would be the best at freestyle chess with that generation? If you had to name one player.
Well, I think at the end of the day, there will still be time trouble, there will still be nerves, and that's when they would falter compared to these monsters now. But in terms of analyzing the position on the board, analyzing the openings, I think Kramnik, Gelfand, Kasparov probably would be the best, because Kasparov was the best at analyzing at the board back then. He did use some computers, but mostly it was all behind the board, because Kasparov had that thing where he combined his incredible positional feeling with this insane calculation. And that combo in analysis, like basically he has like a built-in computer inside of him.
Yeah.
So that really helped.
Sounds like Vincent Keimer.
Yeah,
what
exactly.
he's doing here.
Say right now, Vincent Keimer kind of the outlier, at least generally.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, like as a kid who grew up on Garry Kasparov games and everything, like with all due respect to Vincent, with all due respect, in certain aspects of chess, I think Kasparov hasn't been matched yet.
Right, but we've been having this conversation kind of about the battle of generations, and I know that we're not including, at least at these tournaments, the generations that you're speaking of, but it even seems within the two generational differences that we have here, yes, Vincent the outlier in being the winner of Wiesenhaus, but you have the mainstays of Magnus, Fabiano, and Hikaru who continue to impress. I wonder if you think this is a format that actually does lend itself to players who have just played more games because they've had more positions, appear in front of them over time. Their fundamentals, the pattern recognition, the feeling of similarity to maybe one thing I've seen in the past is more likely to come into play for them than somebody who's earlier on in their career.
Well, I mean, you're looking for a pattern, then you say, like, we put the Vincent outside the brackets. I don't think you can do that. I mean, if you're looking for a pattern, then you start doing this cherry-picking thing, right? So you should, like, look at everybody. And the fact that Vincent is there, up there, it goes to show that it's really not the most important. The experience is not really not the most important. It's probably the desire, really, to think deeply. And the motivation. Because again, like for me, I feel like it's an uphill battle. I'm sure I can sort of try to retrain my brain and really force myself to do that. But Vincent has been able to do that, and he's really motivated. He's really trying to think, and it really brings dividends.
Yeah, and I think one person who's been super proud of Vincent's performance, Jan, you yourself. Finally, we've got Jan mic'd up. So
yes.
Coming back to the question we asked, now that everyone can hear you,
exactly.
Jan, take it away.
No, of course. No, so I didn't want to leave this unanswered. Okay, so first of all, as you know, we have created this Freestyle Chess Players Club, and of course we're very proud that Anish has joined the club already a year ago, and I made sure that I met most of the players. We had a very nice meeting in where was it?
Yeah, the GCL in London. Yes.
Yeah, we met in London for breakfast, and so I got to know him, and he talked about his family. I just met his family now, a very beautiful family, and so he's on vacation here and said, okay, want to drop by, which I think is great, which is something we really want to encourage. As I said, also to our other club members. So, for example, Levon Aronian is here, and also like Vidit, after he's out of the tournament, he's also in the Blitz Society. So I like our family atmosphere, so that we have everybody together. So. And then, of course, aside that, we would like everybody to play. I'm really, every single one of the players is at my heart. And even if you say, for example, I'm very happy for Vincent, I would be evenly as happy for Hikaru to move to the final. So for me, it's very difficult to say, okay, I'm rooting for this player or whatever. So, and the same thing is like then getting the players into the system, right? So we try to make it really much possible for as many players as possible. I mean, we have like 25 players in our players club. So it is just not possible for everybody to be. At the same time, we have to
to see that we get the fans like not too confused, because we have to see that they have to have some familiar faces that they have. And we reached basically a good compromise, I think, where we said, okay, we have a certain system where in the first place we have had a set system, and then we kind of have a qualification for it. So it's mainly a qualification system that every player can qualify. Mostly the ones from the Players Club, but even from outside. Then we expanded the player field from 8 in Weißenhaus first to 10 in February. Today, 12 in this tournament, and as I said, in Las Vegas we even have 14 players. So we are expanding the possibility of players to participate, meanwhile not having it as an invite-only tournament. That's very important. And it's not a Magnus tournament. Again, when you say, okay, there can't be conspiracy because of Magnus wanting to shorten the time because it was me. I asked Magnus, is it now okay to shorten the time, right?
You never leave any intrigue, and you always have to just, everybody tries to speculate, what was Firuza, this, that. You just tell all the details.
He's an open book.
There's just no intrigue anymore.
No, I'm just sorry. I just don't want to leave any misunderstanding and so on, because
that's right,
it's like when we started the whole thing, Magnus was the one who said, I want to have like long thinking time and so on. And so I said, as we are more and more successful, we are just getting so successful right now with Las Vegas. We have even new investors coming in. So it's like a whole great atmosphere, and everybody wants to see that we are getting more reach, more fans, and making it to linear television and so on. And one obstacle that was there is like you can't really have a 4-hour game kept interesting. I mean, we are doing some nice talks and everything is good for our channel and so on, but in the end, it's a 4-hour game, and then you have another 4-hour game and so on. So we are now shortening the game to under 2 hours, which is making us possible for linear television in the future. And Magnus agreed to that. So that's kind of just to relay this myth, but basically it was my initiative to say that. Now, coming to the players. So we have really figured out, and it's also something which has come out of our discussion with FIDE, I must say. There were not only bad things, talking to the FIDE guys, Arkady and so on. He gave us some good ideas to say, okay, you have to open it up more. It cannot be just an invitation-only tournament. So we basically said, okay, instead of the first tournament where Magnus picked everybody, of course we had to start somewhere, then we went into qualification. So now we have a very clear qualification system. We are even published on the website. I don't want to go into the whole details. You can all read about it. But it's basically a qualification. I think it's about 10 of the 14 spots are basically, you can only reach through qualification. There's nothing that I can do. And so, for example, the one qualification that there is, we have this great online qualification tournament where we had, last time we had through Vladimir Fedoseev, second was Javokir Simpson, but he basically then moved up because someone dropped out. Actually, it was Vichy Anna dropping out. That was also interesting. And then this time we have the same. Also, like Richard Rapport came in because we had Ali Reza dropping out, right? And then of course Hans was dropping out. So we were so happy to get Nordia back, from somewhere. Now we will have 2 alternate players that we are naming, and we are so they are on site. So if something happens, we are doing that. So in a sense, so when I say, okay, why didn't you see this guy? First of all, he didn't participate in either of the 2 qualification tournaments, so he didn't even give it a chance, right? So now maybe it's an incentive to now for the next one.
I mean, I also for sure. I mean, once we are on the explaining path, I think we should just go all in there. No, for sure. I mean, from my perspective, obviously as well, these are exciting tournaments, and I think also what you're doing is what many events sort of half tried, like now also with shortening the formats and making it more television, friendly. It's what a lot of organizers wanted, but they never had the means plus desire to go all in for this, plus the support of player like Magnus. So now you've got all the resources that are needed to try and make that push. And I think that, whether it will only elevate freestyle or maybe whether that will break break the dam for other chess formats as well and regular chess too. I think that's a really good attempt to do that. And I think as a chess community, we should be excited for that too. But of course, from my perspective, I mean, I have like an insane calendar as well with all sorts of events. And one thing that I feel for me, like, we have classical chess with like regular piece setup. We also have like the rapid and the blitz. I play bullet in my free time, and I've noticed that adjusting from all these different time controls, it feels like all different games. Like I don't know if you guys tried. Like David probably here. Like when you play bullet, like imagine if you play bullet for an hour, then if you start playing blitz, I'll play blitz fresh. You'll play after bullet. You'll play horrible because first you'll be too fast, right? You cannot adjust so quickly. So you've got all these things of adjusting and all kinds of tournaments, and in the middle of that. you also have the freestyle chess, where simply the starting position is different, and all of that makes it just really hard. And at some point, you have to make certain choices. You know, like you have this event, that event, and yeah, it's just not possible for me. Also, like it's just not possible to play everything at once.
Maybe Vegas. Maybe we'll see you there.
Are you planning on coming to Grenke in next week?
No, I also have like family holiday things as well. You know, because it's clashing with like Easter. Yeah. And we've planned some family trip to my wife's homeland. So like there's lots of things to work with.
Now that everyone's being so honest and open, I think you should let.
And why are you here, Tanya, all the time? Tell us.
We'll get to that, but I think you need to let everyone know it's not a family holiday. You just wanted to gate crash with its honeymoon. That's the real reason.
Honestly, yes. I mean, there's the talk of like, who was invited to Vidit's wedding? Like, who was invited to Vidit's honeymoon? Please, you know. And just to see Vidit without his crown for once. Because at the wedding, he was always wearing a crown, and like it was like so like overwhelming. And now just to see him in casual clothes, I think it's worth the trip for me.
But also where he spends his honeymoon as of the day after tomorrow. In Weissenhaus.
Yes.
Yes.
That is amazing.
Then it's sure to be a good one, exactly.
Yeah, because he invited us also to his wedding, and we couldn't, of course, because of the preparation for this tournament. Yeah. So instead we said, okay, you come to Weissenhaus, and after the tournament you chill like for a few days.
Yeah.
All right, well, Anish, while we haven't yet seen you on the freestyle board, we at least appreciate you making the time to come join us in the studio to break down some of the chess action, but also just to hear about what's going on in your life. Perhaps before I let you go, you can help reorient us to a little bit of the chess action on the board. First and foremost, our Keimer versus Nakamura bout here. Anything in particular jump out to you? We have felt like from the beginning, feels like it's an easier position to play for white. Do you feel the same?
Well, when I follow freestyle games, I sort of relate to regular chess viewers. Like I follow them the same way, like regular. Like at first I look at the bar because it's not clear to me what's going on. So I try to look at the bar. I see that white's a bit better. Then I try to understand like why that is.
What, you don't listen to our commentary to understand? I mean, what are you doing?
I gave you the talk, about all the games I have to play and the family holidays and everything. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, but it's true. Now you can see here in particular the white knights are both quite well positioned, and the black knights d6 and d8. The knight on d6 is good. The knight on d8 maybe less so. And if black will try to bring the knight to e6 with e5. Then that weakens the d5 square chronically. That's not a good idea, probably. So I would think that, like, looking at the difference in pieces, it's mostly the knight on d8 is a little odd. If you move that knight to f7, you create that situation where the knights attack and defend each other, and that's famously not ideal because this way knights control less squares and that sort of strength. Like, but it's basically a rule in normal chess that like these knights are not ideal at defending each other. So I think there's a bit of that going on. White has the rook on the d file as well, while black has the one on the f file. I wonder if, like, really an interesting question is if you want a castle, because the pawn on h4 makes it look like the rook is already developed, but I don't really think it's developed so well on h3 and g3 because the bishops are eyeing those squares. So I would think that still you should probably want to castle short, but not so sure about that. And if you do want to castle short, then you're already up a move with white because your rook has already moved, and black's rook is yet to move from f8. So maybe the knights and the fact that you are one move ahead in castling gives white that's a little advantage in time. But in terms of like long-term strategic things, there isn't much damage done in black's position. There's no weaknesses. The pawn structure is more or less symmetrical. I mean, the fact that the pawns are on e6 and f6 is quite all right for black. These control important squares. So, there's nothing long-term, but white has some initiative. And this is a very surprising move to me. Like, I would think that the big decision you'd have is whether to castle or not. But I also know that in freestyle chess, you're supposed to delay that decision for as long as possible. So maybe that's what he's thinking about. And I wasn't seeing c5 pawn as a target yet, but maybe he's just touching it just to remind Hikaru of the weakness of the pawn.
Vincent, Hikaru, who makes it through to the finals?
Well, Yanis brought me into the playing hall, and he started showing me around, whispering, this is this, that. And at some point, I look at Hikaru looking at me and smiling, and I just had that sense that if Hikaru loses today, he'll be so mad. He'll think it's all my fault somehow that I appeared there.
Oh, no.
And he's gonna go to his, to his minions on his stream. He's gonna complain to them and say that it's all my fault. And it's gonna be really bad. So I'll probably stay off social media for a couple of days because I'm basically rooting for Hikaru not to lose because he's going to be mad if he loses. And the rage, I'm going to be touched by that rage as well.
Well, picking Hikaru then so as to not to draw the ire of him and his fans.
Yeah, I would say like honestly the position is okay. Yeah, still, you know, balance possible. We'll get the tie break. And the clock situation, how is the clock situation? Is there any big disparity there?
I can just give you an update. It's about a 9-minute difference. Keimer has a 9-minute deficit at the moment. So he's got 47 on the clock to Hikaru's 56. Not substantial.
Yes, and also the way you should you should count that usually is after Black makes his move, right? Because then you are back on even moves. So it's Hikaru's move, and I guess that means they're following at more or less a similar pace. I kind of like White's position, honestly. I still like it. I think you might want to move the bishop from b1 and bring the rook to b file sometimes. It's more pleasant for Vincent, and he's got he's got this thing going where he's beating everybody in freestyle. So.
All right, Anish, I'm not going to make you do the work of 8 different players and trying to analyze a bunch of different boards. You've already done enough work for us here on this Vincent Keimer versus Hikaru Nakamura board. I want to thank you so much. I know you're here with your family. Please go enjoy the rest of the event. Enjoy Paris, and hopefully we'll see you again soon. I'm hoping over the board one day.
Thank you. Thank you. See you.
Wait, Magnus or Fabi?
Good to see you as well.
Thank you.
Just quickly, one
Magnus,
name.
of course.
Magnus, of course. There you have it, friends, as we allow Anish to slide out of the studio and go enjoy the chess action. Perhaps we should check in on that Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano board, since it's been a hot minute since we've done just that.
And it's been a while since we were last here, but most of the time that elapsed while we had Anish with us, that has come off Magnus Carlsen's clock. We've only had a couple of moves since we were last here. Magnus finally making a decision on this move. Let's do a quick action replay as we go back, because we left it after Black's 6th move, Fabiano sliding his rook across preemptively to defend a loose pawn. Magnus putting his bishop on the long diagonal, very logical. Fabiano doing the exact same thing, hinting that he might break in the center, although some complications here due to the idea of removing this black knight. Magnus now pushed a pawn. This is something Magnus loves to do. He loves to blunt his opponent's bishops. This bishop now staring down at a wall of concrete, at a very strong fortified wall there. But the other bishop now lunges forward with a naughty pin here, a nasty pin I was going to say, but no direct threats. Magnus, after another long think, pushes a pawn forward. Kicking this bishop away, Tanya, I'm really surprised. Magnus, he very rarely spends this much time this early in the game. We're only at move 9, and he's only got 38 minutes left.
How much did you give him for his time management, David?
Wow, they thought it was too low. I gave him 91.
Yeah, I think it would be higher as well. I'm equally surprised as you are, because we usually see Magnus at least have as much time as his opponent, if not more, and that's a huge time deficit, and the position is far from simple. You've got all the minors on the board and the threats are just coming on. I mean, Fabi can decide, does he create a minor piece imbalance? Will he trade the bishop for the knight and then strike immediately in the center? That's just plan number 1. Plan number 2 could be simply to retreat on the diagonal that it's still there. Again, keep the bishop pair, and then on the next move, threat is stronger than its execution. Then go ahead with that d-pawn moving 2 steps forward. I am liking Fabi's piece mobility, flexibility, no clear weakness in the position. Is Magnus going to try to create the imbalance by trading his own bishop for the knight? David, I see the bar says that Magnus is doing well here. I heard Anish say Magnus, of course. But optically, to me, it looks like Fabi's doing well.
Yeah, optically it looks like Fabi's doing totally fine. I don't think he's got too much to worry about. He's got no weaknesses, Fabiano. That is the good thing. And if he is able to break in the center, then total symmetry shouldn't be too disastrous for him. I think the fact that Magnus is thinking as well, it's not because Magnus is worried. Magnus doesn't think he's worse necessarily. It's just he wants to prevent any equalization. If bishop takes knight, at least Magnus will get the bishop pair, even if everything else looks level. If Fabiano goes back, okay, at least it will take Black another extra move to break in the center. So still looks roughly in the balance. I think Fabiano needs to maintain his time advantage, though, and if he wants to put Magnus under some pressure.
So we prefer sliding the bishop back as opposed to trading for the knight? I want to get rid of the knight just because it finally unlocks my rook to slide over and support that pawn push on the d-file. Otherwise, it feels like the rook has to stay there until the knight leaves the board.
I'm just so biased towards bishops. It's probably my biggest weakness. I just prefer bishops over knights, so I would probably keep the bishop on the board. Tanya, which one would you go for?
Wow, tough one. I think both have its own pros and cons. If you do take the knight as James wants, I think you immediately get the tempo and the momentum to strike in the center as well. But I am also, the bishop pair, it's beautiful. And also when your opponent's piece is pinned, why rush? You could also do it on the next move, right? There's no hurry to actually take that knight because it's not going anywhere. So you kind of keep the pressure on. And we've got an answer. Fabi does decide indeed to keep the pressure on. The pin's still there. The threat of the d-pawn moving forward. Meanwhile, those rooks at the corner still stuck there, far away from getting active. None of those h-pawn advances coming anytime soon. Essentially, the players are playing without a major on the board.
Yeah, on the plus side, Fabiano can castle on the next move. He can get his rook closer towards the center. But yeah, for Magnus, slightly more tricky to do so. This diagonal is vulnerable, and this rook in the way of any castling. Very much in the balance, I'm going to say. Magnus, though, down 21 minutes on the clock.
Speaking of castling, we've had a castle occur on our other semi-final board. It's Vincent Keimer up against Hikaru Nakamura. Vincent with the white pieces.
Anish calling it correctly. The white rook going up the board probably wasn't going any further, so why not get the rooks connected? Rooks connected now. We could see the rooks double up on the open d-file, for example. Try to put some pressure on there. And definitely black behind in piece development. That's the only real differential here. Everything else looks level. The pawn structure looks nice and healthy for Hikaru, but this rook in the corner, unable to enter the game.
And before we further evaluate this position ourselves, let's hear from Vincent Keimer, who just a bit ago dove into the confessional booth. Let's hear from the man who's looking to defend his title.
I think today's starting position was quite solid for black. What we discussed and what happened on most boards was this c5, c4, c5, b3, b6, d4 in some move order. I was not that convinced, both because of cd and f5. So that's why I chose to go for first move d4. Also here, I think first move b6 was not that stupid, like c4, c5, and then if I go b3, it will transpose, and after d5, f5, it is a better version compared to what we discussed, but I still wasn't entirely sure on how to evaluate that. He went for d5, which also has to be reasonable, but I was hoping to get a small edge after b3. I think his reaction with knight d6 was good. Knight e3, b6, c4, take, c5 seemed like a good choice. I can play d5, but I was kind of worried that f5 might be an issue somewhere. Like after f5, I can block f4 with g3, but then, I thought e6 or e5 even is an idea at some point. c4 might become weak. Like this knight on e3 is just kind of in the wrong spot. I need to play e4 there for the structure, and I don't have that option. So I wasn't really happy with that. That's why I went for dc, and it might look quite dry at first, but I do believe that we will get a very exciting game, simply because this knight on d6 is kind of weirdly placed. I mean, it's not a bad spot for the knight to be, but it blocks the bishop, and as soon as he moves the e-pawn, which he did in the game, also the knight becomes kind of loose, and like the d-file. So what we got now is, like, my knights on e3 and f3, he kind of blocked with his pawns on e6, f6, so that's quite nice for him, but his king will be quite weak. I think castling will be incredibly tough for him. I'm not really planning on castling since I just played h4, so in case I manage, I would love to activate the rook rider h-file, and basically my big trump is this bishop on b1, which is open in comparison to his bishop on b8. c4, c5 are quite easily protectable for the moment, so I don't think there's that much going on the queen side for now. But my attack is not really something I'm really hoping to crush through directly, but it's more of a long-term idea to kind of tie down as many defenders as possible and make the development of this h8 rook a little difficult. So in general, I would say I'm quite happy with the position, but it's double-edged, that's what I would say.
Happy with the position, but calls it double-edged, which I find very interesting just because, as Anish Giri had mentioned, so often we go to the eval bar first to kind of get stock of the position. The eval bar says it is nearly a dead draw. So where does that double-edgedness feeling come from?
I think he's just looking 20 moves into the future, and he's saying it's guaranteed to spice up at some point, although it does look very level, balanced right now. Computer saying only a 0.1 advantage for white. there is this long-term problem for Hikaru of what to do with his king, what to do with this rook in the corner. Even if this black king were to castle, even if the black rook were able to centralize long-term, he did say his trump card was this bishop on this beautiful light squared diagonal. He could go pawn hunting. There could be some attacks as well along that diagonal if the white queen slides and ever gets in. I think for now, it's just the fact that he's running up against a great defender, a brick wall like Hikaru Nakamura. That's stopped him from attacking Vincent Keimer, maybe slightly frustrating there. But yeah, he might be proven right. It's hard to bet against Vincent, the form he's in. And Tanya, I think he's very much looking just long-term here.
And it's everything to still play for. Yes, all 2 games of the semi-finals are in the balance for all 4 players. I think the biggest blunder so far has been Fabi almost tripping over the wire, nothing apart from that. But this one has got a lot of dynamism in it, you know, just like we saw the storyline yesterday. Yes, it's 4 versus 4 and 2 versus 2 when it comes to the pawns on either flank. But look at the formation, right? It does feel like Hikaru's got more weaknesses, more weakened squares that can be targeted, and he does line up the bishop and the queen, always eyeing that pawn in front of the white king. So watch out for threats. But the knights do a beautiful job on that right side, making sure everything is in fact defended. I think for Vincent, he needs to decide. The dark squared bishop, you know, it's got a target on that pawn, but does he also want to think about maybe dropping it back with that queen, sort of mirroring Hikaru's ideas, and then potentially jumping forward with the knight, trying to break that pawn wall that Hikaru has managed to get on the board as a defense? Because, David, the one big striking factor to me in this position is simply Hikaru's pawn formation. You need to find the holes and the gaps to try and target something to create chances. So plans of maybe a potential attack on the right side, is that something just feels more pleasant and easier for Vincent to set up?
Exactly. It's very hard to imagine Hikaru doing much on this flank, despite the battery of the black queen and the bishop, but much easier to imagine Vincent getting his queen in, for example, or like you say, Tanya, just getting something going on this diagonal, the 2 bishops still lining up. I think maybe first order of business, just improving the white rooks. This white rook is probably the least happy of all of white's pieces, but yeah, very tense battle right now. Vincent down over 10 minutes on the clock, and I think the main spiciness of this position does lie in the fact that all the pieces are still remaining. There's only been a trade of 2 sets of pawns, and very hard to imagine other exchanges in the near future.
Yes. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so far in this tournament, James, it's like Vincent and Time Trouble have been best friends, but apparently they've had a breakup. Only an 11-minute deficit. I mean, that's not bad at all, given the position. I mean, that's the most amount of time Vincent has had in this tournament so far in such a position.
Oh, yeah, sitting pretty as compared to the rest of his matches and the time deficits that he has found himself in. I'm going to divorce us from our 2 top-ticket bouts and take us down to one of our battles for 5th place, because in a must-win situation here, Arjun Erigaisi up against Jan Nepomniachtchi has found himself a slight advantage. And it's not going to show you as much on the eval bar here until it has some time to think, because on much deeper lines, it's giving a full 1.5 advantage here to Arjun Erigaisi.
Wow, and key moment potentially. I've just peeked over at your computer screen, James, and there's one key move in this position in order to just obtain that big advantage. It is to bring the queen to the top of the board the whole way up and just say to black, take me, please take me. The white queen is attacked. It's very natural to move her. The only other option is to take this knight, but there we go. He does bring his queen up.
Wow, just in time.
Whoa, brilliant move there from Arjun Erigaisi. It's not so much just setting a 1-move trap, of course, just to put checkmate on the board, as we should. Rook takes queen would allow a back rank checkmate. As Wesley So found out last year in Weissenhaus, you cannot castle your way out of check. So the black rook in the corner can't slide over and block this. So this would be a huge blunder. But it's more just to paralyze the black army. Suddenly the black bishop can't really get out, meaning the black queen can't get out. This rook a bit paralyzed, meaning black can't castle. What a move. Brilliant move from Arjun Erigaisi.
It's show-stopping, right? And to your point, it's not only the tactical element, but how just it brings about absolute paralysis for Jan. That means that he'd have to spend some time perhaps creating some escape squares for his king, because nothing on the left side really moves. Every piece is defending the other. You've got no squares to come to. You want to really take that bishop out to the center of the board, but that would lead to some trades, and eventually white, in fact, winning material in that line. That's the move that you really want to make in this position. Get that bishop to block the queen and the rook. But then it would follow up with the queen, capturing the queen. You take it back, you pick up the knight, you pick up the bishop, and end of the line, when the dust settles, you're up a whole piece. So Jan Nepomniachtchi, no way to finish his development because of that stunner by Arjun.
Absolutely brilliant move. He finds it. He gets the exclamation point to boot. I feel like Jan Nepomniachtchi's next move is fairly obvious, vacating a square possibly for that king to slide out of the way, connect the rooks. Then the queen has to consider finding a new position on the board. But as we got here just in time to see Arjun make that all-important move to try and get the victory, we are joined in studio by none other than Nemo, LA and Toronto-based streamer, content creator. I should say content machine, because every time I step out of this studio here, I see you filming something. It's like 6 hours straight of content filming, day in, day out. What has it been like for you here in Paris, just pumping out short-form content left, right, and center?
It's been amazing, and I also want to say thank you guys so much for having me here. You guys have been doing a tremendous job on the broadcast team. You guys are carrying on. Okay, well, obviously the players are playing really well. We have to give them credit where credit is due, but you guys have been tremendous. It's been so much fun watching you guys from out there. So.
Well, thank you. It's quite the pleasure to have you. In fact, you're probably the person within the chess world that at least we've been around each other's orbit to some degree. Now we see a lot of players getting signed to organizations. I think many people might not be aware that you were the first of all players to get signed by an organization way back when. While you might not have that organizational tether anymore, what has it been like for you to now see kind of chess moving more and more towards that digital realm and kind of get swept up in the esports world?
I am so ecstatic, and yes, indeed, I did beat out Hikaru by, I think, 2 weeks, quite literally, just because we didn't film a huge, video. But huge congratulations to both Carlsen Magnus as well as Fabi for signing on to Team Liquid fairly recently. We do have the Esports Cup coming up ahead of us in, I believe, August. So some really exciting stuff. I love seeing chess move in this sort of, fast-paced, sort of online, sometimes in-person formats, and I think it's really good for the overall growth of chess.
I want to know, as you were one of the people who was also involved with PogChamps super early on as a coach, what it's been like to kind of see, let's say, the average chess player become more of a focus in the chess world, right? Trying to open up the world of chess that can sometimes be so intimidating. It's a universal game, and yet there seems to be this really incredible barrier at times for the average chess player to interact with top-level chess play.
I definitely think that with more of the players becoming, more approached, I believe they've always been approachable. It's just been a question of whether or not we've been able to get to them. Nowadays, every player is, at the forefront of social media. They've got teams, they have people helping them. We are here helping them as well, come up with some content as well as producing content on behalf of the players. And I think it's amazing as, somebody who is not perhaps playing as much competitive chess myself these days and creating content around the players, following them around. I think it's been amazing. I hope more people around the world get to know the players a little bit better because they're fun. They're genuinely fun, interesting people. And it's not just about the, 64 squares and pieces.
And I know you're not just a chess player, much like many of these guys are not just chess players, a poker player as well. We, back at Weisenhouse, we had the Botez sisters, Alexandra even organized a game between a bunch of us. I don't know if you had an opportunity out here. I know they went to the casino one night to play some poker. Not out here, maybe in Vegas then, because that was just announced as our next location. Have you had much experience playing poker against any of these top guys?
I actually have not, but I have played one game before with Magnus, and I have lost to him, so he is just better than me in every single game possible, and that is totally fun.
Now, one's not enough to be definitive. We're gonna have to get that rematch in Vegas.
Maybe a poker tournament amongst the players.
That'd be so sweet.
Yeah. It'd be fun.
Maybe in Vegas. Perfect city to do that.
A little side-by-side tournament.
And Nemo, what's been your favorite moment so far of all the content you've been shooting, or favorite moments hanging out with the players here in Paris?
I believe every moment has been really amazing. I think it's been interesting hearing their thoughts in the post-match interviews. Yesterday, I had the chance to ask Magnus if he does indeed share all of his insight on the starting position, or if he perhaps holds back some of that. And his response was interesting. If he hears someone perhaps mention the wrong move or wrong idea, he doesn't necessarily comment on it. But other than that, he doesn't really hold back. So,
No, this is good. That's halfway. That's halfway to the thing that he's been pushing for. He's been waiting for somebody to plant a bad idea. Right? So it's not quite planting a bad idea, but hey, I'm just not going to correct your bad assumption about the position.
Yeah. David, would you plant an assumption if you were hypothetically playing?
Yeah, like if I was on the same team, the white team, as Vincent Keimer, I would happily try to throw him some bad moves just to get him out the tournament before having to face him. Yeah, nice to know that the players, they're very aware of those little mind games, those tricks.
David looks like such a nice guy, right? He's going to be sweet. He'd never do it. But just
those are the most dangerous ones.
Yeah, it's all an act. It's all an act.
I don't think it is all an act, but, for this scenario, we'll let David have it.
Yeah, well, maybe we can pick your brain around kind of the state of a few of our boards, maybe take a trip around the horn. First and foremost, we're sitting on Vincent Keimer versus Hikaru Nakamura. Our engine likes to tell us that this is a dead even game, but as we've talked about before you joined us here, maybe from a human perspective, it doesn't feel like that just because there's so many pieces that are still on the board, and as more come off, the likelihood that we sit in still an even state might vanish just as quickly. What's your quick read on this one?
I would say the position is perhaps equal as the eval bar likes to have it, but I think it's a slightly unbalanced position. The kings are castled on opposite sides, as Hikaru just, created a very long castle. We have the long castle in regular chess. This one's an extra long castle. So yeah, that might be legally the longest castle, right?
I think almost. Maybe just one further square if the king started on this square and goes the whole way to the other.
Oh, I see.
I think what's unique about this one is also that it feels like from one castle, he moved to the other.
Yeah, look at this. I'm going to do an action replay of the castle.
Look at this.
Slide to the right.
Already castle.
Slide to the left. And he went that way.
Very fancy.
Amazing.
Yeah, we forgot about that one, actually. Anish didn't spot that one either. I wasn't on my radar, I must admit. And suddenly Hikaru has a ready-made attack against the white king using his queen on this diagonal. And Vincent, he's going for the black king now that it has finally committed to one flank.
I was going to say, that's a theme that I have been taught in chess, that usually when castling goes to opposite sides of the board, you're kind of in for a fight, where both need to get to the opposite king as quickly as possible, and usually the one that has that aggression and can get there first will come out on the better end of the trade. From this one, let's check in on Magnus Carlsen and how he's doing up against Fabiano Caruana. We'll flip on over to that board in just a moment. Take stock of it, as it's been a bit since we've been there. Maybe, David, you can give us the quick action replay while we give Nemo a chance to think and evaluate.
Yeah, and actually in the last 25 minutes, there's only been one move each. And we actually left it with the black bishop retreating, maintaining this pin we mentioned on the long diagonal here. And the white knight now backing up its fellow knight, supporting the pinned piece. Black pushes a pawn. Fabiano maybe getting ready to drop his bishop back if need be. And Magnus, as we expected a long, long time ago, finally pushing his pawn, trying to crack open a line potentially for his rook here. Okay, looking balanced according to the eval bar, maybe slightly in white's favor. Very tense, though. Most pieces still on this board.
I do believe that whenever the eval bar is kind of like around that even position, a lot of viewers might think like, oh, this is just a draw. But chess positions can be quite nuanced, as everyone here is aware. And I would say, once again, Magnus is potentially going for a little bit of attack. This one's a little different from the Hikaru one, where the kings are actually castled on the same side of the board. But Magnus has the bishops on b1 and b2, not typically places where you're going to see the bishops. They are aimed directly at the black king, so interesting things may happen from this position.
Yeah, absolute snipers there lined up here for Magnus Carlsen. He dove into the confessional booth yet again, making plenty of visits to that sacred space for us today. Let's hear what he had to say just a moment ago.
I think my position is absolutely overwhelming here. Like gaining a lot of space, and his pieces are being kicked around, and they're quite passive. So he's obviously going to fight his hardest to get out of it, but really liking my chances now, and happy with the way I'm played generally so far.
Well, there you have it. The eval bar may tell one story, but the human element of it tells another. Magnus very happy with his position in this one.
And he should be. And I think to what Nemo said, because of the bishops, it's going to get even more fun. I don't think Magnus intends on stopping at that H pawn moving forward. Its best friend right next to it, I think that's going to start marching up the board as well. You know, ideas of, again, just pushing Fabi's pieces around is what he mentioned in that confession booth. By the way, Magnus is giving some competition to your hair game, Nemo. We've been talking about it all this while. But this looks extremely dangerous. And I want to point out, Magnus has the possibility to get his king to the other side of the board, just like we saw on the other board, if he starts advancing and feeling unsafe on that right flank. So long castle still a possibility. This is going to start getting pretty dangerous for Fabi, no?
Absolutely. I definitely think Fabi has to, well, he's just one move away from castling, but I'm not even sure if it helps him that much because the rook is just jumping from h8 to f8 and doesn't have that much potential on f8 either, especially as the h-pawn's going to come, and you might potentially even want that rook on the h-file in case of an h5, h takes g6 pawn exchange where you take back with the h-pawn and maybe you keep your rook there to defend that h-file. So it might become a tough position for Fabi to defend.
You know, the one thing I've seen with all the content, the amazing content you guys are producing, is that you actually get to see this different side of players. You know, you get to hang out with them and have fun and kind of take it away from the chess part. Is there a player who you really enjoy shooting with? Somebody who's got that, you know, personality for the camera that you are able to create exactly what you want?
I would say Fabi is probably the most enjoyable person to film content with. Probably because he has a very much like, it doesn't feel like he needs to act out for the camera. He's just naturally charismatic and also at the same time kind of just, I don't know, he just kind of says it as it is. If he thinks that he's losing, he just says it. If he thinks you're losing, he'll just say it. He doesn't need to, like, you know, hide anything.
How is he such a good Avalon player then, where he's constantly just hiding the fact that he's the bad guy?
Well, everything he says sounds like the truth.
Oh,
that's the problem.
Yeah.
It's indecipherable one way or the other. I mean, he does. He has a very honest and kind of pragmatic approach to everything, and he is quite an approachable person. Was there anyone that shocked you in terms of maybe their personality off the chessboard as opposed to on the chessboard?
So, Richard, I had never had the chance to actually talk to him before. I have had the opportunity to play his wife, but we are quite familiar with the way he plays chess. It tends to be, you know, exciting openings, fireworks, very fun chess. And then his personality, he has a very interesting personality, but also at the same time, he very much like, I don't know, he just sounds like he's very humble, but beyond humble. It goes to a level of where he's perhaps he needs a little bit of a motivational boost occasionally.
Very self-deprecating, and like as a Brit, that's our sense of humor too. But he takes it to another level, and it's always tongue-in-cheek, right? He's a super nice guy.
Yeah.
Very funny guy.
Can never trash talk him. I would just feel so bad.
Who would you feel most comfortable trash talking in the field?
I think Fabi would just be like, yeah, whatever.
You just take it.
Yeah.
Everyone loves
Nice
Fabi. That's the thing. Like, there's very few players there's very few men, sportswomen in any field who are just universally loved, but Fabi must be one of them in chess.
He's a unicorn.
He's one of those.
If you will.
That pose cannot be very good for Magnus's back.
I mean, there's some curvature there, which maybe we'd look to eliminate, but at least, you know, he's supported there on the elbows.
None from Fabi.
Who's got the best thinking face of all the players in the field? So Keimer he's always in that split.
Starfish?
Yeah, exactly, where he's always splitting around the eyes, you know what I mean? Hikaru, though, maybe just being the most expressive in general.
Oh,
I don't know if he has a dedicated thinking face, though. Sometimes it's, you know, searching for the answers in the stars.
Take.
Sometimes it's...
The mouse.
Exactly.
He's got 48 thinking faces.
Exactly. I don't know if there's an answer. Maybe you at home can help us decide.
I think Nordebek. You know, he's got this full... He never really covers his face very often. Sometimes he does when he's under time pressure. But for the most part, you see him completely sort of locked into what's going on and then give a quick death stare to his opponent.
Yeah.
You know, a bit of fiddling with the pieces. And then this very intense look by him.
I think Fabi's the one who has the most classic thinking face, where it's the two fingers and the thumb across the forehead kind of thing.
Also a bit of a poker face. He's not giving too much. I feel like when I look at Hikaru's face, I can kind of think or feel what he is potentially thinking about. He's so expressive.
Do you think that psychology comes into play often during chess? Whether, like, just even from your own experience, I think I asked the question the other day, like, if somebody makes a move and maybe gets up quickly or, you know, has a response, you know, like a little bit upset or angry, do you all of a sudden start reevaluating the position simply based on the way that your opponent is reacting to something?
I hate to admit it, but I do. I feel like as a chess player, I shouldn't, because it's a complete information game. I should be able to just look at the position, know at this point I am, you know, 0.7 or losing or whatever it is. But do you guys sometimes like look at your opponent's face and you second guess yourself, or you get worried?
Has happened to me all the time. And, you know, it's the face and it's sometimes even the body language, right?
If they suddenly like stand up or confident, it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute.
I mean, they were just leaning back and then suddenly you make a move and they smell something and you're just double guessing. You're wondering if you've just made the biggest blunder of your life. So it's happened to me a lot.
Yeah, daily basis. I prefer to actually play opponents I've faced before, because then you can read their tells, you know, a bit about them. But yeah, if you're playing a new opponent, especially the kids these days, it's very hard to get a read on them. And yeah, in the meantime, Fabi adopting one of those poses we talked about.
Well, just before we step away for a few minutes, I do want to bring us right back over to that Arjun Erigaisi versus Jan Nepomniachtchi board, because as I'm taking us there, Jan Nepomniachtchi has elected to make a move in response to what was a brilliant queen move down the board. Take a look at this. The eval bar shoots even further in the direction of Arjun Erigaisi here.
But this means, I mean, with this evaluation bar screaming right now, that there has to be some sort of a knockout move here, no, for white? Something around the back rank, the queen and the rook combining, the bishop in play. Yes, you've created some space for your king, but look at that bishop. That's a monstrous piece. I mean, is that really the square you want your king on?
Yeah, really surprising. Just to rewind one move, we thought that the best bet for black to deal with these back rank checkmate problems was to push this pawn forward. I think in Jan's defense here, that wouldn't necessarily have given the black king the safer square to run to anyway, because then it would have been the white bishop that would have been targeting the king if it ever moved. But yeah, this one, it just feels like Swiss cheese, the black king side right now. Just those holes, those dark squares around it. I'm not sure exactly what to do. I think you do need to move the queen, just because she is hit properly now, that the black king has an escape square. But where to move her, where to retreat her, maybe it's just an ongoing attack. It feels like the black king's not going to survive long term.
Would you just slide it one square to the right, just simply vacating that square for the rook to come into the game and then putting more pressure on the back rank? Is that a threat that you'd have to watch out? Because I just realized that black can't even move the bishop in this position. You've got no squares to actually connect your queen and bring it to the defense of the king. With that square not defendable, rook coming in, is that the problem in the position?
Computer says yes. The eval bar even higher. It's actually rising the longer it has to think, the computer. This is hopeless. Black is actually stuck. Like you said, just process of elimination, Tanya. This bishop doesn't really have anywhere to go. If it arrives on this square, it will be captured. And this is just going to be terminal, 2 pieces for the rook. Maybe white has even better, but the dark squares are going to be the downfall here. If the bishop can't move, this bishop can't move, this queen can't move, the knight doesn't really have anywhere to go, the rooks can't move for black, the king doesn't really want to step forward onto the dark square diagonal. He's just totally frozen. It's paralysis almost. And the one thing you could try is pawn takes pawn, but now this white bishop opens up. It can actually just snag the rook in the corner. You can't even take the bishop back because the other rook falls. This is just domination. The white queen controlling the whole black army.
And while the bar approves of this, is this the only way for white to keep advantage, or are there other stronger moves that Arjun has? Because it does look like a dominating position.
There are other strong moves.
Okay. Shouldn't be so proud then.
This is by far the strongest, though. Apparently, everything else gives a +2 advantage. Queen to e7 is more than +4 for white.
Wow.
That, at this level, should be decisive. We should also mention that the white knight is coming to join the party soon with some nasty checks. And yeah, the bishop and knight combined is going to be deadly.
I must admit, this was the last matchup I thought was going to go to a tiebreaker today, but it very much looks as though it's going that direction. Just before we let you go, Nemo, you've had the opportunity to interact with all these players and get maybe a sense of their mental state, how they're feeling their performance has gone throughout the tournament. Do you feel like anyone in particular is set to take the title between our top four, Vincent Keimer, Hikaru Nakamura? We got Magnus Carlsen, we got Fabiano. Is anyone just giving you that sense that they're going to take it this time around?
I definitely think Magnus is Magnus. So he's always in a good position to win a chess tournament. But also at the same time, he has felt very motivated. He did not win the previous one. And he has been playing extremely solid freestyle chess this whole event. And, you know, time will tell. Today he does have the white pieces against Fabi in what is already a slightly better position. So, yeah.
Alrighty. Well, with that, Nemo, we're not just going to let you go, but in fact, all of us are going to be taking that midday break that we take every single day. But have no fear, we're not going to leave you without any chess action. Perhaps we'll go ahead and flip to one of our top of the ticket battles, because I have a feeling those are the ones that the viewers at home are most likely going to want to be apprised of throughout the next 10 or so minutes. As we step away, we'll be right back here to help conclude the final day of the semifinals here in the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in Paris, France.
The semi-finals are underway here in Paris, and after game one, both big matches are still wide open. Let's start with Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana, a classic match between two eternal rivals. Fabi gave a pawn for positional domination. However, it remained a balanced affair. When everyone expected a draw, Fabi decided to push. He broke in the center, tried to create chances, but perhaps overpressed a little. Magnus defended calmly, and while Fabiano was never really in danger, the game fizzled out into a draw. Over on the other board, Hikaru Nakamura versus Vincent Keimer was a completely different story. What started as a slow strategic battle suddenly turned sharp. The position exploded.
Yeah, it's odd. I like Vincent's position as black. I hate his clock time, but Hikaru's getting excited. Hikaru's pacing around. He's getting a bit twitchy. He's sensing something. He knows that the critical moments are coming.
Vincent was down on the clock, Hikaru pacing around the board, sensing his chance, but Vincent stayed solid, held everything together. After time control, it was Hikaru who offered a draw, which Vincent accepted. Everything is still in play for tomorrow. In the 5th place bracket, Jan Nepomniachtchi took the lead against Arjun Agassi, building what David called the most beautiful pawn chain ever.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, though, used a motif that is so instructive in chess. He already had the connect tree, a very nice foundation here. He built a wall of pawns by sacrificing his rook.
Nadirbek Abdusatrov also scored a win with a strong attack against MVL's king. In the match for 9th place, the first game between Richard Rappo and Pragnananda ended in a draw. On the next day, all eyes will be on the top bracket. It's Carlsen versus Caruana, Keimer against Nakamura. 4 players, only 2 spots in the finals. You stay tuned with us.
Jan, congratulations. You just beat Arjun Agassi. It looked like you took the initiative quite early in the game and never really let go.
Oh, yeah, maybe I think it's easy to judge when you see the computer evolution like you do.
And what were your thoughts on the game?
Well, I was quite... I can say I was very familiar with the structure, but okay, sometimes similar structures, they appear in Petrov. And engine offense is very optimistic for white, so despite like the space advantage, it wasn't so obvious very exactly how my pawns are going. Like it's not really like pawn in a minority attack, just nothing. But in fact, it's still like unpleasant, and black has to watch out. And I think after he allowed me like rook b6, it should be quite favorable for white. And I'm not sure if it's objectively winning or not, but it's clearly to result a game. And well, he tried to create some counterplay, but I mean, somehow like basically his rook is always bound to a8, and well, when he saw me pawn on a7, I felt like it has to be something, yeah, like because I think I have never seen in my life, like only maybe in some studies, this pawn structure, like from e3 to a7, all pawns are connected. So this was like delightful.
I have to ask you, yesterday, of course, was a disappointing day, losing the playoff to Vincent. How do you find the motivation to keep going and bounce back like that?
Oh, there is no motivation anymore, of course. And speaking of of yesterday's game, like, I mean, I'd like to give some credit to my opponent, but mostly for showing up for the tiebreak. Because okay, the first game was like remarkably bad. Okay, I can't recall anything like in any format of chess, like whatever. Maybe during some Tattoo Tuesdays, maybe that's the level I came up with it in the first game. And well, I mean, the second game, even in the second game, I had some chances, but clearly was like, I mean, normally you can call it like wasn't my day, but it was like I would say it was remarkably bad. So like I did everything and did a bit more to lose. So that's how I'm here.
Well, Jan, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. Congrats anyway on today, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Oh, wow.
I don't know why everyone thinks I calculate well.
Because you actually calculate.
Yeah,
That's the difference.
yeah, exactly.
I'm just quitting the interview. Okay, sorry. Minute of silence.
It's about time we had some player cards in chess. I've created some numbers featuring the players' key chess attributes based on the 2024 season across all time formats, classical, rapid, and blitz. What do the players think? Have I been too harsh?
Everything is harsh, come on.
Too generous?
I mean, this was the best picture.
Let's find out.
What is cal?
Calories.
That's 90 calories?
Yeah. daily dose of calories.
What does strength mean?
Strength, right?
Yeah, but what does it mean? Like, it's just an overall
strategy, no?
Oh, that's strategy.
I mean, strategy is way too high.
But at stands for attitude, or what?
Yeah, I mean, it should be. Yeah.
Because it's only thing I can understand, like why it's so low.
I think, overall it's okay. I think we're gonna round out to about 95, which I think is reasonable. Or 94, 93.
I feel like time is low,
94.
isn't it? Like time management is low.
Time management should be higher. Yeah, that's probably too low.
And strategy, like I don't know how can you.
I mean,
be
99
perfect?
is bullshit. Like obviously nobody can be close to perfect on anything.
But the attitude, is
yeah.
it's correct. Yeah.
I think it's gonna be 94.
Probably I'd say like 96.
97.
Oh, that's high.
So should I reveal?
Oh, it was 94. Yeah, I'm quite happy.
If it's based on the previous year, I think any score for me more than 80, I would be happy. I would be absolutely happy.
Attack is 87?
They all think we suck at attack.
Time management, wow. Okay.
Yeah, 89 feels low. Like, why is attack and time management always the lowest by far?
Yeah, time management is strange. Defense is probably too high also.
Nah.
No, defense is fine.
Defense
is quite fine, yeah. Resourcefulness, yeah?
Yeah, okay, resourcefulness, true.
Time management feels oddly low.
Yeah, because you play so well with little time.
Yeah, that's true.
So then it obviously should be higher. Calculation should be a bit higher, I think.
Probably, yeah.
So you still calculate, yeah? Like
I didn't think so, but
so then yours should be like really high based on.
I don't think I calculate so well these days.
Yeah, but I mean, based on the way they're grading us, they should grade you much higher on this. Yeah, time management probably not great, but that's fine. Or overall, I'd be disappointed if it's below 90. Anything over 90 is good.
It's gonna be 92.
Yeah, it's probably it's fine. It's completely fine. Yeah, 92. I think 92 probably.
92.
I mean, it can't be 94. I mean, it can't be 94 or higher, so it has to be like 92.
91.
Oh wow!
Yeah, 91,
yeah, that was.
Oh, we should take.
Remove it all.
Oh, right, yeah.
Still 91.
The second one is harder to get off. There we go.
It's a bit harsh.
Yeah, I think it should have been 92 or 93.
That's fine. I also am confused where the picture is from. The picture is very strange. The shirt is weird. It looks. I feel like it's like almost AI or something. It really looks. It looks weird.
It is. Oh. Next up, it is
Jan. Well, everything that
Moving fast means time management is very good, basically.
Okay, at this point, I'm just quitting the interview, okay, sorry. Yeah, sad but true, yeah?
I think strategy should be a lot higher.
My strategy is like 84. It's the only thing I'm doing, yeah, like.
I think strategy is harsh.
Everything is harsh, come on.
Calculation is
very harsh, I guess. Evaluate time management, like whatever, like surely below 90 because...
But time management is not just being fast, it's also...
It's also knowing when to think, when to spend time.
If it was about being fast, it would be 99.
Yeah, that's
perhaps.
That's
and nobody attacks very well, still.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, everybody attacks.
Yeah. Well, minute of silence.
Yeah.
It's like a memorial.
Well, I think it's pretty good, though, actually. I would guess 90.
90?
No, surely below 80. Below 90. Maybe below 80 as well, by the way. Yeah. But hopefully still... I mean, okay, it's David's opinion, so we'll know. Okay.
Oh, wow.
David, thank you. As I said, like, in the very beginning, anything more than 80, I'm grateful.
I mean, this was the best picture.
Yeah,
so
this
far.
is the best one, by far.
Yeah.
So trying to compensate the worst score, yeah? With the best picture, right? And now we get the last player. I think it's going to be MVL.
Try and guess before, right? On some
Okay.
of these.
Yeah,
Let's try and just guess.
Mine?
Yeah,
but
on
it's
yours.
probably also going in descending order, so I guess mine are going to be...
Calculation should be very high.
Yeah, I would say like your calculation is going to give you like 9. I think they're going to put you in like 94,
as well.
94 for calculation. I'm guessing.
So intuition shouldn't be too high, I guess, yeah? The guy who likes to calculate.
Yeah.
I feel like strategy should go lower than intuition. I don't really know what strategy means.
You see? I also don't know what does intuition means.
Yeah.
Okay, so low 90s for attack.
Calculation.
Calculation
97.
was
okay.
Okay, so strategy around 90 was correct.
David, do you have the card of yours, David?
You should be higher for time management because it's really f***ing annoying for the opponent as well.
I think it's 90 though. I think
this is
that's
90.
my guess.
I mean, calculation is kind of saving me, I guess. I don't know why everyone thinks I calculate well.
Because you actually calculate.
Yeah,
That's the difference.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
all right, let's see. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe 90 or 89 is fair.
And...
Oh, wow.
89, of course.
89. I think it should have been 89.
No, nobody's
90.
happy.
I think David had a really bad day. David just like went through like games from the last 15 years and like, I don't like any of these guys.
Finally someone is in a good mood at the picture. Unlike other three.
None of us were.
Where do you think you're most disappointed?
Time management should have been better.
Like the score or his time management?
But who gave this?
He's leaving.
There are a lot of stones, you know, down.
David, run! Run for your life, David, run!
Yeah, for sure, it's not been easy. Like there has been quite a lot of change that I had to deal with. Mainly that. I mean, my schedule has just become much more hectic than, especially when I'm in India. It has become much more hectic than it was before. But okay, it's something that I think I'm settling into. The 1 month after the match was not at all easy, but yeah, now I think it's all fine. And also, it's great that chess is getting a lot of attention in India, and not only in India, but especially in India after the match, and especially after all the candidates' Olympiad, World Championship success. So it was, it's really nice that I could play a part in that. But yeah, I have to get adjusted to the new experience. Yeah.
Vincent, you just drew game 1 against Hikaru. It was a very interesting game. What were your thoughts on what was happening?
Yeah, the opening seemed kind of dangerous. Yeah, it would be interesting to see what Magnus and MVL had in mind after Queen B3 when playing knight G6, because of course I would have loved to play knight G6, but yeah, I went for C6. It did feel that the position could be very dangerous for me, but I got some counterplay on the queen side, and after that I felt my position should be kind of okay. And yeah, I think he was trying to be too ambitious, so that at some moment my position should be better. But yeah, my move Queen E6 I think was like somewhere between very unnecessary and a big mistake. And after that, it was just a big mess, which then yeah, kind of fizzled out into a draw.
You had quite a long discussion just now after the game. What was sort of the verdict that was reached in the post-mortem?
Yeah, it was nothing very clear. I mean, we both felt that the position of the opening was dangerous for me, but without having found like a clear way for like attack or advantage for white. And I think he was also agreeing that later on his position was worse.
And how did you feel last night? We had the interview, of course, after you beat Jan in the playoff. Did you manage to calm down, and how were you feeling last night?
Yeah, I managed to calm down, and yeah, I was going to the game quite fresh considering how long I had been playing yesterday. So today's game was fine. I think it was fighting. It sets a good mood for tomorrow, and you know, I got rid of that black game. Tomorrow I will have white, and yeah, it's fine. Of course, you know, knowing that my position should have been better at some point, I would have loved to push for more, but okay, sometimes that's the way it is.
Vincent, thank you very much, and all the best for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Maxime, thank you very much for taking the time despite the loss to Nordibek, but it looked like he played pretty much a model game.
Yeah, I'm not completely sure, but I grabbed this pawn in the opening. It was maybe a bit too risky. But at the same time, I thought I should take the challenge. Then I didn't like my position. Then suddenly I liked it back, but I missed some very good moves from him, including this queen e2, rerouting his queen to the king side, and then I was just simply lacking the time. Maybe I have some defense. I assume I should have, but I couldn't find it, and then he concluded in amazing fashion.
Let's talk about yesterday. You made it through without needing to go to playoff, but you stayed here with your friends watching Vincent play against Jan. What were your thoughts on that match?
Yeah, Vincent had a bad position in the first game, but he played amazingly to first defend and then actually win the game. And well, second game was, you know, he had this huge advantage before move one. So it was tough for Jan. He almost managed to come back, but in the end he couldn't. It was very tense playoff. I mean, I hope to see more of those playoffs tomorrow, including mine, possibly.
You'll have to strike back to force it to playoff. And finally, we see you every day take time for the fans. You can also bring some friends here to the playing hall. How does it feel to have this tournament in your hometown and with the home crowd?
Oh, it's a great feeling. I certainly hope that Paris is gonna be a regular stop for these freestyle events.
Well, Maxime, it's a pleasure to have you here. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
And we're back right into the semi-final action here on the second day. And most importantly, back by popular demand, Nemo is going to continue along with us as we track all of the action across the boards. Since we did take about that 10-15 minutes to step away, I think the best thing to do is take that bird's eye view, maybe just the evaluation bars across all 5 of our games to get that big picture of how the game is flowing between each of our battles. Of course, up there at the top of the ticket, you've got Vincent Keimer against Hikaru Nakamura, and interestingly enough to me, it has actually slid the other direction just ever so slightly, giving a small edge to Hikaru Nakamura. Carlsen still holds his slight advantage against Caruana. We've got Arjun massively better than Jan Nepomniachtchi, and very much feel like that one is going to end decisively in his favor and extend to a tiebreak. MVL slightly better against Abdusatorov, and then Praggnanandhaa and Rapport locked in a balanced battle. So I think we got to go to Vincent Keimer versus Hikaru Nakamura, the only one in which the player with the black pieces is given even a small advantage.
Yeah, let's jump to that board because Hikaru Nakamura has been doing some masterful things over the last few moves. Vincent Keimer wiping his eyes there because he might be disbelieving the fact that things have turned so drastically. It's not winning for Hikaru. It's not even a clear advantage necessarily, but it's a clear momentum switch And Vincent has to be very, very careful not to get checkmated here, Tanya.
And I think so much of that comes down to that long castle that we saw by Hikaru, you know, a move that was perhaps missed by everyone, including Vincent himself. Anish didn't see it. None of us in the studio saw that one coming. And what that essentially did is put Hikaru's king in a completely safe flank, while all of Hikaru's pieces, even the ones on the left side of the board, are in fact eyeing Vincent's king on the other side. Right now, just defended by a lone knight there, but also has that pawn weakness that has moved 2 steps forward on that H file, which can come under fire. And it just feels like Vincent's going to be on the defense. Hikaru, you give him these kind of positions, he's just so incredibly powerful, Nemo, when it comes to attacking.
Absolutely. I think one of the other downsides of this position for Vincent is that he tends to run into a lot of time trouble. And we all know that defending slightly worse, this position isn't even really slightly worse, but the fact that there's so much pressure on the board makes it feel that way with the queen. Basically, if Vincent slips, forgets about it, there's queen to h2 with effectively checkmate, and you just can't make a mistake in this position. And Vincent hasn't always been the most comfortable with his time usage.
And when you're playing a player like Hikaru, that's something that's always got to be in your mind. It comes to the point we were discussing in the pre-show, right? Yes, you might have little time on the clock. How well you handle it also depends on the nature of the position that you have in front of you. If it's simplified, if it's an endgame, it's easy to blitz out those moves, neutralizing the pressure. But this is anything but simple for Kaima to handle.
Anything but simple. And Hikaru, especially in his younger days, when he loved to attack, I think this would be almost an instant call that we would say Hikaru is going to checkmate Vincent. The white king only has 2 defensive pieces around it, the 2 white knights, whereas, as Nemo pointed out, the black queen sniping from afar, the black bishop, the black knight, that's at least 3 attackers, maybe more to come. And for Vincent, it's momentum as well. He's had to retreat everything. Now he has 5 pieces back on the back rank. That wasn't the case just a few moves ago. He's in full-on retreat mode.
So no simple answers here for Vincent Keimer, but what an interesting, simple way for Hikaru to kind of have flipped the script in this battle, right? With just a castling move, all of a sudden it seems like he's the one with the initiative. His bishops now all of a sudden feel a lot better, at least as they're pointed towards the right side of the board, where they're on the white side. Both my bishops are now staring into nothingness.
Yeah, the white bishops, like, even if they do win a pawn, I'm not sure you want to win any pawns on this flank, because suddenly the black rooks join the party, join the fun. One idea for Hikaru in the near future would be, for example, to shift his rook across 1 square and blow open a line towards the white king. Still takes a while, still no guarantees that he's going to get there, but a clear target at least for Hikaru.
That's a beautiful idea. You could push the pawn next to it as well at the right time, start hitting that knight, push it forward to blow open the king side. I mean, so many tactical ideas. Also, watch out for some knight sacrifices at some point. You know, you've got that h2 point highlighted. There's an undefended pawn next to the king, which can also come under fire once the queen steps over to that square next to the knight as well. Hikaru taking his time. You know, he had this interesting interview with Sverre where he mentioned that he just took his eyes off the ball for just a moment, and things seemed to be absolutely fine. I think it was when he was playing against Arjun, or perhaps Vincent in game 1. But the point is that these are the kind of positions where if he smells blood, if he smells that there is an opportunity to create the attack, it's going to be so incredibly important for him to stay razor sharp in this one and not let the opportunity slip, at least to put pressure on Vincent.
And I was being curious here because I couldn't see a direct way forward. I wasn't sure what Black's best move is. If it were me, I'd probably slide my rook and hope to open things up. But the computer says there's only one way for Black to maintain the advantage. Everything else is level, at least for Vincent. So Hikaru might get one opportunity here and now. This might be the window that he was looking for, and it's not an easy move, I've got to say. The top computer suggestion.
Say no more. Should we take a guess at this?
James should go first.
Knight e4.
I like it.
I like it as well. I guess that knight will be exchanged, or one of the knights will be exchanged, and the game will just go on. Not a bad move at all. I think probably the first one I would look at.
Yeah, I feel like we're just unlocking the queen right along that diagonal, so possibly comes into play a bit later. And then I know you talked about maybe wanting to unlock that rook. It's not along the file that you had originally suggested, but if that trade comes through, now I slide my rook over to that F file, and I at least have some attacking chances there. That's my reasoning.
If I had to take a guess, I would be looking at the pawn push, the F pawn moving 1 step forward. and try to get the attack. But the problem is, I think you just trade the knight and pick up that pawn. So maybe it's not the right moment to get that one going.
Yeah,
also, David's reaction tell me that's definitely not the move.
Again, I don't think it's a bad move, but yeah, just to point out that you mentioned, luckily for Vincent, his last move was to bring the white queen back. It was directed against specifically this idea because the white queen could take a pawn, although still complicated to my eyes at least. Rook takes pawn. It looks like black's about to come in with a checkmate, so I wouldn't be shocked at all if this happens. And okay, computers.
The bar hates
humans, it. Well, it doesn't hate it. It's still a fight, but maybe not.
Nemo, what's your guess?
All right, Nemo.
I rather like queen to e7. I've had a little time and had, you know, David refute you guys'. But I think queen e7 makes a lot of sense because we're just going for the h4 pawn and we just want to put some pressure. And white plays g3 perhaps. We now have f4 with a little bit more power just to distract and potentially even destroy the white king side.
I think you've probably predicted Hikaru's move. Queen e7, I should mention, is the second best computer move.
Okay. Oh.
And things are still roughly level, but...
So still a miss across the board for all three of us. David, what is the answer?
Reveal.
I should mention, disclaimer, I don't think I would find this. If you gave me 5 guesses, I don't think I would find this. If you gave me 2 hours to study this position, I still might not play it.
It's like pawn to a5 or something.
It's a sacrifice.
What?
Knight takes pawn?
Pawn on f2.
Whoa.
And it's not even an immediate kind of return until you realize that this knight is trapped.
Oh, what?
It's not an immediate checkmate.
Oh my goodness.
But this knight has no squares. So essentially, you've lured out the white king for free. And once you regain the material here, the white knight, it has to give itself back. Then you realize that actually you've just opened things up even more for free.
Wow. That is beautiful. The knight trapped at the center of the board where it has about 8 squares to go to. You don't get to see that every day in chess.
You know what's really funny about this knight takes f2 move too? Hikaru loves to play, you know, tandem or bug house, as a lot of people like to call it. And I feel like knight takes f2 is a very bug house move. You're trying to draw out the king, and then you're trying to attack it immediately. Another format of chess you guys don't have to worry about because I know Freestyle's we're already here with a slightly different starting position. But knight takes f2, I think, is definitely something that Hikaru is probably calculating right this second. And it's just a matter of, is that move going to be like at least giving him potential?
I think he plays it.
So we couldn't find it, but you think it's on his radar?
I think it's 100% on his radar.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think he plays it.
Yeah.
This is a Hikaru move.
The more we talk about it, the more I think he might. He did kind of perk up as soon as Vincent made his move. He was frowning a bit. He was like peering into the position. And like you said, Nemo, that's a great spot. Like normally you take this pawn, the white king comes out, then you put a new pawn on the board, you check it, then you check it, then you check it, and you never stop checking it until you mate it.
Are you a bug house enjoyer?
I am a bug house hater. I'm so bad at bug house. I can't attack for my life. So I don't think I would play this move, but Hikaru, especially a few years back, he was a fearsome attacker. He's definitely in his repertoire, this type of thing, in his arsenal. The ability to find a move like knight takes pawn.
It's going to be so much about how he evaluates that whole trade, right? You win the knight back, but you're going to lose that extra pawn as well in it. But the point is that you win it with interest, right? You've got these open lines against the white king once the dust settles, which brings in more fire. I see the evaluation bar, and it says that it's not an absolute disaster for Vincent, this sacrifice.
It's not a disaster. He can still curl up into a ball and defend. Again, maybe we just follow through this variation to show what Hikaru, what might be going through his mind. Knight takes pawn here. This is analysis, everyone. He hasn't made a move yet. We will update you when he does so. The king has to take this knight back, otherwise you're just a pawn down. This knight is now trapped. And apparently now the path starts to narrow. Here, Vincent needs to be extremely accurate, starting with, for example, just retreating his king, or bringing this knight to the side of the board to act as a shield to the white king a bit later. And if the knight is captured in the center, you just take back with the queen, and you act like nothing has happened. You are attacking a pawn. The white king will slide back. Still game on. But it's clear that Hikaru has the advantage due to the fact that he has the target. He has the white king out in the open here.
Well. Do you think Kaima spots it with head and hands completely focused? Do you think he realizes that there are these tactical motives? And is it slipping?
Yes,
I think so.
I think he sees it.
If
you think Hikaru sees it, then I think Keimer sees it.
I think he might have just realized Keimer is actually up on the clock. a big twist of the day.
I mean, that's the thing, right? I mean, Hikaru maybe has an opening here to take advantage in this game, but importantly, yes, he has to spend the time to work through all of the different lines and figure out whether or not is something he wants to commit to while he does continue. He retreats instead.
Whoa.
Ooh, a mistake apparently. Big threat, though, we should mention, now that the Black Knight is no longer up for an exchange here. There is the threat of trapping this white piece.
Did you see Kaima's reaction? There was almost relief on him. You know, he leaned back, raise of eyebrows there, and maybe he's happy to see this on the board.
Maybe, although this is still a scary threat to have to deal with, trapping the White Knight where it sits.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of room to breathe, but not out of the woods just yet is Keimer in this one. We can see that heart rate spiking as well for Nakamura. So again, maybe just realizing critical moment in this game. Keimer still calm, cool, and collected, at least by the heart rate standards. Let's take a look at the whole field. How are those heart rates doing? Maybe we see somebody who's spiking in a way that motivates us to go to a specific game.
Hey, Richard Rapport and Hikaru Nakamura by far the highest. Jan Nepomniachtchi is at 95, but we should mention that he has just lost his game. Jan Nepomniachtchi has resigned, so playoffs are guaranteed later today.
Yeah, from here to the accuracies of all of our players in the field, this is the accuracy that they sport just in this game, not over the course of the tournament. And as you can see, a 77% there for Jan Nepomniachtchi. David just mentioned in a moment ago that that game has found its way to a result. No surprises there because Arjun had such a dominating middle game position there with that brilliant queen move. And after a few more moves made on the board and some pieces leave the table, he will admit defeat 1-1. That one is guaranteed to go to a tiebreak.
Yeah, and just while we have Arjun on camera, I want to showcase the last few moves. This was the final position. We'll break it down in a second. But we have to go all the way back to a brilliant queen sacrifice by Arjun Erigaisi. In this position, we were thinking the white queen had to run, or you eliminate the attacker of that piece by taking the black knight. Arjun found the best solution by far in this position. He brought his queen the whole way up to the top of the board. If you take this queen, it is simply a back rank checkmate. Remember, in freestyle chess, you can't castle out of check. Otherwise, black would swing the rook over, block, and win the game. So this would have ended in checkmate. Instead, though, the queen just paralyzes the whole of the black army along this rank. We saw a black pawn push here, actually making the situation worse. We saw the white queen step back, hinting at coming up to the top and conquering the back rank anyway. And here, Jan Nepomniachtchi found nothing better than to just push pawns. And he very quickly found himself facing a withering attack. He had to defend with a very passive rook here. And it was all on the dark squares that things happened. First, infiltration. And after an exchange here, we saw Arjun close things off really nicely. The black bishop blocking, but a small sacrifice here to blow things open yet again. Rook for bishop, first of all. Then the knight joins the action, double exclamation point. If the knight is taken, it was taken. Otherwise, checkmate would land anyway. Then pawn to e6. The bishop finally joins the party. And this game ended here with checkmate about to land on the board. If the king sidesteps, another check, followed by checkmate. Arjun, brilliancy prize of the round so far.
Well, so how about that? I mean, Tanya, we talked about how we started the tournament with 4 Indian players in the field. Arjun Erigaisi quickly seen as the last and sole survivor of that round robin. Yes, isn't in contention for the top spot, but in that battle for 5th place, in a do-or-die situation, he gets it done against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
And that's a big win for Arjun on a personal note as well. You know, we talk about the opportunities that he hasn't had against some of the best players in the world. So having this big win against a giant like Jan, it's got to be a big confidence boost for the Indian youngster, forcing it into a playoff. And I will remind everyone, this wasn't one of our picks for Arjun to be able to take the match there. You know, he lost yesterday with the black pieces, and he was crushed by Jan. So kind of overcoming that from a psychological perspective and then delivering this blowout performance. I mean, this is absolutely brilliant start to finish, getting that queen in, sacrificing it, delivering the checkmate, all the last few moves that David just broke down for us. I think it was perfection, David.
Yeah, just incredible play there by Arjun Erigaisi.
Yeah, incredibly impressive out of him. And you mentioned our different picks for which of the matches we thought might go to tiebreakers today. My pick for the one that could go to a tiebreaker today was MVL versus Noterbeck. Of course, that one in decisive fashion yesterday with Noterbeck up 1-0 means that MVL must win this match. We're going to go there real quick just so we can go ahead and keep up with the pace of the games here. And it looks like MVL does have some chances.
Yeah, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave doing very well. There is a threat on the board. Noterbeck with this last move, the Black Knight coming across, the White King and Black King sitting on opposite flanks. So still quite double-edged, this position. But Black is now threatening to bring the Bishop out with a nasty pin, a nasty hit, winning the White Queen. So this needs to be dodged. And the White Queen moves, grabs a pawn.
I mean, so big difference, Nemo, for me here is, again, the idea that now White has kind of used that castling technique to force the Black Bishops and the Black Queen, you know, onto the wrong diagonals. All of a sudden, they feel so useless, all positioned up in the top left over there.
Absolutely. I definitely think in this situation, the long castle is quite effective, as the open or the G-pawn that is being currently pushed up is potentially on its way to becoming an open G-file for White. And I think White definitely is going for the attack here. Once again, opposite side castling. As you might have guessed from today's stream, they do lead to very aggressive attacking positions with the kings being on opposite sides of the board. Both players are going to be much more willing to push those pawns in front of their king. And White just needs to sidestep here, whether to B2 or B1, and the king will practically be safe. It looks a little spacious in front of the king right now, but actually, you know, it's pretty comfortable for Maxime.
And that's 2 extra pawns on the board as well, right? Which is extremely important, because if the pieces were to get traded off, any endgame, Maxime wins hands down, because the 3 versus 1 majority on the left side of the board. So middle game, to Nemo's point, incredible attacking possibility, king safety. And if Noterbeck tries to neutralize the pressure with exchanges, that doesn't help him either.
Yeah, it looks like the White King, once it moves, the Black Knight might come forward, hitting the White Queen and going for exchanges, as Tanya mentions, but he can afford to give back some material, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, as he aims to guide this game towards safety. Long-term, another factor, this Black Rook on the far right here, just unable to really enter the action.
I was about to say, what is that rook even doing there? You know, it comes back to that point in the starting positions. If you don't think about how to get your majors across and out quickly, you end up in positions like these, especially in freestyle chess.
Yeah, bad rook. Normally one piece makes your whole position bad if it is misplaced. And interesting that all of these players, these top players, they're using the kind of long castles, going to the long side, the far side, as a bit of a weapon. It's like the opponent looks one way, you suddenly jump the other way. Because Magnus Carlsen has done the same in his game as well, bringing his king to that flank. Arjun Erigaisi did it. Hikaru Nakamura did it. It wasn't on our radars at all in the early stages, but the players, they're looking so deeply into the position. Really nice trick there to utilize.
Well, let's complete our trip around the world here as we dive back into the semifinal matchups. Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano. You mentioned as well, castling occurring in this one, completely warping the state of the game overall.
And this was one where, last we left it, Magnus Carlsen had entered the confessional, said he thought he had an overwhelming advantage. The eval bar disagrees, says it's just a small advantage for Magnus, but maybe his evaluation of the position just being easier to play for White.
Yeah, but I know David gives a solid victory to Magnus Carlsen right here. Connect 4 already completed. There's no way back for Caruana.
GG, it's, yeah. Sometimes I joke about it, but it's actually a thing, right? He's got Connect 4, he's got Connect 3 over here, the pawn chain, super strong. Here, it's not even the fact that it's a chain, it's the fact that he holds the key to opening the right flank anytime he wants. Black is frozen. Black will never, ever take this pawn because it opens the Black King. Magnus is the one who's kind of got this sword dangling over Fabiano's head. He says, okay, I can open this flank at will. You just have to sit there and calculate every single move. You have to burn time every single turn, thinking about what happens if I do that. And I think that's why we see Fabiano lower on the clock now, 10 minutes. This has turned. Magnus was actually down 40 minutes almost a bit earlier in the game.
It's incredible everything he's done, right? Made so much progress while Fabi's just been shuffling around with his bishop, one step sliding to the right side of the board. And the fact that Magnus's last move, you know, this little bishop move on the left side, it just shows how much time he believes his position has. He wants to sidestep with the king. He wants to untangle his queen away from this diagonal, this X-ray that Black's bishop has just caused, free up his pieces and go for the attack on the right side. Fabi has got about 2 moves to figure out what he needs to do, so he needs to play energetically. He steps in with a knight, offering a trade. And if you were to take that, I think Fabi wants to take it with the queen, bringing that into play and just really hoping and praying that there can be a queen exchange in just a few moves.
Yeah, great move by
How do
Fabi.
you avoid that?
Great move by Fabiano. I don't think Magnus really wants to move his knight away from this exchange, but if you don't, then this is really awkward, this diagonal.
That's actually a very nice move by Fabi, a defensive move. And it's not about getting a knight off, because that knight which is being exchanged is actually quite an awful one for Magnus, but it's what happens next, right? You really want to get the queens off the board, and this was the only way to do it, and Fabi finds it.
Yeah, just destabilizing this knight, sitting pretty in the middle. And to talk about the queen exchange, Tanya, just to predict the future, are you expecting a knight exchange here?
I would love to avoid it because I want to keep the queens on the board given the flank attack that Magnus has going on. But I'm struggling to really find a way to make that happen. If you take the knight, Fabi's queen jumps in. The queen and the bishop are hitting the white knight. If that gets out of the way, that would at least lead to a trade, maybe some other possibilities, but at least you get the queens off the board and you say, I have a very healthy pawn formation, my bishops are active. This is the best position probably Fabi's had all game.
I also wanted to say you can't really play knight e1 in that position, right? Because of knight, maybe some knight takes g4 ideas.
Ooh.
Oof, oof, nice. Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Suddenly this bishop comes to life, and yeah, if this knight takes the black knight, there is a nasty check due to this pin, and you win the white queen next move.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, nice geometry here. You use the full board, because if the knight is taken the other way, then the rook in the corner falls. And this looks very good for black. We see the bar slide. Nice spot, Nemo. Tactics.
Super nice. Puzzle rush, huh? Today
Yeah,
morning?
puzzle rush.
Yeah, Magnus does blunder knight jumps sometimes. The only tactics, the only one movers he ever misses are always knight jumps.
But is it, as we're working through it, does it feel like now knight takes knight is just feeling more forced than ever?
Yeah, I don't see any other moves, because if you move your king, there's just knight takes g2. The knight on e3 is pinned. If you move your queen, you know, the knight on e3 is still pinned because of the king on c1. So you don't really have much of a choice.
In fact, if you, I think, get your rook, the h1 rook to defend it, Nemo's tactic might even work in that position with everything opening up. So Magnus might not have an option but to get some of those pieces off the board.
Yeah.
And he might still be doing well, Magnus Carlsen, but the way he spoke in the confessional booth made it sound like he wanted to go on the attack and kind of go for mate, go for Caruana's king, a queen exchange. And that feels far more distant. So, yeah, great move by Fabi. Great defense there.
Magnus going to chew up some of the time on his clock, which Fabi will be happy to see since he currently sits 11 minutes down in the overall time controls. From here, we go back over to Hikaru Nakamura versus Vincent Keimer just to see how that one's developed in most recent times. Again, Hikaru had a chance or two in the last time we checked in on this game to possibly come away with an advantage. And as we arrive at the board once again, we'll see if that advantage or slight opportunity still holds, or if Keimer has bought himself some new life in this one.
Okay, great move by Vincent Keimer on the last turn, bring the white bishop to the center just to block all the potential attacks against the white king. But Hikaru said, you go one way, I'll go the other. And this white rook now is trapped. Vincent might need to forget all about materialism here and just leave that rook to die, because if you block with the knight, you'll be all tangled up, all pinned anyway. Wow, this is getting really tense. The eval bar says level, or maybe slight advantage for white, but this is crazy.
Eval bar says level. Keimer's face tells me a little bit otherwise, right? That this is such a tricky position, and he can kind of feel the intensity of it.
Also approaching time trouble territory, right? Now both players about under 20 minutes. And this last move by Hikaru, trapping Vincent's rook, like David said, not a happy decision to block that attack. But if not, then you end up down material. But for Kaima, that bishop at the center of the board, you know, it's way more worth than just 3 points. And what just happened?
Oh, okay.
Has he just given up a bishop? Is that a blunder? The 2 question marks? Red alert.
It's gone down to 1. Gone down to 1. A question mark.
Breathe, Tanya.
I mean, his heart rate is 30 beats higher a minute than the last time we saw. So in just the last couple of minutes, I mean, he really is feeling the pressure of this moment, and like maybe his tournament chances are slipping away.
What is that move?
Wow, Hikaru frowning as well. Look at Hikaru's face. He is just as shocked as we are. There are some tactics in the air. I think he's aiming to utilize a pin in order to gain some material back. Hikaru, jack it off though, business time. This is where this semi-final might well be decided over the next few moves. Let's break it down. This bishop takes a pawn. Hikaru has 2 options. He can take the white rook, or he can take this bishop. I think taking the bishop more ambitious. If you take this rook, the bishop saves itself with a check, and then you take the bishop. And still a bit crazy here, but white has 2 pawns and a bishop for rook, so not even material down. But if you take this pawn, is he relying on rook takes knight right now? And then knight takes pawn with double attack against this pinned rook. This is just crazy. I can see why Vincent was attracted to this, I must say.
I can see why the jacket came off. This is a huge, huge moment, and this is why you just sit down and calculate. You've got to be brute force in these kind of positions, right? You can't rely on intuition. You can't rely on strategic elements. It's a sacrifice. Everything's hanging. And he's trying to evaluate what happens at the end of it. The position that you had, right, which felt like a forced sequence of move, it actually feels like a Nemo there. Vincent's got something to play for. The knight and the bishop doubling down on that pinned rook. You know, the black king feeling unsafe.
You know what I actually think might be part of Vincent's psychology right now? He's been feeling cornered for the last little bit, right? And sometimes when you feel cornered, you start finding these, I wouldn't call it a desperado because, you know, it's not that desperate, but it very much feels like all right, if I just keep playing this game on, I might just lose, and nobody likes to lose a painful, slow death. So let's go for something, yeah. Let's go for it. And I think this move is very much going for it. Hikaru still has to handle this delicately. There's chances in the positions, variations we looked at.
It's also the kind of move, I mean, that's a great point you make. You know, you wanna change the dynamics of suffering here. You don't want to just sit back and let Hikaru come to you, but it's also the kind of decision that could just backfire in the next 3 moves. David, I really want to get your take on this, because what happens at the end of all of this? What is it? Who is better? Once again, once we see all these sacrifices appear, which I think they will. I think he's about to capture the bishop.
Yeah, let's delve a bit deeper. And I should also mention, out of curiosity, I did check on the last move what white should have done instead, at least according to our all-seeing engine. And Nemo was 100% right. White is feeling cornered here. This white rook being trapped at the bottom of the board. You can save it by kind of self-pinning, by putting your knight in the way. But the computer wants to just completely forget about any material count at all and play the very cool pawn to f3, giving up the rook, giving up the exchange here, and just to play on, just arguing that this white bishop is so strong, more than worth a rook in this position. And actually, the more you think about it, the more you realize this knight is dominated, and white is just going to kind of line up on the queen side and go for the black king. So this is so deep, though, so hard for a human just to give up a rook for bishop for no immediate obvious compensation. I think just the fact that that was so difficult forced Vincent's hand. He didn't really want to kind of continue the momentum of Hikaru attacking him, so he tried to break the momentum. He gave up his bishop. And to answer your question, Tanya, what happens next? I think the bishop is captured. Just again, to check the computer, apparently everything else gives white the advantage, so I think process of elimination, Hikaru will come to the conclusion he has to take. Now, important here that you don't take with the white knight, because you lose this rook in the corner, or at the bottom of the board, and suddenly tactics work in black's favor. Much more direct here is to take this knight first, just to get quicker to this square, to the rook, with a check, potentially with the knight. And now black should just defend this rook calmly, using his knight. Unclear which one is best. One of the knight moves to defend the black rook. And white is currently down a whole rook, so even winning back some material, it's going to be a piece for 2 pawns at best.
You said Hikaru's got 48 thinking faces. I think we've seen about 35 of them so far after this move.
Okay, so 13 more to go until the move is actually made.
Yeah, he's surprised to see this. He wasn't expecting this. And I think he feels that this shouldn't work. You know, it's a lot of material that you're giving up, but even when you're on the attack, it's always difficult to sort of adjust yourself to the fact that your opponents just sort of changed, blasted open the position with something unexpected, readjusting yourself, that it's no more just slow play and you can't just keep bringing your pieces forward and you're the one who's calling the shots. Suddenly you have to sit down and calculate, but you know who's one of the best calculators in the world? It's this guy.
Yeah, and I should mention that Vincent, his success in Weissenhaus wasn't based on speculative sacrifices. It was positional play. And here he's kind of muddying the waters, he's gambling. He's pressed the kind of bet again button, and I don't know if it's going to pay off. It's not his style. Vincent isn't known for his calculation necessarily, isn't known for his attacking play. So I think this is panic that should help Hikaru. He wins a lot of games, Hikaru, by provoking his opponents into kind of unsound sacrifices like this one.
Also, with the time running a little lower, they are going to get into some scrambles quite soon. There is no additional time. So they will be playing with this time until the end of the game, and the tactics is coming.
It's on the board already, right? And there he is. He takes the bishop. Step one. Will Vincent now, after sacrificing a bishop, also give up the rook immediately on the board?
Yeah. So the sequence is known by both players. Pretty obvious follow-up here, we believe.
Mm-hmm. And Hikaru does have a choice. He could also take this rook, and he would have a material advantage either way. I think this is the only fork in the road. Everything else will be forced from this point onwards, but he could take this rook. And I think this is based on the fact that rook takes rook, hitting the black queen. The queen can escape, and he would have to evaluate this position where white, again, has a knight and a pawn for the black rook, so small material advantage. To my eyes, this is a bit less clear, maybe, just because the bishop still remains on the board super strong. This knight hits a pawn. This could easily be misevaluated by either player. But still, Hikaru, if he picks this one up, he'll have to defend well. I think the main point, though, is that this pin is not going to be eternal along this diagonal, because the black queen will later be able to... Sorry, my move's going awry there. The black queen will later be able to kind of step onto this diagonal and gain a tempo against a pawn in front of the white king, threaten checkmate, in order to break many of the pins that will arise.
I do like the idea of picking up the other rook. It feels like if you're going to end up having that much of a material advantage, and it was pretty much a forced line that we were looking at, right? If he does pick up the rook on d6. And when you've got little time on the clock, you're going into this time pressure territory. The player who needs to prove the compensation, who needs to prove the attack against material, it's so much harder to play that side because every move has to be extremely precise. You could just be lost in a move. While for Hikaru, it might be easier to perhaps handle the pressure that comes with that rather than the line where you pick up the rook on the first rank next to the white knight. So even if the evaluation bar says both are equally good, I think from a human angle, much easier to handle the position after getting that more active rook off the board.
Yeah. Difficult choice, though, Hikaru. He doesn't want to burn too much time at this moment.
What do you think he goes with, David?
He's going to take a rook.
Safe bet.
Yeah, smooth.
Pretty sure. I don't know which one. Toss a coin.
What do you think, Nemo?
I think he would play rook takes d6. I do agree with you that your more active rook is definitely, I think, more at the forefront of your mind when you're looking at this position. And it just feels like there maybe are some rook to e6, rook takes d8, discover attacks on it. At this point, knowing that you're going to be up the exchange, why not just avoid all complications and go for the one that's safe? You know that you're up a whole rook. Vincent's going to have to fight very hard to get some material back, so at the very least, you'll probably be up the exchange and therefore win the game. I think that's the safer bet.
And let's point out that if that rook was to be picked up, Hikaru's got no time to run away with his own rook, because you might think you're doubling down on the D line by sliding your rook to that square, but thank you very much, because the black rook can actually pick that rook up, attack the white queen, and get out of the pin if after rook takes rook, white was going to get the other rook on that line.
Yeah, just quickly to put that on the board. Rook here to put more pressure. Doesn't quite work out. The black rook saves itself, as Tanya mentions, and tension is broken. So, okay, big moment for Hikaru Nakamura. I'm going to predict no tie breaks. That's my main prediction. It feels like Hikaru is a favorite, but if he slips, Vincent could get some kind of attack initiative. I can't really see this fizzling out to equality.
No tie breaks in this matchup.
This matchup.
Yeah.
I predict one between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Arjun Erigaisi, though.
Oh,
Oh, you did.
Well done. You're on
Well
fire
done.
today.
That was amazing.
Yeah.
What can I say?
I predicted the one between Magnus and Fabi to go down to the wire, but I might not be accurate with that one.
Yeah, we'll see about that one. That one still has plenty of room to develop over the course of the day. Nemo, I know we can't keep you here forever, but we thank you for being so gracious with your time and joining us in the studio today. Anything left to maybe preview for our audience at home, content that they can keep their eyes out for in the next day or two?
Absolutely. We are going to be doing some post-match interviews depending on how these go. So I will catch you all later. And thank you very much for having me.
There you go, y'all. Make sure you're keeping your eyes out for all of that content produced by this brilliant mind here, especially as the players push themselves through the later portions of the tournament. Thank you so much, and we'll check in with you later.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
From here, back into the action. I think maybe we should check in with Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana, because it was the predicted tiebreaker matchup from Tanya, but as she just alluded to, perhaps not going in that direction. Carlsen still holding a small advantage here in this one over Fabi.
James, I might turn out to be right. I mean, the queens have come off the board. At least Fabi's not getting checkmated anytime soon in this position. You know, yes, it's Magnus Carlsen, and yes, we know about the Magnus touch in the endgame, and who cares about Alpha Zero when it's Magnus Zero here, I want to say, pushing that H-pawn, clamping down on that right side of the board, making sure that Fabi has trouble with the king for a long time, taking use of the bishop that's on the dark square, which is such a monstrous piece as well. Everything to play for, but then again, the big question of all endgames, is it going to be enough to push for a real advantage?
Yeah, it is Magnus Carlsen. Queens are off the board, so I tend to kind of agree with all of his decisions here. The question mark, I think we can take it away and throw it out the window, because that's just a long-term decision by Magnus. The Black King is now never going to be safe completely on the back rank. It's going to be facing some back rank issues. Any check will just be checkmate. Black Hand Castle, though, still, he hasn't moved his king or rook, so he can hop his rook on over and bring it into the game. I think he'll have to do that in the next couple of moves, otherwise that rook is trapped. My big issue here is that Alpha Zero taught us to push this pawn, right, Tanya? And I see Magnus push this pawn. He just leaves it there like a bone in the opponent's throat. Anytime I try this, I just lose that pawn. It just steps too far forward, becomes weak, and it just drops off the board. Anytime Magnus tries it, it tends to end in checkmate.
Well, you know what? That's fair. Fabi tripped, distracted Magnus earlier. Now Magnus nearly knocks the glasses off the table, throws his own little interference into play.
He loves to apologize, Magnus. He apologizes to pieces.
Immediately he apologized there.
To his opponent there for making some sound.
And then hangs his head in shame. It's all right, we'll forgive you just this once.
Just don't do it again, Magnus.
Exactly.
1-1. Chess players, clumsy. I think that's the moral of the story. Myself included, I should mention.
Is that true, though? Can you afford to be a clumsy player, especially in quick time controls? I feel like you should have tremendous accuracy, at least with your hands.
Let's do an action replay. When the,
Oh, actually, he apologized to the glass.
Yeah.
Not to Fabi. Oh, that's some drama right there.
We spent half our life talking to inanimate objects, so talking to pieces. Magnus does the same there. Okay, Fabi does castle. Meanwhile, the Black Rook is in the game, is in the battle, but the Black King still somewhat, feeling claustrophobic here in the corner.
This is going to be a very slow grind, very different from the other semifinals. So I think we should jump to that really quickly. But Magnus, I think it's going to be a bit of a vintage Magnus here. Play for the next 50 moves, slowly advance the majority on the left side of the board, and then also play along the diagonal that the bishop has set up. He's going to try to improve his position, but it's going to be a while before we really know if this is closer to a Magnus win or a Fabi hold.
Okay, so going back to what feels like the sharper position again, Vincent Keimer giving away a material advantage in his game up against Hikaru Nakamura and hoping that he'll have that compensation for the material that he has afforded to his opponent. And maybe we backtrack just because we had talked about there's a couple different options in sequences of trades between the two players. And obviously, as our current board state suggests, there was a decision made not too long ago.
There was indeed. Hikaru chose maybe the safer, the kind of less risky option here. He took this rook down at the bottom of the board, allowing a rook trade here in the center. White took with a check. The Black Queen had to save herself. She took the rook back, and now the bishop is snapped off the board. Again, material count, just to remind everyone, knight and pawn for black's rook, so minimal material advantage for Hikaru. He brings his rook across, hitting the very strong white bishop in the center. The bishop steps back. And if Vincent gets 2 or 3 moves here, if Vincent is able to get the white queen somewhere over this side of the board, okay, Hikaru defends the pawn meanwhile, then there will be counter chances. Opposite color bishops mean that the black king might be vulnerable on dark squares, but that also means the white king might be vulnerable on the light square diagonal. And Vincent also needs to improve this knight specifically if he wants any chance of holding this.
Yeah, really interesting what has happened here, right? The material count that you pointed out, and how does Hikaru continue being active here when Vincent also has targets of his own? I want to point out one square that's really important that Hikaru has to keep in mind is that A5 point, if we can highlight that. Right now, beautifully guarded by Hikaru, but imagine if Vincent's queen was to land there. You're attacking all the weaknesses on the left side of the board, also along with the bishop. You're threatening the kiss of that checkmate. So I think that's one idea that Hikaru has to have on his radar, which is perhaps the reason he can't immediately activate his own queen on the board, something that he'd love to do. And I'm just wondering, are we going to see the knight jump forward? That's an attractive option here for Hikaru. How does he keep the pressure? I think this isn't that easy. Yes, you have some extra material, but you've got a lot of weaknesses around your king to deal with.
That's why I'm a bit surprised by the last move made by Vincent Keimer, as a couple more fly out onto the board. Decided to retreat the bishop to safety as opposed to trading for that black knight. In my head, if the queen decides to capture back, it vacates the defense of that A5 square, still allowing you to jump in with a double attack on the pawns. If you recapture with the pawn as opposed to the queen, at least I've created another weakness in your pawn structure, doubled pawns, and now none of your pawns are connected across the entirety of the board.
Yeah, that's it was a big decision. Bishop takes knight was possible. I think it was due to the fact that after a recapture, the white queen coming out, Black had this key move. Black could swing the queen across and save the day, just plugging all the holes on the dark squares. And yeah, Black does have the rook for knight advantage. So I think, yeah, if it weren't for this queen move, that would have been a great option for White, and definitely the first move he calculated there, Vincent Keimer, before deciding to retreat. Very nice moves here for both sides, I should mention strategically. Pawn to f3 is kind of aimed towards here, stopping the black bishop from ever sniping on the diagonal and stopping the black knight from ever jumping forward. Meanwhile, Hikaru brings his rook forward. I think he might be intending to kind of switch focus a bit later on, maybe come towards this isolated pawn, maybe just defend his knight preemptively. He's basically arguing that Vincent cannot improve the knights. The knights are White's problem pieces. Very unclear to figure out where they deserve to go next.
And the big problem for moving that knight, the problem piece that you pointed out, is that with that last move, yes, the pawn move, it does restrict Hikaru's bishop and knight, but it's also weakened the diagonal, right? And if now the black queen was to get activated on the center of the board, you need something defending your knight. So for example, yes, Keimer really wants to, for example, play a move like knight jumping across to d2, and then suddenly Hikaru's queen comes up the board, and you're wondering why you moved that knight. All the pressure, and wow, that's really strong. I wasn't expecting the bar to shoot down that much, but I think there are a lot of attacks on the board, a lot of hanging pieces. So just not easy for Keimer to sort of detangle himself right now.
Really hard. I'm not sure even where I would start here. I might try and put the white king to safety somewhere in the corner. Maybe you bring it forward this way, who knows? Maybe the white queen can try and get into the game, maybe from this angle, to attack this pawn. But Vincent's definitely up against it. I think feels like a 2-result game.
I love that our heads are in sync. I was going to say, yesterday we started to kind of give that moniker over to some games and not others. Starting to feel like a 2-result game for you here, where it's Hikaru playing for the win and Keimer's looking for a draw or nothing.
Yeah, and Hikaru is so good in these positions as well, where there's minimal risk. Hikaru does get nervous, we should mention that. He's admitted that in interviews. The older he's become, the more nervous he gets in big moments. But yeah, I think there's minimal risk here. So he will feel comfortable, will feel calm, and he's very good at eking out chances, concrete chances against the opponent.
I'm trying to find a way to actually fight the threat of the queen jumping to the center of the board next. And I'm failing at it. Because that looks like a big move that you have to answer, right? Hitting the bishop, hitting the knight. Hikaru looking chill. He does that thing, takes a stroll, gets his beverage of choice, refreshing himself up. Keimer continues to look tensed on camera.
Knight queen to d2 now. Basically, just offer a queen trade now, which would effectively then unlock the knight to come out.
Yeah, the problem is he is down the rook for knight, and the black rook is very versatile. I think, again, his last move is aimed against that idea. The rook is coming pawn hunting in the near future. Without the queens, white has no real counterplay, and the black rook will be able to just travel the board at will. It's like getting a free ticket around the world, that black rook. So I think a queen trade might be on the cards later, just to try and build some kind of dark squared blockade for Vincent, but not right now.
That's actually a very smart move by Hikaru, right? Bringing the rook up so that in case that was to happen, you're just one move away from capturing a key pawn. And that's not just a pawn. If that side pawn falls, Hikaru wins on the spot because nothing's going to stop his own pawn from promoting into a queen. So he's taken away that option from Kaima. Do you think he saves this with 10 minutes on the clock?
I don't think Kaima saves this. I've just seen so many Hikaru wins, and it's always in the same way. Like earlier, we saw he could have sacrificed a knight for a move temporarily. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, Hikaru would have gone for that. He would have gone for checkmate, tried to kill his opponent there. But these days, he prefers to take a small positional advantage or small material advantage, just slowly nurse that to victory, kill all the opponent's counterplay step by step by step. He likes to do it the slow way, Hikaru. He's been kind of learning a lot from his rivalry, I think, with Magnus Carlsen, in that you don't need to be so direct. And this type of position really suits him. The one move I can see to stop that idea of yours, Tanya, is to bring the white knight back to cover the square, but that just looks really sad. Maybe it's necessary, though. That black queen coming into the center just looks so strong.
That is the best move in the position.
Oh, wow. It's a very unhappy one to make.
Yeah, that's a scary thought. The idea that the best move in the entire position is one that you would be unhappy to make. Just behind that, by the engine's evaluation, is a smooth G3 pawn push. Ooh.
All right. Well, once you point it out, it does make sense. You defend that bishop that we were trying to target with the queen and then unpin yourself. If the queen was to jump over there, you can do a slight king shift after that. But again, you know, once you say the move, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But it's a move that's tough to come up with on the board, this knight retreat. But he might have to, David, with process of elimination. You want to stop your opponent's strong idea.
That pawn move also, to me, feels more like a direct resignation to the fact that I have no chances of winning this game. And it is literally just about mounting the perfect defensive structure to try and lock my king away in safety and hope that in the end we somehow manage a draw.
In a bad position, there is no perfect defensive structure. And this might be one of those cases. And it's a lot to do with that side pawn, you know. I think, David, if we all visualize the A pawn non-existing in this position, you know, just highlight those two pawns, white can actually try to fight this position to hold. You don't have a big weakness, but that could be a decisive factor eventually.
Yeah, I think exactly what James said. Like, if these pawns are off the board, then a queen exchange. Then you can hold everything with your knights. But these pawns are just so far distanced from everything else, and white only really has these knights short-range pieces. They will not be able to save this isolated pawn in the corner.
And these two players trading advantaged positions on the clock, that is. It seems with every move that is made, the guy who previously had more time is to suffer a 5 to 10 minute thinking period. Pretty soon, they won't even have 5 to 10 minutes to work with here, as Keimer is now rapidly approaching 8 minutes. A reminder to everybody, they do still get 30 seconds per move, so the increment is there to play with. Not going to see players flagging necessarily, but that time pressure might start affecting the decisions.
Absolutely, and I think Vincent Keimer has won so many hearts in our community that perhaps right now is a good time for our community, for our chat, to send him some good vibes, because he's going to need all of that to defend this one.
Yeah, vibes for Vincent in his quest for victory.
In his quest to defend his title here in Paris. Already, I think, surprising many to make it back into the top 4. We talk about how, you know, the expectation is, especially in freestyle chess, how much of a rarity I think it'll be to see consistent placement performance by certain players. And yet, the 4 at the top of the table so far have continued to kind of showcase themselves as maybe a step above the rest. And as we take a look at the accuracies of all the players, we can go back over to our other semifinal board between Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, just get some updates on how that one is generally progressing. Still more pieces in play on this one, though importantly, yes, the queens are off the board as compared to the Hikaru versus Vincent game.
Sorry, David, but I just want to say shout out to Master Chief in our chat who's saying vibes to Kaima is the key to victory. Sometimes, you know, you need those hearts. Sometimes you need the love. And he does need a bit of that right now, given the position that he has.
Yeah, he needs some vitality for Vivacious Vincent. And right now, Magnus has gone for it. Magnus has just sacrificed a pawn with his last move. And I should mention, Fabiano down at 3 minutes. Time trouble rearing its ugly head here. But he needs to stop the white knight coming forward. The white knight landing on this square and then coming even further into the game would be decisive. So, okay, I was going to say Fabiano only had 2 moves, pretty much not to lose on the spot. Both of them about this square, killing the white knight once it gets there, or taking away the square completely. The other move would have been pawn to b5, just to cover the knight's jumping post. Now, if the knight does arrive, it will be snapped off, and the game goes on. It was just about stopping that white knight from jumping into the heart of white's position and opening up this line in the process. Great move there from Fabi. Still on the back foot, but it feels like he's done a lot of the kind of hard yards in the defense, in the attempted defense here. Magnus must be getting slightly frustrated. Everything he's tried, Fabi's had an answer for, and that didn't look like the case earlier.
I'm feeling better about my prediction for a tiebreak in this one, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I think you have every reason to be feeling a bit better about that prediction.
And it's funny, right? That rook that's stuck there sort of playing a defensive role on the 6th rank, but also, more importantly, tying down the white knight. So it's sort of a multi-purpose, weird-looking rook. What is it even doing there? Usually a knight is in its place. But doing a great job there for Fabi. I'm amazed at how quickly Fabi's managed to sort of regroup and put all his minors and majors at the right spot in this one.
Yeah, I think I've noticed a difference, though, between the 2 possible moves that Fabiano could have made and therefore the response that Magnus Carlsen has at play here. In a world where the pawn had been pushed, I would be unwilling to move my light-squared bishop up to offer a trade that would then be replaced by the knight. Still managing to get our knight to the very position that we want it to be in eventually. In this circumstance, if I slide that light-squared bishop now and offer the trade, there is no threat of losing material here. It's just a trade of bishop for bishop, and still the knight gets to jump into where it wants to go.
Yeah, that's a great move, actually. Black actually has a threat as well of just coming into the position, hitting the white rook, kicking it away from the defense of its knight. So this would do a dual-purpose job, try to get the knight a square and prevent any threats. And now Black really shouldn't exchange, just to put this on the board, a variation, as we wait for Magnus to decide. This is just terminal. The white rook actually creates a pin as well on this central file, meaning the white knight will be guaranteed to snap off this pawn next. So Black would need to react in a certain way, and he plays a move, Magnus. It was this one.
What a call.
Great call. Great move as well. Fabi needs to either retreat then, or he needs to block. But pushing forward his pawn now would leave the black bishop really poorly stranded at the side of the board.
Oh, yeah, Lord, that would feel awful. And then, in essence, would achieve the same thing as earlier, the other move opportunity, but just by taking more time. Because if I slide the black pawn up now, and then the white squared, or the light squared bishop for black has to retreat, you're asking yourself, why did I even move that light squared bishop there to begin with?
Yeah, I lost some valuable time. And timing is everything. If Fabiano gets his king to safety, if the black king can kind of ride over to the rescue, black is totally fine. But all tactics work in white's favor because the black king on the back rank, so vulnerable.
Hearing you guys, all of it, hate that pawn move right now because of what you pointed out. The bishop moves down that same diagonal, causing a pin, and that pawn can become a huge weakness in the position. Don't like the trade at all either. Bringing out the knight, the rook, attacking all the weaknesses. That kind of essentially leaves Fabi with just one choice, right? Which is retreat, what we've been talking about. And then it's about Magnus. Does he see a way to make progress? I don't think there's any reality where we see him repeating with a bishop retreat himself. But how does he actually continue keeping the pressure? Because now Fabi has the idea of winning a central c5 pawn in front of that white bishop.
Yeah, first step is the hardest, though, I feel, for Fabi. In chess, it's hard to kind of admit that you made a mistake, or hard to make a move and then kind of correct it. It's not necessarily a mistake. Maybe he needed to. But going back, admitting he's just lost a bit of time, feels bad, feels wrong.
Yeah, if the bishop retreats, do we just continue with the earlier idea that Tony suggested, where now our bishop retreats, but on the other line, over towards, what is that, E2? So again, still holding that diagonal, but once again, vacating that spot for that knight that it so desperately wants to jump to.
Could well be. Another candidate move would be to gain even more time attacking the black knight and then vacate the square in the process. Time gaining, but same idea.
Very tough.
Yeah, feels really hard for Fabi. He's under 2 minutes as well. This is getting dramatic on board and clock for Fabiano Caruana.
But if he has to fight on, and the more you look at the position, the more you feel, and look at that, yeah, like you said, under 2 minutes, that he perhaps has to slide back with the bishop. You know, you kind of have to take a bit of a hit to your ego and say, yes, I made a mistake, because otherwise you're busted really quickly in this one.
Yeah, he needs to go back, Fabi. He needs to play it soon. If he doesn't retreat his bishop, I think he's just doomed. The white knight is going to come in, or the black bishop's just going to be trapped on the edge of the board forever. He needs to realize he needs to take a step backwards in order to survive this game.
And he has to play it really quickly, because this isn't the final question that Fabi will have for him. He'll have a lot more to answer. Magnus is going to put a lot of these decisions on Fabi over the next few moves.
And yeah, clock handling isn't Fabi's forte. Historic clashes between these two, Magnus only really ever wins thanks to a kind of last-minute error from Fabiano due to an endgame mistake when there's not that much time left on the clock. Magnus keeps using the same recipe over and over again. Fabiano needs to speed up. Under 1 minute, under 40 seconds now.
Oh my.
He needs to drop his bishop back, otherwise Magnus has a decisive advantage.
Only move, right?
Only move.
Fabi has to find this. He has to find it really quick now.
He's giving himself so little time to make successive moves after that. I mean, already this is a one-move kind of situation, but even still, at most, you're gaining 30 seconds.
Whoa.
Drops the knight back.
Whoa. Wasn't on my radar. It just looks wrong. It feels wrong retreating. That knight might just be left stranded on the edge of the board, even after a trade here. But is there a knockout blow? Remember, everyone, the back rank is so vulnerable for black due to the presence of the white H-pawn, keeping the black king in its cage, and tactics will work in white's favor.
Wow, yeah. We didn't like one retreating move. I mean, Fabi didn't like it. But this retreating move, it looks absolutely ugly to me right now. And I wonder if there is a strong move. He's relying on some ideas of hitting that bishop on the C line if Magnus was to push the pawn and attack his bishop. Magnus trying to calculate what happens, because it's pretty messy there, David.
It gets very messy, and calculating with no time on the clock is hard at the best of times, but Fabiano needs to pray that that works out in his favor. Again, let's just quickly put moves on the board while Magnus thinks, in case he steps forward. This is a game ender. If Fabiano retreats his bishop, then we'll see two black pieces locked out of the game forever. White with a very strong pawn, so Fabi needs to rely on tricks. He will take this pawn and hope that white takes this bishop, because then he can capture the white knight, the defender of the white bishop this time. And once the dust settles, Tanya, has he missed it at the very end here? Bishop takes pawn. Bishop takes pawn. This could be decisive. The back rank, I've been talking about it for ages, but suddenly it shines through. The rook is attacked, the pawn is attacked. If you take the bishop, that's checkmate. And Magnus planned this. He prepared it by putting his pawn on this square a few moves ago.
That's amazing. I mean, I think Magnus was the Doctor Strange of this move. If he got that pawn up the board, knowing that at some point this will play to his advantage, so many moves later. Step one on the board, and Fabi goes into that line. Has he missed the end of it with that bishop capturing the pawn?
They call it the sting in the tail, when you think you've calculated everything, but you've stopped one move too early. And then that final move kills you. Fabiano, he might be about to walk into it. Magnus is committed. Magnus pushed that pawn forward so quickly. He's seen this whole sequence. Bishop takes knight. The white bishop is hanging. It can even move now, and maybe some compensation. Magnus down a pawn, but more likely we're going to see that back rank checkmate. Oh.
It's going to happen now. Magnus will slide that bishop up, capture that central pawn. The bishop's untouchable on that square. Fabi will have the response of moving his own rook one step to the side. Might be the only move to keep the game going.
Yeah, he's going to fight on, Fabiano. He's not dead yet. It will be level material. But there we go. Magnus takes the pawn. Untouchable bishop. Poisoned bishop due to the back rank checkmate.
Wow.
Rook needs to move.
Not dead yet. Not a Monty Python movie. I'll tell you that much. It looks like somebody will die in this game. And right now, Fabiano on his last legs here, looking for answers.
Possibly on his last few moves here. Yes, you can slide the rook and not lose on the spot. But that would make Magnus be the one who's up a pawn, right? Because that's a weakness that can just be picked up. Fabi's king still on the line of fire once the bishop then drops back with ideas of checkmate on the back rank. David, that pawn on 8-6, I mean, what a star of the show that's been for Magnus Carlsen here. Just on the side of the board, one little move that he made, which was in fact an inaccuracy given by the computer.
Yeah, one small step for the H-pawn, a giant leap for Magnus's chances of getting to the final. And again, it's inspired by AlphaZero. I think we all admit that. 2017-18, when AlphaZero really kind of, those games came to the fore, Magnus adapted his style. And this pawn looks like the star of the show. He does move his rook, Fabiano. We should mention the rook could have taken a pawn, but this would have allowed the white rook to get in and behind the black army. So more important to slow white down. Fabiano will now restore the material balance by grabbing this white pawn at the edge of the board. Nice symmetry, actually. The two white pawns on the kind of flanks here, so far advanced. Magnus does this not just to cage the king, but to position his pawns ready to promote in the endgame. Magnus's passed pawns always seem to become new queens. So, okay, knight takes pawn now, pretty much guaranteed. But any infiltration on the back rank is going to be terminal for Fabiano.
And it's so tough to fight that, right? So tough to actually find a good a safe structure, a safe formation for your king to escape into with the rook coming to the 7th rank or the 8th rank once the bishop moves away. There's a fancy way to do it. You could get your bishop to the square, the knight is just vacated. But I think it's just fancy, probably not the best.
Oh, nice spot there, Tanya. Go pawn hunting. The bishop, again, untouchable due to checkmate pattern. So you win the pawn back. Or, well, you go up a pawn yet again if you are Magnus Carlsen. That looks tempting. That's like a minimum. He'll be looking for more, right? But that's a very nice gain of a pawn.
I'd just be scared of the bishop getting trapped there in some positions, you know, at the edge of the board. But it is a pretty concept and just shows the power of that H-pawn, the MVP, the most valued pawn for Magnus Carlsen in this game.
So, by all accounts, through all of these trades, we're still in equal material position. So I guess this is where I come back to kind of my very standard question. Why does it feel so desperate for black? Why is it that even in an even material position and with no, you know, direct, like immediate threat on the king at the moment, that this is so bad for black?
It's funny, yesterday we were actually talking about bishop versus knight in the first semi-final clash between these two. The knight at the moment is totally dominated by the white bishop. It's this mechanism of having two squares between the pieces that often leads to domination. Again, it's the threat of any kind of penetration of the back rank that would end in checkmate, or the white rook gets behind and kind of wins the only blockader of the H-pawn, which then just runs through to promotion. And normally it's the theme of two weaknesses in chess in any endgame. Okay, Magnus goes hunting.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
The bar didn't like it, but Magnus played it. I'll take it. He's going pawn hunting.
Yeah, it's the back rank, it's the pawn weakness. Magnus is going to be up a pawn. And at least that's something tangible that I can stop explaining now. It's something tangible. He's going to be a pawn up.
David, the reason that I was a bit hesitant was this, because yes, you win the pawn, but again, that bishop could very well just stay there for a couple of moves, right? Getting trapped, because you don't have so many retreating squares at that moment.
What? Do you see Magnus's eyes? They kind of widened. I think he's missed it. I missed this as well, Tanya. I thought the rooks had to go back to stop the checkmate, but the black king can actually move. And as you said, the pawn is untouchable, because then the black rook goes back, catches the bishop. Fabi needs to find this move, I think.
Oh, wow.
He needs to move his king. Is that the only way to survive?
Yeah, that bishop was previously guarding that dark square there. Has an escape option for the king. And yeah, if the king can kind of get out of that corner where the pawn had
he misses
so much effect, he doesn't find it though.
That was a big opportunity for Fabi to get out of this mating net on the right side of the board. Get your king to the center.
Well, this might be where he's wanting for a bit of his time back from earlier, right? He just didn't have much time on the clock there to give it a good think and maybe find that answer.
This is why you want those extra seconds, right? And playing with just 30 on the clock, not enough for Fabi to figure this out. And perhaps Magnus is rushed, getting greedy there. Had to play it a bit slow, but opportunity missed. And I wonder if Fabi now realizes it. As he pushes the pawn, look at that. Maybe he does. Maybe he feels it. You know, that was his moment to kind of just free up his pieces.
Yeah, I think you called it exactly, though. The white bishop was covering that square for so long. There was actually a piece on that square, a black rook for a few moves as well. It's just visually hard to see that the black king should have started running towards the center there just to stop any checks. But now Magnus is a clear pawn up and the black knight is sidelined. So 4 versus 3 on one side, and there's a weakness on the other flank for Magnus to start tracking down in a moment. In the meantime, the bars swung even further in Hikaru Nakamura's direction.
Exactly, from bad to worse here for Fabiano. The same thing is true here for Vincent Keimer over on the other semi-final board. Let's go over there real quickly just so we can take stock of it and how it is that Hikaru Nakamura seems like he is on the verge of booking his ticket to the final table and a possible bout against who we're assuming at the moment will be Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, question mark given to this last move by Vincent Keimer. Remember, he's down the exchange. We were here a while ago. White has a knight and pawn, black has a rook. But more importantly, white's pieces are not looking great. The white queen, what is she doing on this square? She's feeling very claustrophobic, and the black queen can come in. The black queen has a nice square to jump into. Potential, again, back rank checks. Any queen exchange winning for black due to the fact there are so many pawns on the left side of the board. White's bishop passive, white's knights tied up to each other. Funny how Anish Giri mentioned that, the superfluous knights just in the way of each other, kind of fighting for their own squares. Hikaru, at some point he's going to enter. I'm not sure which angle the black queen comes in. You can also maybe go this way. And either way, once the black queen jumps into the white position, hard to imagine holding everything together there.
That queen jump is so attractive all the way down to the second rank. The only thing that you have to be careful about is that you're lining itself up against the white bishop, right? So any dangerous knight jumps that are possible, you need to calculate. The more one looks into it, I don't really see it, because there will be a checking square for the queen in case the knight was to ever move. That actually looks quite deadly to come in with the queen, with all these idea of knight taking the pawn, getting rid of some key defenders close to the white king.
Yeah, Vincent, look at his body language as well. For a moment, he was he looked like he was almost praying. And okay,
well, that's probably his best option at this point.
Exactly. He's gone back to this V for Vincent kind of formation with his hands there. And okay, he's hoping that Hikaru doesn't jump in with his queen. But this is definitely the closest he's ever come to defeat, to knockout in any of the knockout stages of the Slam Tour this season.
He can't afford to let this slip. I mean, this is a huge opportunity for him to close the match, this one, you know. He said it, that he's had some good position, but let the ball go. This can't be one of them, because he's so close. And look at it. He's got that deadly look going on right now. He sees it, he feels it, but he needs to finish it off.
Hikaru, it feels like he's been stepping up his play day by day. He was not impressive at all in the round robin, playing for some draws, playing very passively, Hikaru, but he's been very proactive about going about getting his business done this match so far.
Looked like he was about to reach for the queen, that slight hand movement.
He's looking, we saw his eyes, he was looking down the board, wasn't he? And look at this, we've got a great camera angle, the black queen on an open line.
Oh, please land on that square.
Yeah.
Please come in.
Feels like a long move, it's just 7 squares in.
Yeah, I feel like we must sit on this camera shot until the move is made, because if that black queen slides all the way down to that black square that's sitting just above their heart rates, oh, how pretty that will be.
Yeah, and then comes out of the screen and towards us is what it's going to be feeling like.
Oh, God, how do we handle 9 points of material? How do we deal against a queen?
We need 3D glasses. 3D glasses when that queen arrives. Oh, wow.
It's coming.
3 minutes on the clock, 3 minutes to his name, only just over a minute there for Vincent Keimer. So again, he'll be feeling the time pressure just a little bit more than Hikaru. It's so funny, even in what is an advantage position, Hikaru his facial expressions wouldn't necessarily tell you that. Like if we took away the eval bar and everything like that, or even took away maybe the board state and we just let you see his face, you might even think he's losing.
That's the thing about him, right? He's one of these, perhaps the most expressive chess player amongst the elite, and everyone loves watching him because his face, it sort of gives away so much, but you just don't know what it's saying. You know, he could be busted, he could be lost, but he'd be bobbing his head and you'd think that he's in the driver's seat about to deliver checkmate. Here, so close to kind of getting the match victory, and you can see him shaking around, you can see those expression number 42 right there, but still you don't know what's going on. It's really entertaining to watch him. But body language seems to say that he's feeling confident, but he keeps hesitating.
Yeah, he's about to go for it, and he keeps stopping.
He doesn't. He moves the bishop, attacks the knight, and Vincent immediately steps back. And that's very smart by Keimer, because he knows his best shot is the clock, or maybe not, as Hikaru gets the queen in.
Okay, at the very least, it does finally give Hikaru permission to jump to that earlier square that we had talked about. Maybe the queen would try to go for, putting pressure on the bishop. Of course, now, as the knight jumped forward once again for Vincent, he is effectively defending that piece.
A pawn's hanging now. Can he just pick that up?
He can, Hikaru Nakamura. I think he will. He's looking at it. He's making the last-minute checks of the position. He's going to take this pawn. White will trade off a set of knights and most likely win a pawn back with his queen. But this might just force the queen exchange in a moment. Knight takes knight. Will be a capture.
We've seen Hikaru do this so many times over the last few years where, you know, you think that he has the possibility to go for a killing attack, but instead he finds a way to liquidate into an endgame where he thinks he can strategically just outplay his opponent. So I think this is one of those cases where he's transforming his sort of middle game domination into what he believes is a winning endgame. Is it winning?
It does look good. It looks very good. I would normally say don't trade off pieces here. Don't allow your pawns to fall for your opponent's weaknesses. Why rush? But Hikaru, if he can guarantee the queens come off, which is very likely in the near future, if he can guarantee the queens are off, again, it's just the fact that there are pawns lurking on both flanks of the board. He has the rook, the long-range piece. Knight takes knight, the black queen will recapture. And the question for Vincent is, can he survive any endgame if he takes his pawn with his queen? He does. Taking with the knight there was also a possibility, but didn't look too promising because of back rank checks later on.
I imagine you don't trade queens for two reasons. Number one, you're the attacking player. You'd like to hold on to your queen. Number two, if we were to trade, then the knight jumps in with a fork on the bishop and the rook.
Yeah.
Although there's a sting in the tail at the end where you can fork the two white pieces. You can trade queens. I'll just very quickly put this on the board while Hikaru thinks. Then you can swing your rook across, and then you can bring your rook down with a double attack, a fork.
But that hand movement by Hikaru, it didn't look like he was going for a queen trade. He's retreating with the bishop. That seemed incredibly powerful, the line that you were pointing out.
That would have traded queens and pretty much won on the spot, I think. Queens off the board there. If you can get to that white pawn in the corner, would have just been winning. He brings his bishop back. Question mark move, apparently.
But I want to tell you something about these positions from a human perspective, right? Someone pats Hikaru on the back and says that there's something, find it, he'd find it instantly, that he can in fact trade queens, and this tactical idea of eventually forking the bishop and the knight. But nobody is there guiding these players, right? We've got the eval bar helping us, and then we've got, of course, our own very engine with David Howell. But Hikaru, what he's played is a very human response, because you see the knight forking the bishop and the rook, and you stop your calculation right there.
Yeah, that's where I did. Granted, I am not at the level of these players, but yeah, it feels so natural to just end it there, look for other options, especially if you've only got so much time to play with. You don't want to waste that time thinking along already dead ideas.
Yeah, we definitely can't fault Hikaru for not trading queens there. Also, Vincent, according to the engine, only has one move to survive. If Vincent doesn't find this move, retreating his queen, again, Hikaru reassumes the dominance and probably just goes on to win this game. A queen exchange, we've mentioned, favors black because the white corner pawn will just drop off. And anything else, black actually has a big attack against the white king on the light squares. You need to retreat back. Going up to the top of the board with a check doesn't pay off because black's rook can slide back and defend and block.
All right, well, still waiting for the response here from Vincent Keimer. I'm going to ask the forgiveness of the viewers because we're going to do a little bit of flip-flopping between two of the top boards, both of them now getting into the last legs of these battles. Let's check in with Magnus Carlsen. Has he found a way to kind of put the clamp down onto Fabiano Caruana in this one? It's still looking good for him, by all accounts.
He moves his bishop in, Magnus. Everything's covered. The black rooks are hitting a pawn, but that pawn is defended. And Fabiano, 2 pawns on dark squares. Here, big targets for the white bishop. Magnus also a pawn up. It's a matter of time. It feels like Magnus might take a while, but he should be winning this game long term.
All right, so as we've checked in with this one, just taking a quick state of the
Keimer's got 4 seconds. He needs to make a move. Let's quickly switch up.
We're going back over to Vincent Keimer versus Hikaru Nakamura. He does make a move in the final seconds there.
And he swaps queens.
But it's not a good one.
That is terminal. The white queen needed to save herself and retreat to keep herself on the board for counterplay later. That was the only saving move. Now a queen trade is going to be very one-sided traffic in the endgame. Hikaru is going to finish this off Vincent, his dream run, the second fairy tale. Episode 2 is not going to end in victory. Queens are off the board. Again, if the A-pawns weren't here, this would be a draw. But just the presence of those pawns is going to decide this game.
And you could do that, take that to your advantage right now, right? That move that Hikaru made, lifting his rook to the 6th rank, slide it all the way across and start targeting that weakness. That pawn falls. Vincent's dreams of getting the second slams comes to an end.
Oh, Hikaru can do it in a variety of ways. I think sooner or later he might just take that knight off the board. He can also kick the bishop back and come in on the 2nd rank. Oh, this just looks, unfortunately, hopeless for Vincent. Just the white king unable to create any counterplay.
Oh, it looks like Hikaru's going to be the one to do what no one else could do. None of the other giants could do. None of the other heavyweights could do. Not his good friend Magnus Carlsen, not Fabiano Caruana, not Alireza Firouzja, not Jan Nepomniachtchi. Hikaru Nakamura on the brink of eliminating Vincent Keymer.
And there you have it, just a steady rook move, putting pressure onto the bishop. Still needs to play this. Oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah, sorry. Threatening to take the knight and win the bishop. Yeah, this looks just brilliant. He's going to bring his rook in, go from the side. 7th rank, we say, in chess. 2nd rank as well for black. That is where the targets lie. That's where rooks love to be.
That's actually super precise by Hikaru. You know, you're either going to trade the bishop for the knight, give a check, and then win a pawn by force, or you'll just enter immediately, depending on what Vincent's choice of retreat with the bishop is. I think Vincent's looking sideways at his score sheet. He might be about to resign this one.
Any moment. Any moment now. He's only got a few seconds left as well. 12 seconds on the clock. Vincent Keymer.
He's giving up. How do you even fight this? There's nothing left on the board.
He's going to exhaust every ounce of brain power he has, and every second that he has on the clock will still make a move. Bishop slides up, out of danger, but of course there's still the option for that bishop to trade for the knight, and then we're just playing into a rook versus a bishop endgame.
You can give a check and win it by force. You could also come up with your own rook, blocking the white king. Gives a check, king forced to step up, give another check, win the pawn. And then march up the board with the remaining pawn on the left side. It's a clear-cut winning plan for black.
Nothing Vincent Keymer can do, no counterplay. The bishop will not be able to support its pawns running forward. The black corner pawn is going to be so fast, sprinting towards glory, costing white his bishop. This one is over. Vincent Keymer is about to resign. Wow, Hikaru, he turned it on. He went up a gear. Vincent couldn't stay up to speed there.
So maybe here and now, Vincent's asking himself, where did it all go wrong along the way?
It was a really well-played game. I mean, even the middle game sort of keeping his chances, trying to hold on. But Hikaru, once he got the upper hand, he just cramped down all of Vincent's pieces, never really giving him the time to detangle. And I wonder if it comes down to a decision of getting your king to safety, the castling decision that Vincent Keymer took, and Hikaru finding the brilliant long castle himself, which sort of just sealed Vincent's fate with an attack on the right side.
That was definitely where it turned. When Hikaru shocked Vincent, shocked us by castling the whole way across the board. Hikaru actually had better options, far from perfect game from both, but ultimately momentum on his side ever since that moment. Vincent, he looks heartbroken. This is a sight we haven't seen before this season in classical freestyle chess. Vincent Keymer about to resign.
Yeah, well, Tanya, you mentioned Hikaru about to do what no one else has been able to do just yet when it comes to freestyle chess and playing against Vincent Keymer. He's also going to do what no other player did in this very round, get a victory with black. We do have another result from that battle for 5th place, and it is going to be Maxime Vachier-Lagrave taking a win over Norbek Abdusattorov. They even up at 1-1. There's the handshake between these two players. The first of our semifinals to conclude. It's Hikaru Nakamura taking down the defending champion in Vincent Keymer. He moves on to the finals.
Our first finalist, and so well deserved after the performance that he just put on. Just incredible chess by Hikaru Nakamura as the players sit down to analyze. Should we listen in?
They're going to continue talking through all of the different variations. Where did it all go wrong for Vincent Keimer? Where were some opportunities that maybe were missed? And with that, we have one more table to check in on when it comes to the battle for first place, or at least a shot at it. It's Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana. Magnus has had Fabiano on the ropes for quite some time. Now it's just about finding the way in which he wants to apply the finishing touches.
And he's getting closer, Magnus. He's about to win a second pawn. Black's pawn on that left flank, about to fall prey to one of the white rooks. It's the closing stages, the final punch about to land. Fabiano down to 1 second when he made that last move. Or 2 seconds there, he drops his knight back, hitting the white bishop. But now the white bishop can snag a pawn. Magnus is soon going to be 3 pawns to the good. This is a matter of time now. I think within the next 2-3 moves, Fabiano is going to throw in the towel and resign this game.
We're heading towards a Magnus versus Hikaru, and there we have it, a Magnus versus Hikaru finals.
Yeah, we got there just in time to see the quick handshake extended. Magnus Carlsen as well will return to a final table. So our top 2 from Weisenhaus, they are eliminated from contention of the top spot. It will be a Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura grand final.
Yeah. And this was a vintage Magnus win. In the endgame, just outplaying Fabiano.
Yeah, this is how he wins classical chess games, traditional chess games. Magnus Carlsen, he takes a small advantage, goes for the long endgame grind, small collection of trump cards, and ultimately outplayed his opponent, with the clock playing a big factor as well. Fabi defended well, but couldn't hold on.
ASMR commentary for our viewers.
Yeah. We're going to have to get lav mics on them in the future. Or just have somebody with a boom come flying in, just dip it down there in between them. Hey, don't mind me. Just trying to get a perspective of what you guys have to say. Well, this is where I can believe that, as Nemo said, Fabi just kind of forever one of those players who is so matter-of-fact in his approach, even in taking the loss, is still going to work through it with Magnus Carlsen there. But a little bit of a reflection on our day as it's played out so far. It was those 2 semifinals that entered the day all tied up, half a point apiece. But Hikaru Nakamura comes out on top over Vincent Keimer. Magnus gets it done in very much the Magnus way over Fabiano. It's the battles for 5th place, which kind of had the opposite tail, coming into the day with a full advantage to one of our 2 players in each of those bouts. They both went decisively the other way and will be extended into a tiebreak. I can also report the result of Pragnananda versus Richard Rapport in that battle for 9th place. Pragnananda comes out on top after they as well came into the day with half a point apiece. He will grab 9th place.
Such great comebacks, bounce backs. We've still got more chess coming up, but I'm still thinking about our semi-finals bracket, you know, that we had with Hikaru just sort of winning this huge matchup in the middle game, and Magnus, that Magnus touch of the end game, always finds his way. For Fabiano Caruana, there was this small window of opportunity. You know, he had this one moment where he could, in fact, get out of pressure, but it came to that clock, not having enough seconds to actually be able to find that king move that would have defended that position. And after that, I think Magnus, just with his huge advantage, converted it flawlessly, as he usually does, David, in these endgames.
Yeah, Magnus in a slightly better endgame, that normally means a win. And yeah, for Fabiano, he already started from a difficult position. He started with no time on the clock that whole endgame. Couldn't put up much of a fight, but I was actually very impressed by Fabi in the middle game, just clinging on from what was a very difficult position there. Yeah, coming up against the GOAT, though, it can be hard.
You said Magnus in a slightly better endgame usually means a win. I think Magnus in an endgame usually means a win. It's tough to match this guy. It's tough to just hold on against him. Fabi did it yesterday from a position of strength, but today I think a beautiful defense there. Yes, Fabi was good out of the opening. A few good middle games, especially that knight jump that he had. Maybe we can show some of those moments at some point. But Magnus Carlsen too strong today, gets that spot, and yes, the Hikaru board. I mean, just incredible middle game precision there. Those sacrifices by Hikaru, you know, putting that pressure, sort of getting Vincent into territory that he's never happy playing in.
Yeah.
Those complications.
Try as you might, the world #1 will not be overcome this time around. And how about that finals that it sets us up for? It's going to be
a dream final for the chess world.
Hikaru Nakamura versus Magnus Carlsen. I mean, come on.
Are you not entertained? I mean, this is what we all want to see all the time, right? All the epic clashes these two players have had. And what a run for Magnus in this one. And Hikaru, his redemption arc in the Grand Slam after everything that happened in Weissenhaus. It's going to be epic.
I think that's why I'm particularly excited about it because, again, Hikaru, somebody who has been so vocal and so willing to share his thoughts throughout his experience in freestyle chess at Weissenhaus. Yes, for a moment, proffering the idea of retirement. I'm glad that that wasn't followed through on. But then you carry it through to here, talking about how even unhappy at times with his performance and having winning opportunities, winning chances, but maybe not able to convert. Seems like he's starting to find his form in just the right moments here as we crest into our final table.
I think he absolutely has. You know, it's just a bit up and down in the round robin and then coming in here, a few missed opportunities. But today, incredible play against a player who nobody could beat. You know, it was the story of an underdog. And again, what a story it's been for Vincent Keimer. He will be fighting against Fabiano Caruana for that 3rd and 4th place. This was our final of the Weissenhaus. So another incredible matchup, but it's got to be the El Clasico of chess coming up tomorrow, David, that we're also excited about.
Yeah, I can't wait. Simple as that. It's going to be fun. I think in Weissenhaus we talked about it as a possibility, but neither of them at their best. But tomorrow is going to be fun.
Well, when it comes to freestyle chess, no one's been able to take down Vincent Keimer until a man named Hikaru Nakamura stepped into the ring and do what none other has done. Let's go ahead and get a quick word from him as he stepped away from his win against Vincent Keimer.
The final after beating Vincent today, how does it feel to be the man to take him down?
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. It was a very interesting game. Of course, I don't know how the analysis went before the game, but in the white side, I think everyone listened to Magnus or something like this, and they all played c4. And when I was analyzing with Fabi and Nepo, we sort of were very unhappy with this d4, d5, b3, and then, of course, Vincent played it, so I had to figure it out at the board. I thought what I did with knight d6 and the c5 made sense, but it was very complex, and I think, I mean, at some point, Vincent tried too hard. He played this h4 move, which I think was bad to begin with. And then it kind of went downhill because I was able to queenside castle, and it was just a tough position to play. So I mean, that's the danger. Is I think Vincent overestimated, but he thought he was better, and then it's kind of gone, and it's like very hard. Like I did this yesterday where I thought I was better, I missed it, and then I kept trying to keep the game going. And I felt that Vincent did the same thing today, where he sort of lost a sense of danger, and then once I got to castle queenside, I mean, it was very hard to play. He was very resourceful, and he found this bishop takes f5. I already thought I was close to winning, but ultimately I was able to just play some good moves and get the win.
How much does it mean to you to be in the final?
Yeah, I mean, it's nice, of course, to be in the final, but the job isn't done, so I have to play Magnus next.
Yeah, I think we're hearing something behind us. The game did just end, so Magnus will be your opponent. Is that the dream final?
I mean, it's exciting to play Magnus. We've played a lot over our careers. We obviously played a Fischer Random match in 2018 in Norway, so I have a lot of experience against him. So yeah, just looking forward to it. It should be fun.
Can you tell us what happened the last time you faced him in a match in this format?
Well, I mean, that was 2018. I think I lost by 2 or 3 points. I don't remember the score. I'm trying to think if I've actually even played him anywhere recently. Since 2018, I don't think I've played Magnus actually in Fischer Random. I don't think. But whatever. It's a chance to play him, and it'll be fun.
Will you change anything in your approach, your preparation, or just continue as you have so far?
No, I mean, I think it'll be more of the same. I think just keep analyzing with Fabi and Nepo, and hopefully good things happen.
Hikaru, congratulations once again, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Hikaru Nakamura, the first of our finalists. I believe at the time he may not have known exactly who he was going to be going up against. I'd wonder, too, his reaction in learning that Magnus would be ultimately booking his ticket. Granted, if he was looking at the screens, maybe he was already aware.
I think in his mind and his heart, he knew that this was the big probability. I think for him, the bigger question was, will he be able to do what none of his other colleagues have been able to do, to overcome the big threat of the Giant Slayer that has become of Vincent Keimer. And he sort of earned his big spot, right? Didn't need the tie breaks. Yesterday in his interview, he said, sure, Vincent's been great, but, he's still a kid. And he proved that statement today.
Tie breaks in general, have we had fewer of them? I mean, I know we have 2 to come, just so everybody at home is aware. There is still more chess action, soon to play out here in Paris, France, between Arjun Erigaisi, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and then, of course, in our other bout between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. But it feels like, to a degree, less tie-break action here this time around.
Yeah, at least in the upper bracket, it feels like the tie-breaks in Weissenhaus were maybe more high stakes or more dramatic somehow. The quarterfinal, here was Hikaru Nakamura, Javelkis Sindarov, of course, heartbreak for Hikaru in that one.
Yeah.
Semi-final, that epic, that went the whole way between Fabiano Caruana and Javelkis Sindarov again. It felt like we had some real momentous battles there, but okay, these next ones are going to be fun too.
Yeah, maybe it's just that we went to Armageddon, although it was on this day at that event that we went to the Armageddon between Sindarov and Fabiano, so... That's still a possibility here today.
We might be here for the next couple of hours, and what a matchup that was between Javelkir and Fabi. And what a matchup we'll get tomorrow between Fabi and Vincent as well, a play out of what happened in the finals in the first slam. So incredible chess action remaining for today and amazing stuff coming up tomorrow. I mean, I have to say, it feels like the stage is set, the stars are aligned. We get this amazing epic battle, 2 titans, 1 title.
Well, we've heard from one of our finalists. We've got to hear from the other, Magnus Carlsen, as he took his victory and booked his ticket to the final table. Let's get a quick word.
Magnus, you said the other day that the creativity doesn't disappear even though you're sick. Was today's game a testament of that?
Yeah, I think at a certain point, even if you're not feeling great, you can sort of focus for a bit. But I think I did really well for a long time when I was still, feeling all right, and then I felt like my energy kind of dropped, and it was honestly the last hour and a half maybe was kind of tough. I felt he did really well to stay in the game. I missed a couple of things, and then I just started gambling. I just wanted to. To make something happen before it was too late, kind of, because I did not feel that I had the strength for a long struggle. And yeah, fortunately it worked. I managed to put a lot of pressure on him, and things went wrong. But yeah, it was just a tough game.
Tomorrow you're playing Hikaru in a final here for this championship. How much better do you think you have to be physically to be able to perform to the level you have to win that match?
It depends on the situation, really. I mean, so I don't know if he's 100% like Fabi. He's clearly not 100% either. So that I guess was helping me. I don't know. I'll see how I feel tomorrow. I think he played well today, so if he's at that level, it's not going to be easy. But yeah, happy just to be there.
I hope you get some rest and good luck tomorrow, Magnus.
Thank you.
Wishing Magnus the best as well. We want all of our players to be healthy and playing at their absolute best. And I think for both Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, either of them will need to play at their best to take down the other.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they have to use every single bit of skill that they have when they play against each other to actually win the match. And that's what you want for a championship title, right? The 2 absolute deserving players to make it to the top who've shown incredible form. And I think Magnus Hikaru, very deserving of it. And also, I mean, we have to speak about Vincent Keimer. Yes, he lost that today, but what a run it's been for him. So many reasons to be proud with the chess that he's displayed, fighting it out, his back against the wall in the round robin, but still making it through in that. Then again, being picked by Jan Nepomniachtchi, proving that pick to be a huge disaster for him, taking him down, fighting it out against Hikaru in game 1. Today, I think it was also just getting into this trouble. I have a feeling in my head, James, there's already a big move of the day contender from that game for David Howell. Ooh, he was.
Probably.
He's surprised.
You can't commit him to that just yet. It's not the end of the day.
There were so many good moves. There were so many good moves.
There were so many good moves. He still has plenty of time to think about that because the show's just not quite over yet. Only a minute or so away from the position lottery. Perhaps just the quickest thoughts of Arjun Erigaisi versus Jan Nepomniachtchi, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave versus Nurmagomedov Sutorov. We move into faster time controls. David, do you feel like all of a sudden we are starting to favor one or the other in either of these matchups?
I've got to say the players who won today, I think they'll start on the upper, with the upper hand. It feels like they were just on fire. The games today were surprisingly one-sided, and I think the faster time controls will only, that confidence they've gained will only help them.
All right. Well, those faster time controls we thought were going to be in favor of Jan against Vincent Keimer didn't work out in his favor. Perhaps he can strike back as we go into the player hall for the position lottery.
Welcome back, everyone. So we already have 2 finalists. It will be Magnus Carlsen against Hikaru Nakamura. What remains to be decided is places 5 through to 8. We will see Abdus Satarov take on Vachier-Lagrave and Nepomniachtchi against Erigaisi. They will play 2 games of 10+10. If they are still tied, 2 games of 5+2, and maybe some Armageddon. So to draw the next position, I would like to invite to the stage, please give him a warm round of applause, Sweater Krog Sunbo. I did my best, from TV2, of course.
Going to be a good one. It's position 33.
Thank you so much, Sverre. Position 33. The players will get 10 minutes, so to the players, good luck, and to the fans, have fun. Thank you, Sverre.
Protected. It's important. Muy importante.
Yes.
So probably we end up like with some playing.
Yeah. So question is outside break symmetry. E4, I guess. It's more logical, yeah.
C5 makes some sense, yeah. Like C5, basic bishop C7 setup, and then E6 of 6 D5, yeah.
Yeah. Or even something.
Somehow I like C5 because this bishop is
yes
a bit restricted, yeah. C5 something like you B4. As always.
Yeah.
Not sure. And knight D3, D3 is different.
Okay, maybe B6.
Yeah, B6 is a bit ugly.
But also gets on the bishop.
Okay, but let's see if first 5 it's like F4 here. I mean, it exists definitely, yeah, because F4, after you take your castle next move. Yeah?
Yes. But F4.
Clip, I can see. Okay. Take, you take the queen, yeah? At least you want. Check is coming. Okay.
And but put like F5 maybe.
And if I play B3, let's say, instead of this here. No, then I take on D4, yeah. Sorry. Then you lost.
Yes.
Hey.
It's okay, inside.
But think about E5, yeah? Looks
yes.
Critical.
Yeah, I don't like this. And E4, E5, F4, F6. But no, but then you can take it because you can castle actually.
Yes, even. No, castle and King C5 check, yeah, and then you can also castle, yeah. But
yeah.
But F6 somehow we already like, and then what? D6, C5, yeah. Not
yeah,
bad.
No, I prefer C5 actually.
Okay, let's see if I can do something like C4, we just copy like C5. So what can I do here?
Okay, they can go F4, of course.
Okay. There were 4.
Also, we didn't look at e4, f5 maybe.
F5. 5 is curious thing, yeah?
No, I want e5, f4.
Yeah, I see. Oh, that's a good point. I'm not going to e3 soon enough, yeah? See if I just create some space and quickly castle. Doesn't too dangerous, yeah?
Yeah.
Somehow it takes something like, h4, then it takes.
Yeah, okay, this should be viable, yeah.
G5. G5 looks nice.
But even...
Yeah, I'm not sure like if it's good.
This is a bit ugly.
So if you go for maybe G5, yeah.
But maybe this.
This I mean another therapy after like h3 or maybe bishop h3. Sure. Because I won't just castle here and then your king is left after b3 is left under some pressure. But let's say like some call on c5 because no one is so brilliant here like we do, yeah.
Wait.
But I'm always curious about like some Stonewall structures. I think it's quite a nice solution.
But could this be a pawn?
If you don't want, maybe you should have taken now because taking actually frees the knight a little bit, which I like.
Yeah.
At least there is. So this, what do you do like if? But this is like it's hanging, yeah. It's a problem. Yeah. So easy to make a move. So a5.
A3.
Yeah, a5 f3 looks good for it, yeah. Should we try d6 instead? Also 94 is coming, and then e6.
Yeah.
No, king is okay, 5 I like. So let's say e5. I guess it should be generally okay, yeah, like because of... well, even this. I felt like maybe...
b6 first, yeah.
b5, I felt like to keep the square for the horsey.
Yeah.
If he goes e6,
bishop g2 already.
Bishop g2 is always... well, it's hanging actually.
No, he has to go f4, I guess.
Okay, so f4.
Probably c5, this bishop in a1 is...
c5 and then what, like e6, knight g6, knight b6, yeah? Yeah, okay, this structure is not too dangerous, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, but this is cool.
Should be doable. Okay, so let's say 4, let's say 5. Well, there's some other ones like b4. How to react? Because also it looks like it looks very sensible.
Probably go slow.
So this is c4, whatever. Okay, this is takes. Okay, phrase is okay. This is we fine with, yeah. If c4, c5 before b6, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
is good enough. Let's think he goes like this, yeah? Just fight for the center. You can also like take in d5, yeah? Like in the worst case.
f6, yeah.
6. So okay, I was thinking knight e4, knight d6, yes, I have 3. And the old center, I think we'll. I mean, okay, it was a 4 here, d5.
Bishop
b3.
Yeah. No,
This is ugly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, let's hope it doesn't happen here. Yeah. So what do we do? You wait for white color.
Position 33 will be the first of our tie-break board positions between both of our battles here for 5th place. It's Jan Nepomniachtchi up against Arjun Erigaisi. And then, of course, we have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave up against Nodirbek Abdusatorov. A good reminder, though, that they will be playing 2 games here, each trading sides of the board, once with white, once with black. As we try and take stock of the position ourselves, the players taking their seats. Another reminder, too, that the time controls are switching. We're into the rapid portions here. 10-10. 10 minutes in the bank, 10 seconds per move.
Okay, and this game starts with a pawn stepping 2 squares forward. It was interesting that the players with the white pieces sat separately, Nodirbek and Arjun Erigaisi, not teaming up here. I don't know whether that will come back to bite them. The opening pretty much starting in the same way as the previous position began. This is also a very early position in chess 960 in the, well, under 100. Anything under 100 tends to end up with kings, rooks like this. And interesting to see the players start just as the game's earlier.
And that was 0-0-4, right, with a very similar setup with the rook in the corner. And we were looking at ideas of developing by moving that pawn 2 steps forward, eventually opening up the long-range pieces on the side, and then eventually going in for that center strike. We see that, to your point, it was really fascinating to see the older generation analyzing together the MVL and Jan Nepomniachtchi, while the younger generation perhaps looking at this building rivalry, the budding rivalry between Nodirbek and Arjun. You know, picture these 2 players. We're going to be seeing so much of them over the next few decades, choosing to go their own way, sitting on their table and analyzing and deciding for themselves.
I will say at the very least, I'm happy to see both players moving quickly. We had Anish Giri in the studio earlier, and he talked about just the difficulty that the time control switch for players can kind of induce at times. Maybe one player being slower to adjust to faster time controls. At least here, the symmetry continues between Nodirbek Abdusatorov and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. No minor or major pieces have been moved yet on the board. Instead, it's all pawn pushes as of yet. So the question becomes, when does that symmetry get broken? And we have our answer.
Or maybe not.
For now.
As we see another set of bishop trade being offered. You guys keep talking about a connect 4. There are 4 connect 3s right now.
So, I mean, look at this. Everyone's 1 move away from winning, or 2 moves away from winning. Let's go.
Nice pawn chain there. It's a bit wavy. It's a bit... I don't know how to describe that. Either way, there's going to be symmetry if Nodirbek chooses to trade off this set of bishops as well.
And there it is.
And there it is.
The balance is restored. We've also effectively rook lifted.
For both. Maybe the rooks will slide across and neutralize each other. Just got to say, this looks very balanced. If it's just knights hopping about...
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, hard to imagine anything too crazy happening in the early stages here.
Okay, well, so symmetry here. Let's look at the other board, because there's no symmetry over there. It's Arjun Erigaisi versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. It's Arjun Erigaisi with the white pieces, having done the unthinkable today and taken it straight to Jan Nepomniachtchi, evening it up at 1-1. Now, of course, we have reset, essentially, the score line across 2 games here.
Okay, and quick update that this game started in the same manner, pretty much, as the other, except an early pawn trade in the center, and now this move that Jan Nepomniachtchi was discussing with MVL in various different types of positions, and they were talking about the queen coming out and threats of checkmate due to the bishop on this diagonal. Very ambitious play by Nepomniachtchi here.
I do like this little move by white because it blocks Jan's bishop forever on the long diagonal. sort of like a wall against it, and Jan continues to develop. The bishop falls back. Notice how with that committal move that Jan has played, the dark squared bishop that Arjun has is unchallenged unless there's a trade, and I think that's what he wants to get next, because you can't let that bishop survive there for too long. So expecting that to appear on the board.
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi, I mean, he's barely spent any time. I think that's a theme that we'll see persist throughout these tiebreaks. He wasn't successful yesterday against, or at least the day before yesterday, against Vincent Keimer. Jan Nepomniachtchi, what do you think he needs to do differently to beat Arjun?
Well, he did it yesterday, I think, in beautiful style, where he sort of had this positional sacrifice and then never gave Arjun's pieces the chance and the time to come out. So somehow if you can make sure that Arjun doesn't get his kind of positions, you know, which are those really attacking, tactical, chaotic, absolutely unconventional approach, maybe Arjun struggles there just a little bit. And I wonder if he's going to manage to do that in this one, David.
Yeah, he'll try Jan Nepomniachtchi. I guess he wants to now maybe start improving the rest of his pieces. I'm not sure how. He did say when we were talking about the player cards before the tournament, he tends to rely purely on strategy these days. Anytime it becomes messy, he gets a bit uncomfortable. So I'm expecting him first to just strategically improve his knight, maybe try to do something about his rooks, whether that's, as we discussed earlier, pushing the pawn down the board. We actually start this position with the same king and rook formation as we did the earlier position, so maybe taking a leaf out of the book of Magnus Carlsen, push this pawn forward, or maybe shift this rook up and then castle, get everything in a row here. Develop your pieces.
Yeah, and we say that he wanted that bishop trade. Arjun finds a way to not opt into it by bringing the knight out in front of his dark squared bishop, at least for the time being. Obviously, if at any point that knight moves, Jan has the option again to go for that bishop trade, remove what is a very powerful attacking piece here for the white player. Overall, we saw those trades take place on the other board within our battle for 5th place. And you mentioned castling. If we hop back over to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Norbek Abdusattorov, so symmetry continues, but in effect as well, with some castling at play. Onus is on a black to move here. Just so everybody is aware, this is the Norbek versus Maxime game that we're looking at in terms of the board, even though the cameras don't match at the moment. We had those bishops traded off, the rooks slide up to replace those bishops, and then of course both players taking their opportunity to castle to unlock the rook that was currently in the corner of the board onto that same file. Now we get the legendary triple stack with the queen sliding in. The question is, does Maxime do the same?
You know, you're almost thinking in your mind, how long are you going to play mirror chess, copycat chess for? You know, the world is watching you right now. Do you just keep imitating your opponent's move and get that traffic jam going with the majors and one set of pawns on that F line? Will be a beautiful photo, but we've got 10 moves in. Absolute pure symmetry. What are we expecting? Are we expecting Maxime to continue the name of the game here, or is he going to switch it up now?
I think he will maybe continue. Norbek wants to break the symmetry, though. He wants to be the first one to throw a pawn forward in the center, create direct tension. And it will be hard sooner or later for Maxime to continue the mimic of his opponent's move.
This matchup, I had predicted it to go into tie breaks, but not this way. I thought it would be a quick sort of a finding a way to equalize, keep things in balance, and then take it on to the playoffs. But we've had two absolute fireworks, you know, in these games, with the Maxime win today and Norbek's win yesterday. So it's been incredible stuff. But this one, perhaps the most sane out of the games that we've seen in this matchup.
Yeah, I will say at this point, with the amount of time that MVL has spent just considering this next move, I would be surprised if he continues the symmetry. Because at that point, yeah, you've spent so much time just to maintain the status quo. So he does elect to bring a knight forward. Norbek will respond with a very quick pawn push of his own along that D file, just kind of solidifying structure. We're getting really close to that. What did you call it? The box structure of the
bathtub.
The bathtub. I want to be chilling in the middle of this jacuzzi. And okay, Maxime brings his rook across, hinting that he might swing the queen a bit later, although that will be blocked by white's lifting rook here. Very odd position. I must say, I've never seen a position like this where the bishops are all the first ones to leave the board. Yeah. And still no pawns departing either, no tension.
And in this kind of structure, right, this rook, it looks like an aggressive move by black, but if it doesn't really get you an attack, often that piece long term can end up being completely misplaced and require a lot of tempos of coming back into the game. So you have to have some really concrete ideas of justifying putting your rook on that file. He needs to now find a way to actually try and break on the right side of the board. And for now, Nordebek stops any pawn advances that perhaps Maxime could have hinted at, brings his own rook, lines it up against Maxime's king. All the majors on one side, all the minors on the other.
Yeah, I was expecting maybe a more fiery start to this game. It's been very slow, very timid from both sides. For example, if Maxime says, okay, do you want to trade rooks? He says no at the moment, but he actually threatens checkmate in one move. But we could well see a rook exchange on the next turn if Nordebek slides his rook and trades off. This one just looks very, very level. Hard to make a case for either side to have a significant advantage.
If you could have seen this sequence coming, why didn't we bring our rook all the way over to the H file earlier? Because now we've let the queen get over here as a result.
Good question.
Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yeah. I think just because black occupied that file first, white couldn't do the same without allowing a doubling
of the pawns, and then the king is a little bit exposed.
So we kind of had to wait for the queen to come and then trade off the rooks.
Okay.
The black queen alone cannot really create too much, although the knight is now coming to aid the queen, maybe aiming to jump forward.
And as we know, knights are very happy in closed positions, typically, at least as compared to bishops. So I guess with the way that it's played out, I'm a little bit less surprised that they were so willing to give away the bishops if they had the foresight to see that all of the pawns would remain on the board.
Mm-hmm. Tanya, should we jump to the other game? This one looking very, very level right now.
Very in the balance, and I think we might just have this one end in a draw. Not too far away in the future. And this is what we have, a completely different game in this tiebreaker. We've seen two sets of minor pieces off the board, no castling, the rook still stuck at the corner, and a big move. There's one pawn that sort of crossed the halfway mark, giving Jan Nepomniachtchi that extra space to jump around, also taking some key squares under control where a black knight can eventually reroute itself to, to really put the pressure. I am liking black's position, but then I quickly look at the bar and it says whatever I've said, just none of that makes sense. Can you explain?
True, I'm struggling. I would definitely take black at first glance. I guess, yeah, I was gonna say something totally nonsensical there. I was gonna say maybe in an endgame if the queens come off, maybe this black pawn becomes weak. But actually, this black knight is just a real beast in the center of the board. I think Nepomniachtchi should definitely have reason to be happy here. Yes, it's rapid. Yes, the bar says white has a small advantage, but I think all of those factors less relevant than the fact black's position is easier to play.
It looks beautiful, right? You've got this knight coming on. At some point, you can do a rook lift, line it up against the white king, start putting pressure on those undefended pawns on the right side of the board. And maybe it's time for Arjun to go completely concrete as he's showing on the board. He can't just stay still and let black do everything. Turns out he's done it right. The bar says Arjun's advantage right now.
Okay, nice play by Arjun in that position. He does give himself an isolated pawn. The white pawn doesn't have many friends around it, but that pawn actually anchors the white queen nicely in the center here. No way to challenge that queen. The black pawn stepping forward would be captured. This far advanced pawn now a big, big target. If Jan needs to support that pawn with his own pawn, he's weakening his own king in the process. Big, big step in the right direction for Arjun Erigaisi.
Jan Nepomniachtchi's biggest strength has just become his biggest weakness in about one move. Just with this plan of dislodging the queen. And maybe that explains why the computer prefers white here. The sequence of moves is pretty forcing. Dislodging the black queen, getting your queen to the center, and now there's really no good way. I can't imagine Jan pushing that pawn in front of the king. 2 steps forward looks extremely weakening. White's bishop can come into the game, start targeting some of the other pawns on the board. Is Jan about to lose a pawn right now? The strongest one in the position.
Yeah, I think he might just feel he has to support this pawn. Although I don't really like the look of it. I don't really see what else. Ideally, you kind of want to get this black rook in the corner into the game before white's rook in the corner enters the game. But white is the only one ready to castle in the near future. Not saying it's going to come, but he needs something here and now, Jan Nepomniachtchi. He does push his pawn forward, keeps the material balance. Now white's bishop is about to improve itself. Unclear where, but Arjun has a couple of moves to start creating threats of his own. And Tanya, who would you pick here in this position? Is it still black despite the bar rising?
I was just going to say 2 moves ago it was black, but now with the king weak and he does get the bishop into the game, also freeing up his other rook to come to a more appetizing line in the center of the board. The bishop lined up against the king. I'm really liking white's position now. That pawn on c5, it's not a weakness. That's a big strength in the position that you have. You clamp down black's backward pawn on the D line. You take away some squares for the queen to offer a trade from. Really liking the way Arjun's handled this. I think now suddenly it's advantage. Arjun Aragasi.
Okay, the knight jumps in, given another question mark. The natural moves that Jan Nepomniachtchi is playing, and at speed, are not approved of by the computer, and I don't know how much to read into that. I think his idea is very natural. He wants to bring this rook forward, kick away the very strong centralized white queen, and then he'll hop his other rook over by castling. And looks quite healthy to me for black.
Do you have time as white now to strike at the base of that pawn chain, that little 2-pawn chain that we have on the right side of the board? A move that we've been talking about in these positions when the rook is in the corner, moving that h-pawn 2 steps ahead, also weakening the defense of that f4 pawn. Is that something that we might see happen on the board?
That's very Arjun Erigaisi-esque, I'm going to say. That's right up his alley, very much his style to try and play actively, develop his rook actively as well. That white rook in the corner can't get into the game otherwise. So why not? We'll see. He's down 2 minutes on the clock, though.
He's about to make a move.
Is as well one of the best moves in the position, but elects to not go for it. And as you can see there, the computer, less of a fan of this move in the end. Of course, like we said, with these kinds of time controls, we're not expecting the same kind of accuracy and precise play out of the players as you would have seen in the classical portions. And speaking of, we should go to the other board, because we were saying it looked like, by all accounts, maybe that one is going into a drawish position. And just like that, once again, our player with white has found a solid advantage. Notably got up to Satorov. Where did this one come from?
Okay, it looks like black here has ruined his pawn structure somewhat, and a pawn might be about to fall. There's a weakness in the center, a doubled pawn, and an undefended pawn on this side as well. Maybe a miscalculation by Vachilegraf?
Do you want to do a 2x speed action replay for us, David?
Very quickly, I will. They've had just a half dozen moves since we were last here. The white queen stepping forward was the last move we saw. G5, that move was actually the start of his downfall, Maxim Vachilegraf, in his quarterfinal against Fabiano Caruana, weakening his own king. Central break. You strike on the flank, I strike in the center from Nodebek. The pawn advanced again, the white queen slid back. The black queen retreating was the first big mistake of the game. And now after a trade in the center, wow, blowing things open, Nodebek. A sacrifice here from Maxim. He wants to create a square for his knight, but it looks like this just backfires because the offer of a queen trade and then the queen slide. It will be Nodebek to win a pawn. Crazy stuff. That move by Maxim just a few moves ago, pawn to g3, felt so unnecessary. He could have got basically the same position just by taking in the center, but up a pawn in comparison. Now this central pawn, or this one, about to fall.
Such a rash decision right there, right? Kind of hard to explain why he did that, because you're just voluntarily spoiling your pawn formation and creating this weakness, and he picks up another pawn. Not the right one, apparently.
Whoa. Whoa. And now the black rook can come.
It does.
Suddenly Nodebek. I said this was a good move for white. I eat my words, because the white queen actually has no good squares to use. If you step her forward, if you step her away, either direction, the black knight is landing in, threatening a checkmate on this line. I totally missed this move. I think Nodebek totally missed it as well.
Well, he was spoiled for choice in terms of which pawn he wanted to take, but instead he chooses the poisoned pawn.
We were just talking about the inexplicable pawn move, vacating a square for the knight, and turns out that might be the move that wins Maxim this game. You know, that knight at the corner of the board, jumping in with the big idea. One miss by Nodebek, and this is an extremely costly one.
Massive blunder, we've got to say. And Maxim, he really, really did gamble, but the gamble has paid off. The knight is going to land, not just threatening checkmate, which you mentioned, but also about to snack on a rook at the bottom of the board. He's going to go up the exchange, just like Nakamura went up the exchange against Vincent Keimer. Advantage black here.
It's that kind of a position. You've got to move the queen somewhere, right, and allow that. That knight, even if it doesn't gobble the exchange, it's such a strong piece, and you've got this queen, knight, and rook power attack. We might see this line being played out, and now there's a checkmate and one being threatened. The only way I think you defend that is by blocking it with your own knight. But then the rook is not really attacked because there's still a mate on g2.
Yeah, also moving the knight drops this one.
Could push the
Completely
pawn
forgotten.
once.
He does. He has to.
Yeah.
But I agree, Tanya. It just looks horrible suddenly. He's about to go down some material, and the White King's still not entirely safe. Knight takes rook now, surely from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Or does he want more? Does he want to play on the light squares that have been weakened with that last move and get your queen in unless I'm hanging another piece? Ideas of queen g4, stepping onto any direction, and then the kiss of that checkmate.
Wow, that is actually more his style. He's not materialistic at all. That pawn he threw away earlier. There was a joke going around the chess world for years about Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, how he had not enough attachment to pawns. He was giving away pawns for no reason in all sorts of positions. But again, not grabbing the rook here would be so brave, going for checkmate instead.
I'm struggling to actually find a way in which Nordebek moves the rook away, even if it's left hanging for that next move. You're just allowing the queen to come so close to the White King, and the fact that Maxime hasn't yet made a decision, it's between these two, right? You either grab the rook or you go for the king. And he's taking his time.
Which one do we think? Is he going to be materialistic, or is he going to be super ambitious? Go for checkmate.
Well, didn't give us an opportunity to answer Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I'll just be honest, I was going to say he takes the rook, and instead he makes a liar of me. The queen dives in. He's looking for the killing blow, nice and early.
I would have taken that rook instantly, but the moment you spot this idea, it's also so incredibly attractive, especially because Nordebek doesn't have a good rook move to actually survive that threat.
So we're 2 moves away from a checkmate. What are my options for defense here? Or are there any options to create some kind of counter pressure that forces Maxime to think twice before he commits his queen in further into enemy territory?
Yeah, it looks like you can grab a pawn and go for some checks of your own, but
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, you've got to be 100% sure that your checks don't run out. And I think the black queen will come in anyway, and that will not end well. Maybe there's something even better. But, okay, let's try and check with the all-seeing engine. Wow, apparently only one move to survive in this position. This is an extremely difficult one for Nordebek Abdusattorov. He needs to move the rook. He needs to sacrifice it anyway, bring it across to stop the black queen coming in. That is so difficult. That is another level of difficulty.
That is pretty ludicrous. Just the idea that you have to reposition the rook from one square in which it's already able to be taken by the knight to another square in which it's able to be taken by the knight.
And you still get attacked even after the rook drops.
Exactly.
Wow. And the computer says it's level, of course.
Says it's level there, but if not for that move, it's a near 3-point advantage for black.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it is a one or done kind of situation. You have to find this move, moving rook over to f1 in defense of the king, and just offering it up to at least get that knight out of the picture.
Or you just get checkmated.
Or you're done.
He's calculating those checks which would appear if you grab the pawn, and I think he's trying to see if there's a way to keep checking black's king. And Nordebek, he's super good at calculating. I think he's going to figure it out. And then you find your opponent's threat and you stop it. And look at that. He's kind of sweating a little bit right now. But if it's the only move, I think he finds it.
Yeah, I would be too. I'll just note for everybody at home, the second best move is for the queen to grab that pawn. But again, that's a -3 in favor of the black player.
I mean, how's that even -3? Because I don't see a way for you to stop the checkmate. It's kind of hard to even imagine the game going on beyond that. You've got some checks, but the black king hides, right?
Should we very quickly show while Nordebek thinks? Queen takes pawn. The black queen, sorry, doesn't take that one. It threatens checkmate. White will take this pawn with a check. The black rook drops back. And queen takes pawn, gives up the rook here. Instead, he's made a move. It would have been rook for 3 pawns. He doesn't find it. Oh, he does find it. Rook to f1.
Wow.
Brilliant move. Nordebek. You were right, Tanya. It was the only move. He had to find it. And now knight takes rook. The question is whether to even take that knight back or then go pawn hunting, since you've slowed Maxime Vachier-Lagrave down.
That fantastic ability of the youngsters, right, to just keep calm under pressure, to sit and calculate, find your way through, and he does.
And now he's found this saving grace. Abdusattorov, we have to switch. Big result incoming in the other game.
Yeah, super important defensive find here from Abdusattorov. But on the other board, it looks like Arjun Erigaisi has taken his advantage and absolutely run with it here against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Look at that Black King. It's been pushed all the way to the center of the board.
Wow, not just that. He's actually material down as well, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Shake of the head. He's down at 2 minutes. Speed meets speed. And it's Jan Nepomniachtchi who's going down.
And when that usually happens, it's terrible news for Jan, because he usually never thinks. He doesn't take a moment to make his move. He's the one who's got the extra time on the clock. It's the extra material, and it's the spawn at the center of the board, which is such a big strength for Arjun. Just 2 steps away from becoming a queen, assisted by the rook and potentially the knight. Give a check and start pushing. And look at Jan Nepomniachtchi.
He is furious right now. He started today up a point, almost in that match for 5th place, but he might be crashing to defeat here.
And is it as simple as check, pawn push, queen, game over?
Looks that way. Black has no counterplay at all here. The white d-pawn is about to promote. We will backtrack maybe, hopefully later, just to show how he got this winning position, Arjun Erigaisi. But here it is so winning. It is so decisive. The rook coming, the pawn pushing.
The knight coming in.
The knight coming in. The Black King almost mated, but that's besides the point. The white pawn is
He knows it.
too strong.
He knows it. You know,
It's the same look.
Yes.
It looked like he was about to throw a pawn even for a second, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Rook takes pawn here. He needs to land a check of his own, but this can be blocked.
Trying to wriggle his way out of it, but it doesn't look easy.
Gives a check first. And not afraid of the checks coming in with Jan's rook about to penetrate the king. It comes in. Is Jan trying to set up some tricks against the white king, assisted by his own rook knight, and now the king that's just moved up?
Yeah, I think Arjun's just got to block the entrance of the black rook here. He can swing his own rook across.
Just push the pawn.
I like it, though. Creativity at play here from Nepomniachtchi. Look at that. Arjun knows he's got a solid advantage, but even still, he's got to think about a couple things.
Yeah, he's going for his own pawn.
It looks like that, right? That he's calculated, and it looks like Jan's pretty much given up on his position. And to that point, you know, he looks sideways, the piece twiddling in his thumb, with his thumb, and just that look of distress when he turns back with a shake of his head. We've seen it at the World Championship. We saw it against Vincent, and we saw it just a few moments ago again.
Yeah. Always to the right.
Yeah. Always while fiddling with a pawn. Arjun closes the door on the black rook. Very professional move there from Arjun Erigaisi.
No counterplay.
No counterplay. This is going to be a win for the Indian Grandmaster.
Is he also going to get his knight in to block that file now? Or maybe just keep chasing it with the rook. Or even push the pawn. So many tempting options, and perhaps all of them win.
Looks like everything wins here, Arjun. But very professional, just double checking, not fearing ghosts here. Black has no counterplay. The white king is actually very safe walking up the center of the board if there are any checks.
Jan with the head shake, visibly disappointed. Remember, this was your first place finisher out of the round robin. This was the guy who was setting the pace for the rest of the field in a lot of ways, right alongside Magnus Carlsen in this very time control. That's why so many looked at this and looked at him in tiebreak situations as saying he should be ultimately favored. But here it is, Arjun Erigaisi, the terror of Freestyle Fridays, who's actually got something to say about it.
He's got a lot to say about it, right? He loses the first game, makes a comeback in the second one, and here he is about to take the victory. The first game in the tiebreakers. The pawns arrive. Move the rook. It's under attack. Keep it connected to the pawn. And next, the white knight's about to jump in, dislodge that black rook. He could do it instantly, and he does. And that's it. Handshakes. Arjun gets the first win.
Wow, incredible showing out of Arjun Erigaisi. In the moment that he's given an opening to take the victory, he goes ahead and slams his foot on the gas, and he takes it all the way through to the end. And almost in lockstep, our other board reaches a conclusion, and I bet this one will surprise many of you. It's a draw between Norbert Abdusattorov and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Let's go ahead and get to that board so we can walk it back for you and show you how it all played out in what looked like an opportunity opportunity for MVL to take it all the way through. Some amazing defensive ideas found by Noterbeck here in the end. Yes, it still required some imperfect play from his opponent, and so that will be something that we can't necessarily ignore. It is definitely something that we want to show you guys in terms of how he managed to kind of get away with something in this one.
Yeah, we just have to bring you back to the moment we left this game with a brilliant, the very surprising rook slide here. Rook to f1, holding the black queen at bay in its attempts to come in and deliver a checkmate. If the knight captures the rook, we should mention the only response would have been queen takes pawn, hitting this black knight, threatening some checks, and this knight hanging as well. This would have kept the game in the balance. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave brought the other knight in, though. Beautiful sacrifice. If the pawn captures the knight, we would have seen a checkmate. So instead, Noterbeck moved his rook up one square. Apparently a terrible blunder because of this knight check. The white king steps into the corner. Knight takes pawn. Another brilliancy from Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, throwing the white king into disarray here, out into the open. Queen takes pawn, and now missing a win, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, dropping his rook back first, blocking the white queen from any checks, and then removing his knight from the eyesight of the white king. This would have been winning for Maxim. Instead, he dropped his knight back first, allowing this pawn to drop with a check, and there was suddenly no way to escape. Any blocks would have been met by a queen exchange, the black rook unable to block anything, and we saw a repetition, a draw. And Maxim maybe frustrated in his attempts to win here.
Well, maybe frustrated. Let's find out. He actually managed to stop for a quick word with us just after this game. Let's hear from him.
Maxim, you start out with a draw here. Now you go in with the white pieces. How much of an advantage do you feel that is in rapid format?
I don't know. And my position was very tough, but Noterbeck blundered something. And then I don't know if I had a win, but it felt like some good lines. But like in rapid, anything can happen. It's just very random. It's up to finding the right idea before the game.
Entering these kind of playoffs with the win from Classical, do you just feel it does something with your psyche, that it's Noterbeck after going off a loss?
Yeah, he just made a mistake, but I had a very bad position at some point. So, and then Noterbeck was very resourceful, found some amazing defensive moves.
Good luck in the next one.
Thank you.
Well, MVL there kind of acknowledging that he felt like somewhere around, or somewhere within that game, Noterbeck had a blunder. He felt like there was a winning position, but couldn't quite find it.
Yeah, I think a good evaluation of the game overall, but ultimately his eyes should be set on the next encounter, the reverse game.
And very different pictures in both of our games here, right? Now it's going to be MVL and Noterbeck going in on even footing to this next game, which means either one of them coming away with the victory. Just boom, that's it. We're moving on. And then, of course, for Arjun Erigaisi, all he has to do is hold Jan Nepomniachtchi either to a draw or better in order for him to book his ticket into the fifth place battle.
Yeah, for Noterbeck and Maxim, it's winner takes all, while for Jan, it's a must-win game to take it into playoffs. So it's going to be an exciting one. I think one of the moves that MVL was definitely alluding to, which perhaps he thought was such a brilliant defense by Noterbeck, was that rook slide that he found, you know, which I think kept the game going. And then eventually, there's this saying in chess, you know, when you have the option between going for checkmate and picking up material, definitely pick up material, because the checkmate might not be the case. And I wonder if that was the story for Maxim, that he got way too ambitious, saw a direct line, missed a resource, missed the opportunity.
Now, he had the pressure on him today to get it done in their classical portions, and with the white pieces, he did take the win. And so maybe now flipping back to the white side of the board, he'll have that kind of confidence that he can pilot it again to a victory. Arjun Erigaisi, he took the win over Jan Nepomniachtchi. I'm wondering if he is riding high on confidence after that victory and going into the second matchup. Let's get a quick word from him.
Very good start, Arjun. How do you go about now defending in the second game?
Yeah, obviously, like in normal chess, like there are no solid openings as such, so it can get wild. I think the best is to like try and forget the situation that just draw is enough, but play whatever the position requires.
Nepomniachtchi seems very frustrated. Do you notice that when you're sitting on the other side of the board?
Yeah, obviously it was quite visible.
And does that affect you at all when he gets that frustrated?
At least in that position, no, because it was quite easily winning.
Good luck in the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
not getting thrown by the facial expressions of his opponent on the other side of the board. And as we've seen across our field of 12, different players have different ways of at least letting the energy out of their bodies when they find themselves into situations that they're not big fans of.
Arjun's defeated Jan twice today. Let that sink in. Of course the guy's frustrated right now. For Jan.
You think that plays in favor then of Arjun going into this last game of the day? You think he's got not just obviously the scoreline edge, but now the mental edge fully?
I think it's also the quality of chess. I completely agree with you. I mean, for Jan, it's going to be a bit of a mental battle. And he's perhaps, David, one of the most emotional players on the circuit.
Yeah, and definitely that held Jan Nepomniachtchi back for years. He got to 2,700 very young, but didn't make that next big step until a lot later. But when it clicked, it clicked. And it will need to click in this next game to fight back.
All right, well, I think it's a good idea for us to take a quick look at our tournament tree, the bracket as it has played out through this point, and to get a sense of what these 2, or rather 4 players are playing for here with our final tiebreak match of the day. That is, of course, unless we move on to the blitz round of the tiebreakers. You can see up at the top of your screens, though, our final table is decided. It's Hikaru Nakamura up against Magnus Carlsen. That one is going to be a treat for fans everywhere. Vincent Keimer, unfortunately, falls just short in his quest to defend his title from Waisenhaus 2025. He's going to be going up against Fabiano Caruana. Interestingly enough, that's a rematch of the Waisenhaus finals, so some familiarity between those two guys there as they battle it out for 3rd place. As you can see here, we got 4 players still in contention for 5th. It's going to be Jan Nepomniachtchi and Arjun Erigaisi. Arjun with the lead going into this second tiebreaker rapid game. And then, of course, Abdi Satorov with a great defensive display there to keep things even against MVL, and his hopes for a 5th place still alive.
You know, I'm just wondering with this tree that we're seeing, and we spoke about this earlier, Arjun being the only Indian sort of left, well, not sort of, he is the only Indian left in the matchups right now. He's also been the one player who's been going up and down the rankings. Is he the best Indian in freestyle chess? I mean, is it too soon to call that?
I think style-wise it suits him. He just loves a fight, and he's shown that today.
Early days, but it looks like it right now. The position lottery is just about to kick off. Let's not miss it by diving into the player hall.
Welcome back. Well, welcome back, Nordivek. We are not sure where the other players are. I'm sure they are not far. In game 1, Nordivek against MVL was a draw, while Arjun Erigaisi won his game against Jan Nepomniachtchi. So, Nordivek, I hope you are ready. We have Prague as well as a backup in case something goes wrong. But for now, it's time to draw the next position. And I would like to welcome to the stage the tournament director, Sebastian Siebrecht.
216, 216.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. The players get 10 minutes to prepare. So good luck, and back to the studio.
close, but I don't see.
Sharp up was a bit. I mean, it's only one knight attacking them.
Okay, I will bishop here, come on. But...
Yeah, bishop connects. That's here, like, out of position everything.
Yeah.
Look, we start d4 anyway.
Yeah.
Let's see d4, d5, let's see knight b3. This again. Here we play some London, no?
I guess it's an option.
Like c3 maybe? No, c3. And c3 if... I think c3 if you're not so smart. Mm-hmm. So, let's miss this here. Just knight b3. So I think d5? D5 maybe I can take, yeah? c4, knight e5.
We don't have to knight f6 for instance.
But here I can go maybe b4, maybe it's a bit d4. And here it's a bit more smart, yeah, with my knight on g1.
Could be, yeah.
Tiny bit. And if I go just knight f3, let's see.
Knight
So it also needs like to do something, yeah?
If we go here.
Knight e5. So principle. Okay, e4, can I go? Okay, let's say e4. Because means I have d4, yeah?
Yes.
This is better case, this isn't clear. We take d5, knight c4, rook c5, yeah?
But rook d5.
d3.
Yeah.
A bit loose, but...
Yeah. Maybe that's what we want.
Okay, ça va face. Let's see if you can feel associate.
Yeah. Not d4.
If he does knight 94, and what happens? Okay. So if I'm d6, it maybe your Glorious idea works, yeah? Finally.
Yeah, I think it should.
Yeah, no, this is good, yeah? Bishop d7. Okay, just now. Like, maybe queen g5, yeah?
Yeah.
Like, queen g5 takes and nothing, yeah? But this is a little bit different, because maybe it takes on g7, queen g5, cd. Maybe cd mid, okay.
Yeah.
Would it work? No, it wouldn't, yeah? Oh, maybe it would. It should be okay. This is dangerous, like, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
If he goes e5, I go e3 anyway, yeah. So.
Hey, I have free.
Yeah. So.
Like here,
yeah.
It's a good book, yeah, probably. So let's see. 6 and d4, yeah. So e4, always c4, yeah.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, 2 minutes to the start.
And let's see if he goes d5 here. Just trying to be very smart. Oh, okay, maestro.
No.
Why not?
Could be, but knight c4.
Because if you take, then there's also extra check on b5, yeah, which is a bit annoying.
Yeah. But okay, let's say.
Okay, so if he goes c4.
No.
Because here c4 is a bit.
Yeah.
A bit ugly.
Nothing, yeah.
Maybe it's c4, c5, knight f3 this time.
Yeah, maybe.
So now if we fight, we can maybe reroll like to knight c2, knight f3 at some point.
And if you go knight f6?
Knight f6, knight b3.
And you go
d5, d5 then d4. If the c4 is not hanging anymore.
What?
No, sorry, e3, yeah?
E3.
Yeah, I mean like c4 is not hanging. Okay, so like it goes like d5.
d5, d4.
d4, knight g5, I'm okay, yeah? Doesn't have
yeah.
And b6, d4. Have support. Oh, just if you take some check, yeah. Maybe castle for now. Yeah.
Nice. H6. No, but
20 seconds to start the round.
Looks like some trouble with queen g4, queen g4, knight g4, yeah. Looks like he's here.
You can start.
And away we go into our second tiebreaker match between both battles for 5th place. Right now we have eyes on Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Arjun Erigaisi. Arjun Erigaisi taking a decisive victory over Jan in the first game of the tiebreakers today, as well as their classical games earlier today. It's position 216, and away we go. Some quick moves made so far. Symmetry yet again.
And some copycat chess being played. Will it be continued? Will Arjun Erigaisi also bring his night out, continuing the development and the theme that we've been seeing between these two players? It remains pretty level and then suddenly explodes into absolute craziness. But Arjun today has been the dominating player of this match. 2 wins against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, he's looked incredible, and he's kind of been setting the pace. I think the question is Jan, is he stuck in his mind around the games that could have been? You know, what could have been from the round robin all the way to the point that he is now, merely fighting for his tournament life and a shot at 5th place, or dropping all the way down to that 7th place match. Here we have a decision made, tension created on the board nice and early. That tension, though, as quickly as it's created, Jan is going to get rid of it with the pawn takes pawn.
And this could just be a trade. Black recaptures now, but Arjun does have another option, and it's something the players were looking at in their discussions before the game. He can push a black pawn forward, hit one of the white knights, and the game gets even more crazy.
Oof. And the fact that he slowed down, he doesn't immediately recapture, perhaps that's exactly what's going on in Arjun's mind. We were talking about it. It doesn't take long for a game between these two to heat up. This is already going to be fun if he does go with David's choice. We'd love to see that happen on the board.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a rarity that on the 3rd move of the game or so, you'd be giving it this much time to think, but already a few things at play here. If you are going to recapture, which piece do you recapture with? Otherwise, the end there it is. The decision's made. The rook comes forward.
Given a question mark, so a slight inaccuracy. David, perhaps your idea was the way to go. You know, you have to keep the momentum going in this position. First dislodge the knight, but it still feels like a natural move, lining up the rook on that central open line. A lot of trades, but I think the problem is the black queen is now undefended.
Yeah, there's an annoying pin here, and the black rook is an easy target. It just looks misplaced. I think Arjun not going for something more ambitious on the last move. Maybe it's because he's ahead in the match, but either way, it looks like a bit of a slip. Jan immediately capitalizing, and there was a bit of a look of shock from Jan Nepomniachtchi. I think he loves what's just happened on the board.
All right, Jan enjoying his position, the first to break and put pressure along that pinned queen on the C line. And Arjun slowing down. He now goes for David's idea of pushing the pawn, destabilizing the knight, retreating. Looks like you're moving to some really ugly squares, but going forward might come with its own set of dangers, right? Because does the knight have a way back home? For example, if you go to the C5 square, it can further be chased out.
So things heating up a bit already on this board, but we haven't yet checked in with our other battle here in the tie-break scenarios. So over to Nodibek Abdasatorov versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We go real quick just to check in on it. A bit of a different look. All those initial pawn pushes took place in both of our games alongside the knights jumping forward. We've had a bit of a deviation here in this one.
Yeah, the big difference here is that Nodibek stopped any breaking open of the center, pushing his own pawn forward, but he's occupying dark squares. He's left light squared weaknesses, Tanya. And that's what Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is trying to cash in on here, bringing his bishop forward.
He stops Nodebek's advance at the center of the board, so making sure there's no breaking free with that. I like it. Light square weakness. Get your bishop onto that square and asking questions. Are you going to try to kick this bishop out, creating further weaknesses? If not, how are you actually untangling yourself from all the potential problems on the board?
Yeah, really difficult to dislodge that bishop now after you've weakened the squares around it. And like you said, you'd further weaken your king's positioning if you have to push that pawn forward to get rid of it.
The players could castle really quickly. I mean, there was only a knight coming in its way, right? You could, but he doesn't do it just yet, but one move away from connecting the rooks as well. Now opening up the other bishop, looking to line it up against the central pawn. I'm liking White's position here.
Yeah, I'm really liking it as well. And Nodebek gets his queen out of the way. Maybe he wants to blow open the center with one of his pawns now that the central pawn is no longer pinned. Both sides keeping their options open as well. We have seen some surprising castling today so far. Maybe, just maybe, we'll see Maxime Vachier-Lagrave castle the other way if he can. But first he needs to get the white dark-squared bishop out of the way, the white queen into the game. He completely closes the center.
This move is never happening up the board. He's taken away all chances of getting that break, and we've got a very sort of a mirroring pawn formation in the center with these 6 pawns, which means it's going to be quite a blocked, closed game for at least the foreseeable future.
Yeah, earlier we had the bathtub and the jacuzzi. What's this? Just the diamond?
The diamond. Yeah. The diamond in the rough. And Maxime brings his bishop out. He was aiming to land it on a nice square, pinning a black knight. That has been taken away, that option.
And one step closer to that possible long castles.
If the white queen moves, we know which way he's going.
And he could just slide it up one step and get the king to safety, and then think about launching himself on the right side of the board. Could get fun very quickly.
What if he launches here? What if he launches now? Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to blow open that right flank, push some pawns forward.
You're just saying that because it's not your game. You'd never play that move.
I would never even dream
Are you suggesting the G pawn flings up 2 squares right now?
Yeah.
Isn't our bishop trapped then?
It is, but how to trap it?
He goes the other way.
He's hinting.
It's coming.
I like this better, even though maybe the computer doesn't like it, because at least I have a retreat square for my bishop in the end, and look at that. He's going to go the whole way, preempting what would be that pawn move to try and kick the bishop out or trap it in later on. So now it's a bit more of an option here.
G4 for the score. David should be arriving soon. And look at that. Meanwhile, Nodebek getting the knights to the center.
He missed his chance. He should have done it earlier. No, I don't know. I don't think it's objectively correct, but Maxime, he doesn't historically like these types of block positions. He normally likes positions where he has a clear plan. There's some open lines. He can create some threats. Okay, what will he do?
It is ludicrous to me.
What is?
As I've said many times before, that this is considered an even position. Because while, yes, no material has left the board just yet, it's one of those situations where I have to imagine, given the lack of symmetry in the position at this point, that somebody has to have an advantage. I guess now, ever so slightly, Nodebek does.
Wow, and I'm going to need the in-resident GM to explain why, because it's still such a block structure. And I wonder if it's because of the knight placement here, you know, David. If you compare these minors, Black's knight's far better. I mean, this knight, where is it even going? Doesn't have a great future ahead. And meanwhile, Nodebek, he's just improving his pieces beautifully. You know, the most active piece that Maxime has is this bishop, and it's about to be traded off.
Yeah, it does hark back to something that Hikaru has been saying and preaching for at least 10-15 years about chess 960. Knights on these squares, b3, g3, they very rarely worked out. They very rarely are placed well if they are dominated by pawns. And right now, look at that, long castles, pops up again. Opposite side castling here, the white king is committed. We're going to see some mutual attacking.
You remember the move of the day contender that I was vouching for in the Hikaru matchup? It was this move. I just want you to have it in your mind. I thought it was quite a decisive moment. So just planting a thought into David's head.
Nodebek heard that. He said, if it's the move of the day, I can't go wrong playing it myself, can I? So he will elect for the long castle. The kings are now on opposite sides of the board. Typically, that means we are in for a bloody bout between these players. I do want to check back in with Arjun Erigaisi versus Jan Nepomniachtchi, because it just seems like maybe Arjun Erigaisi has found his comfort zone here in freestyle chess. These slightly faster time controls, as he has shown us through Freestyle Fridays, he is very much a powerful and should be feared player here in this field. Computer doesn't like his most recent move. In fact, if we were to roll it back just a little bit, you'll notice it gives him a much bigger advantage than even the slight one that it tends to give him in this moment. So perhaps we can walk it back to maybe figure out what was an opportunity for him
I
just
want
a
to
few
take it
moments
from
ago.
the top. I'm going to take it from the top really quickly and do a quick action replay on this one. We saw it about here. The rook took the pawn, and we felt that Jan was doing really well. Attacks the black rook, it falls back, attacks the pawn now, needs to be defended, and we see that Arjun spending so much time with these moves, David, and Jan puts further pressure on.
Yeah, Jan actually gives up a pawn. He doesn't regain the pawn on the queen side, but on that left flank, black has 3 isolated weaknesses. Long term, that's not going to come back. That's not going to shine well on black's position. But this last move, a big mistake apparently by Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's going pawn hunting. He's trying to regain the material he sacrificed. But how can Arjun Erigaisi capitalize? How can he pounce now?
And it's the most natural-looking move in the position, right? Unless there's a way for black to make the most of this jump by trading instantly and allowing these double pawns. I mean, this would be a move that you really want to play in this position. Your pawn takes the place of that knight with attacking ideas on that isolated pawn. Why is this bad for white? I'm actually liking Jan's position.
What's crazy about all of this to me, and again, a benefit of having the engine in front of us, of the last 9 moves, 6 between both players, by the way, shared, 6 of them have been given a question mark or a missed win. So it just speaks to something within this position is not perfectly understood by the players that maybe the engine is identifying.
It's kind of understandable, right? I mean, with freestyle chess, you've got little time on the clock to figure the right way out. The players have to not only play the position, which they've never seen before, but also the clock, time management, a big part here. What is the problem? I'm still trying to figure out, David. Is there a direct plan that perhaps Arjun has, which the computer absolutely loves for black here?
I must admit, I'm struggling. The first move that comes to my mind is black's light squared bishop just coming out, protecting the pawn that is attacked. So it looks like, there we go.
It hasn't been played?
It hasn't been played, but this would be my choice. We see the bar slightly rise back towards the middle, still advantage black, being up a pawn right now. Maybe there's something even better, though, in this position. Bishop takes knight doesn't look so prosperous at this specific moment because the black knight ends up getting hit. Tanya, maybe we check with our oracle here because...
James.
Ooh,
yeah, no, I can help you.
Exactly. That's what I meant. James.
Your oracle, James. Oh, wow, he does go for the bishop move that felt so natural to our in-house GM here. In fact, the best move in the position, knight to h5. So it wants to take that knight over to the rim on the board and kind of set up maybe an infiltration, the queen swooping in soon after that, and maybe all of a sudden, yeah, there's an opening for an attack later on.
But a tough move to play, you know, get your knight on the edge of the board. You see white's queen is also sliding at the right moment. And instead, Arjun goes for the more human approach, the one that you pointed out, defends that pawn. 3 defenders, 3 attackers, still an extra pawn for Arjun.
And I fear for Arjun that his window has now closed to take advantage of that big 2-point swing that the engine had given him, because the response that the computer wanted to a knight jumping to h5 was actually for the centralized knight to hop back. Instead, Jan will replace that knight onto f3, and it looks like he's somewhat solidified his position.
Yeah, this has got a lot better for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Suddenly his problem pieces are starting to find good squares. A pin incoming here, pointed out by those arrows there, and this is uncomfortable suddenly for Arjun Erigaisi. Yes, he's a pawn up as black, but those pawns are going nowhere. White has the central control. White can switch focus onto the flank. I love what Nepomniachtchi's done here.
And the reason is, right, Jan doesn't care about that pawn. These 3 pawns that we highlighted are doing absolutely nothing. All the play is on the right side of the board. His full focus, each of his pieces, that's where it's jumping to. Arjun stops one of them from getting into play. This last move, taking control of that big threat, which was about to happen on the board. The evaluation bar already hates Arjun's position, doesn't care about that extra pawn. And we're talking about the most materialistic thing on the planet, which is the computer engine, which means that white has more than enough initiative.
And how quickly things can change here in freestyle chess, right? Literally 3 moves ago, we're talking about a near 3-point advantage here for the player with the black pieces, and now all of a sudden a half a point in the other direction. Jan Nepomniachtchi given an opportunity to extend his tournament life, push this to the blitz portion of the tiebreakers if he can get it done, but needs a decisive victory. A draw will not be enough.
I like what he's doing. I wonder if he's about to set up a queen and a bishop battery and then push this pawn, and he does it immediately, blocking this bishop out, but most importantly, controlling a key defensive square for Arjun Erigaisi's knight. And guess what's coming up next? The queen slides back, and it's a checkmate. How are you defending this?
Yeah, now all of a sudden my bishops feel so terrible as the player with black, right? Both of them shut out, one by my own pawns, one by the opponent's pawns. They're not well placed for the defense of our own king. Arjun is going to say, I'm not too worried about the threats just yet. He is vacating a square for that knight to jump back in defense of that checkmate square that the queen would want to get to eventually.
This is smelling bad. I mean, all of that king side, you know, with the bishops lined up, potential rook lifts, the queen and the bishop attempting a battery against black king. There are always ideas of a sacrifice. The rook going up the board and then sliding past. There has to be a huge attack brewing right now in Jan Nepomniachtchi's head.
Yeah, everything. All the ingredients are there for an attack. They do say a knight on f8, there is no checkmate, but there's no other defender around that black king. It just smells wrong. The black queen trapped on the wrong side of the board, the black dark squared bishop. Both bishops actually are just on the wrong side of the board, the black rook's passive. Yeah, I would lift my rook, I would bring my queen back. I would at least bring something towards Arjun's king right now.
Wow. This is looking incredibly dangerous. And I think in the studio, we can feel that tension. And that's why there's a bit of silence trying to work out these ideas. And look at what he does. He lines up the queen behind the bishop. He's eyeing a sacrifice on this square, getting the bishop there, then the queen to that point, and saying that Arjun doesn't have any time to bring any of his pieces into the defense.
Exactly. I mean, it just feels like everything's too slow for Arjun at this point. I mean, how on earth would you get half of your pieces from the left-hand side of the board to the right-hand side within the next 2 moves?
Yeah, white central pawn, that far advanced central pawn just cuts the board in half. This is just so impressive. What Jan has done, whipping up an attack out of nothing, super, super impressive. Arjun tries to block things up. 2 options here. Do you ignore that? Or do you play en passant? Nice graphic there. The black king is potentially doomed. It's a sacrifice, though. The bishop giving itself up, double exclamation point. That is a very strong move. The white queen might be about to swoop in. Wow, this is terrifying for Arjun.
And that's a minor for 2 pawns, but it's not about the point system here. It doesn't matter. The king will be left absolutely defenseless. Once black does capture, the queen comes in, your knight is undefended, checkmating ideas. Guess what else is joining the party? The white knight coming into with great force in that attack. Jan Nepomniachtchi is playing like Arjun Erigaisi in this position, sort of sacrificing and beating Arjun in the style of Arjun.
Yeah, and this is Jan in the flow. He's maybe the most flowy type of player, streaky player, who, once you give him some momentum, will never, ever let up. And, okay, the black queen slides across to defend. Essentially now it's level material. It's a free attack for Nepomniachtchi. The bishop wasn't taken. The white queen can still come in. How to pursue this assault against the black king right now. 2 extra minutes on the clock as well.
And that's a dream scenario, right? Where you're the one who's on the attack and you've got extra minutes to figure out. The hardest thing in chess to do is defend. And that's when you need that extra time, which Arjun doesn't have. The queen does come in. It's not the best move, but to me it felt like the most natural move in the position.
100% agree. That looks like a very strong move. Yes, the computer doesn't approve, but ultimately Erigaisi's going to have to come up with some crazy defensive moves in order to save this game still.
There are all these ideas, right? Bring your knight forward. Right now, the queen is attacked laterally. You've got a beautiful square to plant your queen into. You're not only eyeing the rook, but also the square on the side of the king, giving some deadly checks. And then you look at getting rid of black's key defender by sliding your bishop back and trading it off. If you can get rid of this piece, this game is over. All of Arjun's defenses hang on the knight here.
How do we get rid of that knight?
First, does the white queen run? Do you block?
I want to cut off the black rook that just moved forward by jumping the knight forward exactly just like that first. Then maybe we rook lift, and we use our rook to dislodge that knight. It would be trading the rook for the knight in the end, but obviously the pawn can't capture back right now because of what would be a discovered check.
Okay, and my one fear if the queen steps forward is a queen exchange. Maybe that still favors white. But the black queen could jump over and trade off, at least to kind of minimize the early damage here.
And you really don't want to do that, right? You've got this brilliant attack going on. You're up on material. But actually, the material's balanced. It's still 5 pawns. But look at those pawns that Arjun has. Each of them a weakness. Completely disconnected and isolated from the other.
Yeah, and how about this? There's only one move to hold the advantage that the engine currently gives to white.
Has he played it?
He's moved his queen.
That's the one.
That was the move.
That's the one. If not for that, the knight jumping into the center of the board, which was the other suggestion from us, that would have essentially brought it back to an equivalent engine analysis.
And now where is the advantage? Your idea, David, of trying to trade off the queens. Again, a very human move. You know, when under pressure, you want to get the queens off so that at least you're not getting checkmated anytime soon. He does that. I think it was absolutely necessary for Arjun to play this move. Wow, he's gone on the retreat now, Jan Nepomniachtchi.
He wants to find a different angle for that bishop. Okay, he does have the better pawn structure. We talked about that. So just because he's trading queens doesn't mean he's letting the advantage slip here. Arjun lower on time as well. 2 speed demons. This is fascinating to watch. And trade of queens.
Trade of queens, but still a far better endgame. You know, in endgames, it's all about the pawn formation and the pawn islands, as we call it. Here, if you see, white has got 1, 2, and 3 pawn islands. In chess, you want less number of islands. In life, you want to own more of them. It's quite different. But look at Arjun. Every single pawn, you know, you've got a double pawn on the A line. That's 5 pawn islands. It's just an absolute disaster of a structure. So many weaknesses to target. David, you mentioned the rule of 2 weaknesses. I don't know. Here, there are about 5 of them.
So Jan's doing better in chess, but let's do a quick life check on the 3 of us. How many islands do each of you own?
Right now, I've got the whole number, the big 0.
Okay, 0 here.
I mean, Richard Branson is my best friend. So,
well, there we go.
I can chill out on his
claiming half ownership over an island there? Is that what we're going with?
Basically.
Okay, well, then you bring our collective average up to like a 0.02, because I also have a fat 0 island.
Big fat 0.
Arjun owns 5, though.
Yeah, there you go.
5.
Yes. He's a rich man.
Helping us out.
But no, this is not the kind of pawns that you want in an endgame. And also, let's compare the 2 bishops that are there. You know, you've got these beautiful diagonals that you could reroute yourself to. And I think Arjun's trying to do the same. Bring his rook to the open line. We talk about pawn islands. He wants to start targeting one of the only weaknesses in Jan's camp.
So Nepo with an advantage here, trying to push it over the line, get that victory to buy himself a blitz game, or a couple blitz games here against Arjun Erigaisi. Let's check in with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave up against Nurbek Abdusattorov, because look at this. Once again, the black player on the ropes here with what is given the double exclamation point here with the most recent move from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave as he looks to take it over Nurbek Abdusattorov in the rapid portion.
Wow, and he just voluntarily placed the rook there. It wasn't even a capture. I'm going to do a backtrack of literally just 1 move in this position. Already looks incredibly scary for Nurbek with this queen so close to the black king. And the only defender in the position is the black queen. Nurbek trying to push that pawn on the side of the board, create a distraction. And Maxime gets the rook, blocks the queen's defense. This is stunning stuff. He wants to recapture with a knight with some checkmating ideas.
This is beautiful. Maybe we can follow it through and show what happens if the bishop takes the rook, because the loose nature of the black queen will actually decide this game. The black rook, for example, can now defend its bishop, stopping any checkmates. But the white queen will step up 1 square. Next move, a knight check. Knight takes pawn, and the black queen will fall. This is a 5-6 move tactic that looks to be winning for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. The rook is poisoned.
Wow. That's a stunning line. And this is, you know, this is one of those moves that's so incredibly instructive. You see the key defender and you find ways to get rid of it. We were talking about the knight being a key defender for Arjun. Here it was the queen for Nurbek, and it's been blocked.
It's been
Huge
blocked.
ideas.
And he's retreated that queen. We've got a couple of moves here.
Yeah, some moves on the board. We'll catch up with those now. As you can see, the queen dropped back here, trying to solve the issue of the misplaced queen. And now, of course, the white queen infiltrates yet again. Bishop now sliding back in defense.
Huge threat on the board. You want to give a check, win the bishop. You want to give this check, win this bishop, or pick up this pawn, and then again win the bishop. Everything's falling.
And Nodebek doing the Nepo face look to the right. He's about to resign. There's too many threats. The black king too open, and white has the extra exchange. Rook for bishop up, as well as the ongoing attack. This is beautiful from MVL. Wow, just a flurry of tactics here.
Yeah, wow. And Maxime with that slip of a win in their previous game, right? He was on the front foot there with the attack as well. But Nodebek, incredible defenses in this one. I don't think there's a defense that could save him in game 2.
Yeah, it's a great point that this is in some ways feeling like a repeat of the last game, except for just a little bit more power packed in the punch here from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. No opportunity to recover here from Nodebek Abdusattorov. Yeah, it's like they're searching for answers inside the logo of the freestyle chess circuit here. But there are no answers to be found there, my friend.
I think he's about to resign now. This could be very well the moment.
Nothing to do. One of the bishops will fall. There's a pawn attacked. The black king is doomed. This is just a matter of time now. Nodebek coming to terms with the fact he's about to lose this game and the match.
Bit of a heartbreak there, right, for Nodebek. Has this incredible run in the round robin, then runs into Magnus Carlsen in the quarterfinals, loses that one against Maxime, gets his chances, but then eventually Maxime strikes back today. And here we are with Maxime just moments away from wrapping this match up.
Yeah, there's a minute and 30 seconds on the clock here for Abdusattorov to try and find an answer. But really, those minutes, minute and a half will be spent realizing that there is no answer. Unfortunately for him, it looks like he will be making a trip to the 7th place table, while MVL fighting for 5th place against the winner of Arjun Erigaisi versus Jan Nepomniachtchi.
There's definitely something to be said about momentum here, right? Maxime started with a first round loss in that classical matchup, then makes a comeback today. Then in the first game as well, in driver's seat, really keeping that momentum up. And in this one, he never gave Nodebek a chance. For his second time in a rapid tiebreak, he's going for his king, and this time the king's not running away anywhere. And you can look at Nodebek's face and you get to know the whole story.
Yeah, he's been learning from the best, learning from Nepo. Looking away to the right, that is a clear sign that the players know that their position is hopeless. 30-something seconds. The other game's still ongoing. We'll jump to that in a moment. Nepomniachtchi up a pawn, but still a long way ahead in that other game. This game is about to end.
Yeah, waiting for the conclusion of this one before we go. There it is. After giving it as much of a think as he possibly can, he realizes there is no answer. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave on home turf. He moves on to that 5th place match here in our final couple days of the Paris 2025 Freestyle Grand Slam. And with that, we do need to go right back over to our other board. It's Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Arjun Erigaisi again. Arjun Erigaisi only needs to hold to a draw or a win here for him to do the same as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. For Jan, it's going to have to be a victory here, or he as well has no more chances in fighting for 5th place. And look at that. I mean, for all the work that Jan had done earlier on in the game, once again, we return to the board, and it looks like Arjun may have wiggled his way out of it.
Arjun's holding on, and how, right? We spoke about those pawn islands. He's given up a pawn right now. If you do a quick material count, white does have an extra pawn on the board. But then again, this is a beautiful blockade which stops the pawn from moving forward. The knight's chasing the bishop away, the rook on the open line. This pawn, a huge distraction and an asset for Arjun. I think he's got some very real chances to defend this one to a draw and take the match.
Yeah, he's forcing the issue here. He's going to go to a rook and pawn endgame. He will be a pawn down, but material disappearing. Nepomniachtchi gets out of the pin in the center. There we see the pawn will be snapped up, and it's going to be 3 versus 1 on one side. So if the whole left flank disappears, Nepomniachtchi is going to win this game. But the black rooks are so active, and black has a very, very powerful passed pawn, which will step forward. Still somewhere between a win and a draw. Erigaisi, though, fighting for his life right now.
He really is. He's already defeated Jan twice today and needs only a draw. And it's incredible. And I wonder if it comes back to Jan's decision to trade queens, you know, to ease off that pressure after building such a beautiful attack against Arjun's king that might come back to haunt Jan if he's not able to convert this endgame. It's still far from over.
If I'm Arjun, what are the endgame situations that I'm scared of right now? A lot of times I always wonder, is the 2 rook versus 2 rook, you know, something that aids me in my drawish hopes? Do I want to reduce it down to 1 rook? At what point am I looking for the trades, and in what situations am I not?
Here, any rook exchange, unless it gains something urgent in the process, any rook exchange is terminal.
Okay.
He needs to keep all rooks on the board. The 2 black rooks are very active, keeping 1 white rook tied down. And white's 3 versus 1 advantage on the right flank will be hard to push while all the rooks remain on the board.
And this was an interesting decision by Arjun to sort of passively defend this pawn instead of actively and laterally getting it to attack some of white pawns and keep his own strength safe there. But he did decide to go for this. If Jan has to win this match, he has to start rolling up on the right side of the board, get his pawn storm going, create that passer, get the king into the game. And I think he's going to do just that step by step.
If I didn't see the eval bar saying it's only a small advantage for white, I would say Jan is going to win this one.
I mean, I would say the same based on everything you just told me, because now it doesn't feel like these black rooks ever have the option of leaving this file. And so then, in a weird way, it feels like we're almost in a king and pawn endgame, where it's king and 3 pawns versus king and 1 pawn, while all of the rooks continue just staring at the singular black pawn.
Look at the clock as well, 3.5 minutes against 15 seconds. The black rook's passive. As soon as the white king pokes its head out, though, then the rooks will check it, kick it back. So this is not going to be easy to convert for Jan Nepomniachtchi despite his extra pawn here.
10 seconds on the clock here for Arjun. This is not easy. Only 10-second increment. Plenty more time on the clock here for Jan overall. He's still working with 3 minutes and 40 seconds to his name. With 5 seconds left to go to make a move, Arjun jumps back up to 15. Of course, as one of those attackers did get removed, from threatening of the pawn, he can dislodge one of his own rooks to maybe be used later on.
Yeah, Arjun has to come up with a defensive setup for his pieces and not trade a single pair of rooks for the rest of the game, playing on seconds. And that's not an easy ask. He does get active with the rook. Notice how the white king as well is cut off from coming closer to the black pawn. As long as this one's alive, Arjun's dreaming of defending this. And now does he go back on the same file? He does. Notice how he doesn't try to get super active because that would let the white king up the board.
And gains a little time back on the clock as well.
Wow, that's crazy to me. So crazy that this could be a draw with white having 3 versus 1 on one side. It's just hard for white to advance. That 1 black pawn on the right side, for now, holds up the 3 white pawns.
And what you really want to do is try and get 2 connected passers going. So if this pawn was on this side of the board, it would be an easy win. But with this pawn placed as is, it's incredibly difficult for Jan to make a passer without disconnecting the 3 pawns.
Okay, well, how about that? Computer doesn't love this most recent move here by Arjun Erigaisi. So perhaps this is the moment where Jan can find a breakthrough, take advantage of what is the material advantage in the game at the moment.
Not sure why this is such a big inaccuracy, because it still kind of keeps the balance as is. The rooks are still on the board. The big fighting asset that Arjun has still here.
He drops his rook back.
Apparently not the right choice by Jan.
The bar drops. Maybe we can just investigate that one moment. Why had Arjun made a mistake? Was there something concrete there?
The computer here wanted g4 with the rook.
With the rook.
You slide over. Yeah, sorry, I should have said rook to g4.
Wow, this forces a rook exchange or wins the black pawn on the other side of the board. A rook exchange will mean that the white king can pass the center, can go towards that far advanced black pawn. Now you step it forward anyway. Bully black back with the thought of a rook exchange.
Yeah.
This would have been winning.
Wow. And that missed opportunity, he instead slides back with the rook. And we've got moves coming in fast and quick. A check, so Arjun regains the balance. Absolutely key for him to have all 4 rooks on the board.
Yeah, more shuffling at play. It's not going to be a surprise that we see some question marks, some exclamation points throughout the remainder of this game. Each of these players playing with mere seconds to their names.
But now that that opportunity is gone and the white rook is just tied down, defending this pawn, stopping it from moving forward, has Arjun found the perfect setup to hold this game?
I think Arjun should just sit still, do nothing, just wait with his king, wait with one of his rooks. At least we know now what white needs to aim for. Rook exchange. Arjun just needs to make it as difficult as possible. That winning opportunity, rook to g4, that was difficult because normally rooks stay on open lines, sliding it across. That was visually hard, if anything else. Okay.
We do have a move. He does shuffle with the king, and Jan does the same.
I still have a feeling Jan's going to get a chance. Whether he takes it, it's another thing, but it's just so hard. The hardest thing to do in chess is to do nothing. That is what Arjun Erigaisi has to do, just wait, and there's no way for white to win this or make progress.
And waiting is really not one of Arjun's biggest strengths in his chess.
More and more shuffling. Well, so far he's doing a good job of it, right? Really just playing with the same rook and his king, up and back, one square at a time.
Jan has to find a way to create a threat in this position. Perhaps slide the rook up, offer a trade.
Yeah,
that kind of robbed himself of that, though, because he closed off that rook g4 idea by checking the king away from that position earlier. So the king isn't ever really going to line up again with that pawn on the left-hand side of the board.
It reminds me of Jan Nepomniachtchi's match against Vincent Keimer, right, where he needed to win in the second tiebreak it was, and then eventually he traded the bishops in that endgame, losing any opportunity of a win there, going into a rook-pawn endgame. And here he is, so close, feels like it should be something, but still struggling.
All right, entertain me here. Why, for example, can't we start marching like the f-pawn forward, one square, then the... Okay, well, he does it. Because then I was thinking now the g-pawn goes up one more square, the king can come forward, and then we're looking at trading off the h-pawn.
That would be the ideal case. If you can trade off the h-pawn for the g-pawn and then get two connected passes, that would be massive progress. But I think it's easier said than done because Black's rook really ties down the white king to defend and stay connected with his own pawn to be able to assist this h-break that we were talking about. Once you are able to get your king here, that's where you stop. The king needs to stay connected to the f-pawn, so no opportunity to actually push.
Okay, he needs a winning plan here, Nepomniachtchi. He's got nearly 3 minutes, but Arjun has done everything right. He sidesteps. Just to mention now, if one set of rooks disappear from the board, it might not be winning any longer for white because the black rook on the 4th rank eyes all of the white pawns. The white king slightly fixed on that right side. The white rook in front of the black pawn, very, very passive.
By the way, Arjun's heart is beating 60 beats less per minute than Jan Nepomniachtchi right now. I know that that is typical of Arjun. If anything, that's high for Arjun based on what we've seen in his heart rate earlier on in the tournament. But these guys feel pressure in very different ways.
I mean, Arjun's got a huge threat on the board as well. I think he's calm because he knows that he's done the toughest part. He's actually threatening to slide over the rook and win all these pawns that David was highlighting one by one because there's no way for one of the rooks to actually defend this big weakness.
Wow, I think Nepomniachtchi's missed it. He's missed it now, and Arjun has two threats, one on the left side of the board and the one you're highlighting there, Tanya. I think he might have just totally blown any chances in that one move. He brought one rook up for white, but now there's not enough pressure on that far advanced black pawn. The black rooks are free to roam suddenly. Wow, this could be the end of Nepomniachtchi's chances in this mini-match.
How are you fighting this threat? I mean, I don't really see it. You've got to push one of your own pawns, right? And the moment you go pawn push, there's an option to just simply grab the other pawn that you were highlighting.
He should have left his rook where it was, done that in the first place to stop the black rook sliding. I think he's blown it. We might start seeing the shake of the head now from Jan Nepomniachtchi. A trademark today.
Yeah, maybe a look towards the left.
I was going to say, now is it always to the right or is it always to the wall?
The side away from the spectators.
Okay, so over to the left this time around for Jan it would be.
Away from the cameras.
Away from the cameras. He moves his king.
All right, but then now you can go in. What is stopping Black from getting the rook? And Arjun with a slight peek to the clock situation. He's about to take a decision. He could also pick up a pawn, and he does pick up the pawn.
It's now level material.
Yep.
I mean, is there a world in which Arjun starts getting ambitious?
Would you even consider that though in his position, right? Knowing that all you need is a draw,
I mean-
the risk that comes with that.
James, we live in that world. It's called Arjun's always getting ambitious, but knowing that he needs only a draw. I mean, if it was a must-win situation for Arjun, I think he'd go for it in this one.
Right.
Yeah, and Nepomniachtchi realizing he's totally blown it, his time advantage disappearing as well. That one white rook, this is why we talk about active and passive in chess. Rook endgames, it's so important to keep your rooks active. That one piece not participating has blown his winning chances. Okay, he creates a passed pawn, but it's split pawns now for both sides.
Yeah, going to be incredibly difficult for that king to ever move away from its connection to this f-pawn, as we talked about earlier.
And this is the least desirable scenario of creating a passer, right? When your pawns are not together, helping each other go up the board. And he does push one of those pawns. He's trying to set up a mating net against Arjun's trapped king on the back rank in case you pick up a pawn.
Do we trade pawns now, though?
He's going to pick up this.
He
gives a check first. Ooh, that's clever, right? Because there's another check coming in if you were to pick up the pawn.
Ah.
And did he miss this?
Jan has missed this. Really important detail, you cannot touch that pawn. He's now down a full pawn, Jan Nepomniachtchi. The shake of the head, the look away, the realization.
Distinct frustration.
Quickly going to show that. Here he picks up a pawn. If Jan was to take it, which was his idea, threatening a checkmate in one, you're far too slow. The check slides in and you win the rook wherever the king goes. Instead, Jan, with a look away, he was quite frustrated with that. He steps up with the king, but he might not be in time to recapture this pawn now.
Jan looks away. He knows the other game is finished now. All eyes here. But Arjun, he's not giving the white rook any free squares, open lines to jump to. Checks now coming to the white king from behind, from the side. This is going to be a draw at very least now for Arjun Erigaisi.
Right, the passed pawn protected once again here in the center of the board by the black rook. All right, the pawn march continues here for Jan. He's going to do his best.
Was a checkmate in one being threatened, but Arjun's the first to drive the white king back.
He can keep driving it back. He can check from behind now.
Yeah, Jan Nepomniachtchi is hoping for a big blunder right now. Only a miracle can save this. And he needs a win. A draw isn't good enough.
Great move there. Giving a check from the side, keeping the white king honest. It has to stay protecting its pawn. Now I'm expecting a check from behind from the other rook.
On the board. Jan comes back. All the way back. Further back.
We're just going to play a checking game at this point.
The king retreating at some point. Arjun's going to just start pushing the other pawn. You know, trying to distract Jan's rooks.
The checks continue meanwhile.
We've gained some time back on the clock for both players. But like we said at this point, not many answers left on the board here for Jan Nepomniachtchi. It feels like, if anything, pretty soon Arjun is the one who's playing for a possible win with his outside pass pawn. It's just a matter of when he wants to start mobilizing it.
It's that same pose to the right.
Apparently it is always to the right.
Yeah, maybe there's something to that.
Yeah, I think there is actually some scientific reason. Looking to the left tends to be recall memory. Looking to the right tends to be just thinking about life, thinking about stuff. We see a repetition.
It's about to end. And he does decline the repetition. A draw is as good as a loss for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
We'll see another check. The white king might well step forward now.
Now maybe you just give a check from the back.
There's a check. You can swap rooks.
He does it.
Okay.
And it's a draw.
And
it's a
there's
handshake.
the handshake. There you have it. Arjun Erigaisi. He takes down the #1 seed coming out of the round robin, and Jan Nepomniachtchi to earn his spot in the 5th place matchup.
Wow, that was so cool, so calm, his defense there. He was living life on the edge the whole game, we should mention. He was almost busted at some point, Arjun Erigaisi, but fought so hard, fought so well, Tanya. And he deserved it. He got through on the back of a great performance the whole of today.
Yeah, what a day he had today.
Incredible. He was lost out of the opening in this game. I mean, Jan just got a dream position in a must-win scenario. As we see, some interviews happen there. But Arjun, what a day, right? 2 wins, a draw in a difficult position, wins the match. For Maxime also coming back with a loss on that first day in the Classical, and finally taking down Nordberg Abdusattorov.
Yeah, Maxime very impressive as well. Kudos to him. But yeah, Arjun Erigaisi standing up. I think he's going to be a real force in future freestyle events. He's shown that already so far today and throughout this tournament. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, heartbreaking for him because he's been so impressive. Tiny margins, 2 tiebreaks now have been his downfall after that round robin. Really surprising stuff, but ultimately couldn't get the job done. Couldn't find that killer instinct at the right time.
For Arjun, this is his first time at this stage, right? With these incredible players fighting against the world's best, playing freestyle chess in classical format. And it's been actually pretty impressive to see the performance that he's put out, the way he played against Jan. Yes, he lost out in the quarterfinals, but I think there's so many takeaways and a big fight for him tomorrow.
Absolutely. Yeah, it does. The road never gets easier here at Freestyle Chess, but at the very least, he is fighting for 5th place. You may have noticed we've got Tanya joining me over the desk. She's the one in control of all the moves on the board.
David just wanted a little lion there. He wanted the couch treatment.
That is the comfier seat.
It is very comfortable.
And you know what? I think he deserves a little bit of time to rest in the comfy seat.
Just a little bit, David Howell.
Yeah, I needed my time off. The players, I mean, they kept us on our toes the whole of today. So many hours of play. Thank you for saving me, Tanya. Thank you for taking charge.
Well, you saw just as that game came to a conclusion how quickly Sveta jumped in there to grab a word from Arjun Erigaisi. I love that. I love hearing from players in the immediacy of a game ending. Let's go straight to that interview.
Arjun, congratulations on what was a magnificent win. It's quite a defense you put up there at the end.
Yeah, I know that the pawn on c3 in general is very strong, so even if you stay passive and pawn down here, it doesn't matter often.
How proud are you that you managed to fight back in positions like this and come back to beat Nepo today?
Yeah, I'm definitely quite happy. Like in general, in such situations, I have done poorly, so I'm quite happy with this.
Tomorrow you play Maxime. How do you feel about that matchup?
It will be a tough matchup. Like there's no easy opponent here, and it's a tough opponent.
And do you think you're the favorite against Maxime now?
I mean, he's also very strong and very tricky, so I wouldn't say that.
We wish you the best of luck tomorrow, Arjun, and thank you for what was a really entertaining game.
Thank you.
Arjun Erigaisi taking down Jan Nepomniachtchi. I mean, what a feat. And this guy has really, I think, made a name for himself, more than it already was made in the chess world over the last year in terms of the way he has risen in the classical rankings. But now in freestyle chess, we didn't get to see him at Weisenhaus 2025, but he's been inserting himself into the conversation in those Freestyle Fridays and definitely was, I think, one of the most, at least for me, what's the word I'm looking for? I was the most curious, I should say, on how he would perform moving from that kind of a format where it is different time controls played on the internet onto the big stage here at Freestyle Chess, and I'd say he's delivered in every sense of the word.
Very confidently so, and he is the new entrant as the world #4, just overtook Fabi in the world rankings. You know, the 16th player ever in the history of the game to cross 2800 in standard classical play, the second player from India to do so. What a year he had in 24. 25, a tough ask for him in Tata Steel, an absolute disaster that went, but a bounce back with freestyle chess for Arjun Erigaisi.
Well, with our results from today, we have all of our final matchups determined. Let's get one more look at that tournament tree just to put some faces and some names to it all. Up there at the top, the final table matchup, fighting for $200,000 and 25 circuit points, is going to be Hikaru Nakamura versus Magnus Carlsen. Dropping down into that third place matchup after losing to those two today is Vincent Keimer, our defending champion from Weisenhaus 2025, and Fabiano Caruana. That, of course, is a rematch of the final table from that previous event. As we just saw, Arjun Erigaisi will now move on to play for 5th place against hometown favorite Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Jan Nepomniachtchi and Norbek Abdusattorov will be battling it out for 7th place. That's just the upper bracket. We did decide our lower bracket as well today with our result in that 9th place matchup. It was Pragnananda taking down Richard Rapport after a decisive victory today to move up 1.5 to 0.5 point.
Yeah, great game by Prag there, Tanya.
A good day for Indians overall. Pragg gets the win against Richie there, and then Arjun Erigaisi with a 2.5 out of 3 score against Jan Nepomniachtchi. So I think finally the Indian fans have something to cheer for.
All right. Well, now I want to know where the fans put their votes when it comes to the most valuable player of the day. So make sure you make your voices heard in chat, !MVP, followed by the player name. Pretty simple recipe there. And while they go ahead and throw their votes out, it looks like Tani's already got a name top of mind.
I'll start with you, though, first.
No, don't do that to me. I wasn't thinking about it yet. You go.
All right, I'll go. I think today, I mean, just incredible games in the semifinals bracket. And of course, it would be an easy pick to go for Hikaru or Magnus, but I really, truly think that Arjun Erigaisi, for me, is the MVP. I mean, you know, with his back against the wall, chasing the match, a point down, losing the way that he did yesterday. He showed incredible mental fortitude coming into this matchup, taking the first classical win, then taking the first tiebreaker, and then in an incredibly difficult position. So sort of showing all the elements, all the different positions and how to hold with defense, how to attack. 2.5 out of 3 against a player like Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's got to be my MVP.
Yeah, I would actually agree. I think exactly because
James,
of the
you agree with? Whoa, that's a first.
All right, mark it.
That
yeah,
is a first.
Take
Clip
note
it
because it
and
might never
ship it.
happen again. No, I think you're exactly right. Because of the story, the storyline and the demand of the level of play, right? That it would require of him in order to ultimately end up in that 5th place battle. I think if you are going to pick a runner-up, it is Hikaru. Again, nobody's taken down Vincent yet. Somebody had to be the first to do it,
She's
right?
great, dog.
So there is that storyline as well.
That was going to be my pick, Hikaru. Of course it is. Hikaru played like a beast today. He was he was at his best. He was so sharp, so smooth. He gave us all 48 faces. Hikaru Nakamura.
It's between Hikaru and I think Arjun Erigaisi. So it's going to be interesting to see who chat picks. I mean, it's hard to beat Hikaru when it comes to community. But yeah, I'm sure Arjun's got some fans out there as well.
Yeah, it's tricky, right? Because, yeah, I mean, Arjun, I think today, again, given the fact that he had to do it in the classical, then had to do it again in the tiebreakers. That, to me, is kind of what makes it so spectacular for him. The point on the side of Hikaru for me is just that it does feel like he's finding his peak level, and that almost sets us up for what seems to be a brilliant finals up against Magnus Carlsen.
That and the fact that he just did what no one could do in freestyle chess. So those are some compelling arguments. But yes, what a final.
I've got good news for both of you.
What is it? Oh my God.
At the very least, we are all in agreement, us and chat, that there are really only 2 names in contention. But Cat is going the way of Hikaru Nakamura. They're giving it to him for making his way to the final table here and overtaking our defending champion in Vincent Keimer from Weisenhaus 2025.
Yeah, brilliant performance. Hikaru, I think he lived up to all of these stats. He didn't choose to attack when he had the opportunity, but ultimately he defended well from a difficult opening, maneuvered really, really nicely, and capitalized on some small mistakes from Vincent Keimer. Hikaru looks at his best. Magnus still looking good, but slightly under the weather. It's going to be a tight final.
When you say looks at his best, you're obviously not talking about the photo that we've got in front of us.
I don't know. I quite like that piercing gaze.
I know. I know. I kind of like it too. I saw earlier that he was even questioning, like, where did this photo come from? I mean, I think he looks fierce.
I mean, I really want to ask you, take these photos that we've got with the players. You guys really need to look into that.
I mean, he's looking into our souls right now.
He really is.
Yeah,
I'd
be terrified sitting down across the board from that. Would you not?
I would be.
I'd be like, this guy's about to not only beat me over the chessboard, he's going to take my soul with him when he leaves.
That's expression number 49 right there. Apart from the 48 on the chessboard.
We haven't seen that one yet in actual tournament play, but maybe that's what'll have to come out tomorrow for him to take down Magnus Carlsen. Maybe just the quickest of previews from each of you on that top ticket bout. We were kind of set up, no matter what, for a beautiful final table. Really, any combination of the 4 would have been brilliant. I think a lot of fans, though, may have been hoping, just because of the history between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru, that we would end up with it in freestyle chess. Yeah. Who are you giving it to? How do you see it playing out? Is it the kind of thing that does get decided in classical? You want to call tie breaks right out the gate?
I'll get to that, but David, what is going on here? I mean, on this desk, there's everything to eat here, all the treats ready. That said, the biggest treat is tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some future sponsorship deals product
I mean, just
placement
look
here
at
with
this,
some
guys.
Haribo, some Skittles.
For the record, I haven't touched any of these. All tournament log.
Yeah.
I just want it to be known. I am not the Skittles fiend.
For anyone wondering, that's why they moved me over here. They couldn't stop me picking at those
Get him
sweets.
away from the candy.
It's a candy party going on, a candy shop.
Yeah, maybe a sugar high on some previous days. We're going to have a chess high tomorrow with the beginning of our final couple days of chess action. These tiebreaker days can be long days. Just as the players need time to rest and recover, so do we here in the studio. So we're going to take our leave from you for the evening, but we will be back tomorrow, same time, same place as ever, to kick off our 2 days of final table action. Make sure you do not miss it. We hope to see you there. And until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
This world is so big around the corner. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to pull my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. With my time. Life is a blessing, such a gift, and I am so lucky to be here. Live to the fullest, don't resist. No time to waste, so have no fear. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
I wanna know you, I wanna show you, and I wanna give you everything you wanted, and I wanna see you, don't wanna leave you, I just wanna give you everything you dream, but hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also baby, hold I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me. And we can run from here and we can disappear, and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me.
You got me thinking about tomorrow more than I ever have before. You're bringing light to my shadows. Every day you leave me wanting more. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. 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 You show up first to every party, and you think tequila is your friend. You never say that you're sorry, and no matter what you can't pretend. Every time you kiss me goodbye, as I'm about to board a plane, you can't hold back the tears in your eyes, even though I'm only gone for days. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a When I'm on the road, I need you to know there's lots of chances for love, but nothing's like our home. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind.